premier speed chess event of the year has arrived.
Oh, no way! Oh my gosh!
Since 2016, dozens have entered the SEC ring,
MBL does the impossible.
but only 2 have ever reigned supreme. This year, 16 of the world's best players vie for $175,000 and a chance to battle in Paris for the championship's inaugural live final. Through 3 blistering time controls, only the strongest and the quickest will survive. Don't blink. Remember to breathe.
Oh, he's one of me! Oh!
Round 1 of the 2024 Speed Chess Championship begins right now.
Thank God it's Friday. Thank God it's SCC Day. It's a new day of the week, specifically designated for matches involving Magnus Carlsen, because that is who is playing today. Levy, it feels like it's been a couple of minutes. That's because it's only been a couple of hours since we've seen each other last. And it's time for another day of SCC action. A doubleheader awaits. And Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen, the former world champion, have to practice that, takes on wonderful time, also known as Min Lee. GM Daniel Naroditsky alongside the one and only international master Gotham Chess, Levy Rosman in the studio. Welcome to the show. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, thanks, Daniel. Great to be with you. Shout out to all the people who are here for, I suppose, the pre-show as we're about to get underway. Yesterday, we saw Hikaru defend his top seed or second seed. I don't know. It's kind of like 1A, 1B in this event with Magnus against Jose Martinez. And today we'll get to see Magnus in his first matchup against the Vietnamese sensation, Min Lee.
Indeed. And there is the bracket. It is already partially filled out. We had a doubleheader yesterday. In the first match, we had an incredibly close match, back and forth between Arjun Aragaisi and Jan Krzysztof Duda. That was a brawl. I mean, they were going back and forth, topsy-turvy. Hikaru Nakamura on the right side. He took care of business. It was a totally different type of match, Levy. We had the call on that match. Hats off to Jose. There were some moments of high class in that match. There were moments of great play. But ultimately, Hikaru put that check mark next to his name. He did what he had to do.
Yes, he did. He got the win across every single format. It looked a little bit dicey for maybe about 10 minutes out of a total of 3.5 hours. But Hikaru did what Hikaru does. And today's matchup is actually a little similar in the sense that you have a clear favorite, but you have an underdog in Tuan Min Lee who's more than capable, who on his best days is well over 3,000 in Blitz and Bullet, and who also is a big rival for you, right? I mean, how many games have you played against him?
Probably at this point, I mean, people can check our head-to-head on Chess.com. I mean, Magnus and Min have played a lot. And again, it's a similar score, like you said, between Magnus and Min as between Hikaru and Jospin. But it's a new age of chess, which means a lot of these GMs are better known by their online handles. Min Lee is also known as Wonderful Time. I've played him just unholy amounts over the course of many, many evenings. Of course, mornings for him, because he's a normal civilized individual who wakes up in the morning. And he recently was in Charlotte playing a tournament here. We played a lot of OTB Blitz. So I'm very familiar with his player profile. Super dangerous player. When he was an IM Levy, he was widely considered to be basically the best IM who was not a GM. Now he's a grandmaster. He's almost 2,600 FIDE, so he's got the bona fides. But to defeat Magnus Carlsen, you need to show a completely different level.
We also need to point out the fact that that graphic was 78 wins for Magnus and 33 for Min. Like the one yesterday was 4.5, 5-1 in terms of Hikaru for Jose.
Mm-hmm.
So just based on that limited amount of statistics, I would find them quite interesting. And you know, he's got some pretty good chances here against Magnus. And now Min, you've played him a lot. He has a very set repertoire, or has he evolved from that? I know he's very, very particular with the openings that he likes to play. Is that still true?
It's mostly still true. I mean, what I found fascinating about Min is that the opening repertoire he has in Blitz and in Title Tuesday is actually quite a bit different from what he plays in classical chess. I came over to the tournament hotel to watch some of the games, and I started realizing what Min plays OTB very, very different. Like, he plays actual classical openings OTB. He might bring some of that heat and some of that preparation to the table today. Now, here are some of his bona fides. Good performance in the 2022 Bullet Chess Championship. But I think for Min, most people kind of know him proverbially as a great Blitz player. He's always near 3,100 on Chess.com. He's obviously had some OTB achievements as well. Let's not forget, he's a solid 2,600 GM, Levy, and somehow that is often overlooked in these discussions. I mean, these guys are very capable players. He won't be easy to beat. Magnus wouldn't find him easy to beat, even in a classical game.
No, I mean, absolutely not. And there's something to be said for the fact that when you build up a career of playing Blitz and Bullet online at the ultra elite level, like he definitely has, there is an incubated classical rating there that probably hasn't been realized yet, right? He could be 2650. He could be 2680 classical if you just gave him a whole calendar year of playing classical events. I understand the two are not fully comparable, but he's a very, very solid, very good player. And he's just happens to be an online specialist. It's almost like the poker days, right? Where you had the players that were online specialists and didn't play that many in-person tournaments.
Mm-hmm.
We've kind of developed a similar system in chess.
And he's also one of the undisputed nicest people in chess. I can confirm that. He is just a high-class individual, just super sweet. I think everybody who watches his stream becomes a fan. Min really, I think, represents everything that we want to see in any kind of chess professional. He's so easy to root for. But he is a fierce competitor on the board, and he's going to have to show that today because his opponent is none other than MC. And I'm not talking Master of Ceremonies. I mean, he is the Master of Ceremonies in the chess world at large. He is not the reigning world champion. I have to catch myself there. He is, however, the reigning speed chess championship champion. He, of course, has had the #1 FIDE rating across all time controls for about 2 centuries now. And Levy, the fact that we have to keep catching ourselves on that anachronism and not say world champion, that speaks volumes about Magnus's continued domination over the chess world.
That #1 FIDE rating across all time controls is mildly cherry-picked. It's like when those TV programs about sports just tell you some random statistic, because on any given day, sometimes the Blitz rankings shift. But yes, he's clearly the best player across all formats, although Bullet sometimes is up for debate. And here is our past champions graphic of the Speed Chess Championship. And this is mostly just an image for you to show the timeline of whether Hikaru and Magnus have facial hair over the years.
Exactly. We were looking at this graphic yesterday. It's a pretty cool one. And just the extent of Magnus and Hikaru's dominance is hard to overemphasize when you have stats like those. I mean, one of the two of them has won every single year. That's actually pretty staggering if you think about it. But yesterday in the pre-show before Hikaru's match, I mentioned that one of these guys who faces Magnus or Hikaru, eventually they're going to be the ones to upset the narrative, right? And if you're Min, you have to keep telling yourself, why not this year? Why not me? He's won his share of Title Tuesdays. He knows it's possible. And if Min is on form, he almost never blunders. I think what makes him so difficult to play is the fact that he's incredibly sharp at small tactics. He sees almost every blunder that you make, and he is unbelievably solid and talented at positional thinking. I would say he's almost a mini Magnus. I think he's got a shot, at the very least, at making this close, Levy. I'll be honest.
I suppose the only thing better than being mini Magnus is being Magnus himself. So I'm not sure being mini Magnus will work when you are playing the man. Here is our smarter chess prediction. A 76-24 win probability for Magnus. I would argue, just like yesterday, it's probably closer to 80-85%. And you did just say that the margin of victory is there. It exists for Minley, but not according to this, Danya. I mean, in fact, it's going to be a blowout, especially in the Bullet, which I find quite shocking.
Yeah, and if you think about sort of the arc of the Jose Hikaru match, again, the games themselves were closer than the score. And this is what I think might be one of Min's biggest enemies. I know he's been taking this match very seriously. He's been preparing for it on stream for, I think, a couple of weeks now. So he's got the right mentality and attitude. But the Carlsen aura, Levy, is not exactly the same as the Hikaru effect, but it's something similar. Even when you're in a good position, Even when you feel like you're doing okay in the match, it's just so easy to choke and lose the thread of the match. Magnus has had some ups and downs lately, right? He hasn't been infallible. He hasn't been impervious to the pressure. So if Min can put him in a position where Magnus feels like, wait a second, I need to be my best self in order to win the first round of the SCC, that's sort of step one for Min.
Certainly. I also was awake one evening many, many months ago when I think Magnus was pushing for the Blitz record on Chess.com, and he was trying to do it against none other than Min Lee. So he was trying to farm his poor opponent today for some rating points. And I was watching that match, and of course that was 3-0, and that was much more casual and relaxed. But the Vietnamese superstar, he had some really nice positions. But unfortunately, down the stretch, he didn't handle his time the best way. He spent too much time in the beginning portion of the game to get a winning advantage, and then he would ultimately squander it. And that's the thing when you play guys like Magnus, Hikaru, like you have to beat them wire to wire. You also have to use your clock effectively, and you have to suppress all counterplay and be really sharp in the endgame. So you have to be a computer, basically.
Everything has to go right. And I'll talk a little bit about what we're likely to see in the opening, but we'll have time for that. A quick overview of the format, folks, because it has changed slightly this time around. In the first round, the time controls are 5+1, 3+1, and 1+1 still, but the segment times are 75 minutes for the initial 5+1 section, then 50 minutes of 3+1, and 25 minutes of 1+1 bullet, in big air quotes. Almost all of the top SEC competitors, they really make it a point to emphasize that 1+1 is maybe bullet in name only. And obviously, the scoring. The player with the maximum number of accumulated points at the end of the timer claims the match. And very importantly, if a game begins with time left on the counter, either the match counter or the segment counter, it does count toward the final score. But that's only really important if this match is close. Levy, final preparations here being made. Magnus getting set up. This is going to be a really interesting match. I think the chess itself is going to be of a very high quality.
I definitely agree. And curious to see how many Londons we're going to get today. Like you said, Min Lee, he has a very set repertoire. So he likes to play certain Sicilians with the black pieces. He likes to play certain Londons with the white pieces. I mean, listen, those are very good openings to play consistently over and over again because you know you're going to get a game. I'm curious to see what Magnus is gonna throw out there, and just in general also how much preparation he would do for a match like this, or whether he shows up and he wings it. I don't know if you have any insights there, but that's an interesting point for me.
You got to look at the amount of laundry behind him and the status of his hair. But I think that Magnus largely in the early rounds, he just sort of improvises. Now, for Min, it's very important to realize Min actually plays d4 and c4. As his main, he plays mainline d4 openings in classical chess, and he plays e4, e5 exclusively in over-the-board classical chess. Online in 3-0, he likes to play Sicilians with black and London system setups, Tory attack setups with white. This bishop c5 line is what he played in Charlotte. It's the Hikaru line against Nepo, people might remember in the candidates. This is a very fashionable way to meet the Ruy Lopez. Min better be armed to the teeth here because Magnus must have expected this, buddy.
Now, let me ask you, did he get this from Hikaru, or he was doing this before Hikaru was doing it in the candidates?
He was doing it before, I think, but this exact F6 line, maybe it was sort of reaffirmed. His choice to play it was reaffirmed after Hikaru's game. Now, of course, we remember that Hikaru kind of messed up the move order in that Jan Nepomniachtchi game, even though he drew in the end. But black is actually fine if they follow the course of that game.
And we do get the legendary side cam, which is awesome. I love it. And we have a trade in the center, e5. All these moves are being absolutely rattled off. Min Lee has not lost any time. He's actually got more time than he started with. What move are we even on?
25. No, we're in move 18, and black has 5 minutes and 3 seconds. And this is exactly the start that you're looking for. But we didn't cover this exact position because I had the call with, I think, Anish Giri, and maybe it was Robert for that Nakamura Nepo game. And we were exploring because the time control for the candidates is 8 hours and 5 moves, right? So we have plenty of time to explore all of the what could have beens. And one of the what could have beens were lines involving black playing this f5 move. Look at Min's pieces. The bishop on the long diagonal. The knight is ready to jump into the action. The queen can come into g5. This is what makes white's position pretty scary. And Magnus, the alarm bells start ringing. He's like, I need to get those ladies off the board pronto.
Wow, and Min just instantly, he doesn't even hesitate. Now, there was an interesting point. You could take on d1, and if white had taken with a rook, you can take on f3. That's kind of the first thing that pops out to you, thinking, oh, I'm going to damage my opponent's structure. But maybe that's irrelevant in the short term, rather in the long term, because white has the bishop versus the knight, white has the passed pawn. So Min, he doesn't even hesitate, which means he knows the ideas of the position as well as the moves. And here comes e6. And you're drawing the arrow there. Probably we're going to get c5, c4 on the board.
Yeah, it's like an all-you-can-eat buffet for black, but you can only make one move at a time. That is, if you're following the rules of chess. And rook a d8, I guess, would be a tempting move for most people, myself included. Just hit the queen and kick the can down the road. Make the big decisions only after you've played kind of the low-hanging fruit moves. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if Magnus allows the move bishop takes f3 and recaptures with a pawn. I guess we're about to find out. No, he's going to walk into knight f4. But knight f4, Levy, might be a false friend here, because after queen e3, it's not entirely clear how the knight gets supported.
I know. At that point, are you playing g7 to g5? Is that what you're going for? Where's the knight going? Maybe to d3. It's another possibility.
Yeah, just get to a random airport, a random city, and then decide what you're doing. Make all the logistical arrangements later. Min is the kind of guy who will go c5 or bishop e4. He likes these measured, relatively risk-free approaches. Now, black's position is not exactly safe. Look at this pawn on e6. That pawn is going to be on e7 faster than you can say e7 if black's queen ever moves out of that square.
Another possibility for Magnus is to play the move a4, right? And you gotta start wondering if those queenside pawns for black are strong or weak. Obviously, a4 comes with the responsibility of and by the way, there is the move bishop e4, which you said, a measured approach, disconnecting the queen, and a very nice move, I think. And that comes from soul reading the opponent.
I mean, people need to realize, people watching this need to realize just how many times I've played Min and interacted with Min. I feel like I can fill in the blanks of his thinking process. Okay, not entirely. I'm not going to be that hubristic. And if I could do that, then I wouldn't lose the copious amounts of games that I lose against him in Blitz. But he likes to put pieces on defended squares. And when he senses the initiative, he actually can get tactical. I mean, this is not a one-trick pony. This is not just a positional, guy who tries to steer everything into positional territory. Yeah, that's his preferred type of conversion. But rook d3 is not a move that Min will shy away from, I think.
Yeah, you just started talking about the tactics and the position, but what exactly did Magnus miss here? I mean, you play queen e3. Of course, you see rook to d3. It attacks the queen. He's obviously looking at queen g5. Now, is the problem with that move that you can simply take the knight and the queen is protected? Is that the issue?
That's my question, too. So there's two options for black here. Let's dive in. Let's bring up our early morning analysis board, or not. Min plays c5 there. Let's still bring up the analysis board, because apparently rook d3 was a pretty big advantage. And definitely queen g5 was where Magnus was hoping to go into. Yeah, Levy, you're right. Bishop takes f3. White has to trade. And in this version, the knight is the perfect blockader. I mean, you could go something like g6, king g7, king f6. Even a move like c5 should be good, yeah?
But rook takes pawn is bad? Is that the point? Because white can play rook d1? Is that...
Precisely.
So Min rejected this because he saw that, but he actually doesn't have to take the pawn. He could have just kept the blockade, and he's just better.
Even this move, right, to discourage rook d1 entirely, and eventually he's going to round up this pawn. This pawn has no upward mobility. Oh, now knight g5. And now things get really tactical, but not by design, right? Now Min has to play rook d3 out of necessity. The queen can move back to c1, and this is what Magnus does. He complicates the game, and just like that, black's advantage has entirely evaporated.
This is not really a case, I think, of Min. I don't know exactly how to describe it, but it's almost like you believe the opponent, right? There is a little bit of that. Like, If Min was playing a match against maybe somebody he was stronger than, he would calculate rook d3, and then he would kind of call the bluff. But somehow against the stronger players, you believe them, and you believe that the queen can go to g5, and then you say, oh, okay, I'm just going to push my pawns instead, and now that gets a double question mark.
And Magnus is going to have f3 at the end, and he's going to be simply an exchange up. This is how quickly things can go wrong.
Oh yeah,
against the world elite.
And
rook f7, you have 7 cbf3 levy. Nasty.
Dare I say, this is already a very bad sign, because it fell apart for Min about 3 moves in a row after 20 moves of memorization, right? So he had the whole opening worked out from the beginning, and then left, to his own devices. He had a chance to take an advantage. He missed it, and now he is just significantly worse. So not a good sign, not a good first game, but he can shake it off, and also it's not over yet, but a nice move there from Magnus.
But Magnus, exchange, blah, 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 extra winning position, uptime, more pieces on the board, more rooks. Yeah, you're absolutely right. The conditions for Min out of the gates were perfect. And in a bullet game, he would play rook d3, no question about it. It's the most natural move. It's crazy the way these psychological influences work, how much they warp your thinking without you realizing how much they're warping your thinking.
Right, because rook d3 was by far the most forcing move. The queen would have gone to g5, and you just realize, oh, I don't have to take. But in Blitz, you start overthinking things. Now, the pawn is on a2. He does have some counterplay. But I simply don't think that black has enough counterplay. The white king is quite safe. And just a move like rook a1, black will not be able to defend the pawn much longer.
Yeah, rook a1, because the tempting rook f1 actually ran into funny line. Queen takes f1, and suddenly white runs out of rooks. And black will promote the pawn. And of course, the fact that the knight controls f8 can help black deter any back rank threats. We see Min down under 30 seconds. How does he defend this pawn? Now, technically, he's got 2 pawns for the exchange, but that's a moot point, Levy, right now.
Well, yeah, he's about to have one after b3, or maybe queen a3. Yeah, knight h4 threatens a checkmate. Maybe, actually, not really, because rook a2 defends checkmate. So, and we are going to get some head shakes now out of Min, and there's one. Boom, right on the money. He's also a guy who likes to express his frustrations with himself. And down to 10 seconds, down on the board, looks like Magnus is cruising to taking a lead in the first game of the match.
That's a rook.
I was just going to...
And that's a free rook. Hello?
What? Yeah.
Yeah.
Magnus strikes first. No, definitely not good. Definitely not good. And now we're going to see... he plays d4, c4. He's not going for a London. Magnus playing one of these edgy Queen's Indians. Queen c2 is the critical move here, trying to play pawn to e4. This was trendy a few years ago, but people with black stopped playing it because it was a bit too risky. But Magnus does what he wants.
He does what he wants, and he makes it work. And d6, d6 is the non-theoretical move, and there's nothing horribly wrong with it. d5 was black's attempt in the old days of equalizing, and then people realized black does not equalize. But like you said, Magnus does what he wants. Those words are pretty profound. He basically can play any opening under the sun, and you have a guarantee that he's going to know all of the trendy ideas. He's going to know exactly where the pieces belong. He's going to know how to make the most out of even the most janky, inferior-looking openings. He's going to make everything work.
Exactly right. And a move like d5 here, now it kind of depends where black develops the dark squared bishop. So if you put the bishop on g7 like what Magnus is doing, then it's basically a King's Indian defense, except black played b6, bishop b7. Danya, you've played King's Indian your whole life. The bishop does not belong on b7 ever, right?
Yeah, when you play a traditional full-throated King's Indian, you almost never voluntarily fianchetto the other bishop. And there's a reason why. The problem isn't the fact that this bishop is bad. It is pretty bad, but you can retract it. Bishops do move. There we go. The problem is that now if white ever plays b4 and c5, it's going to cause a chain reaction on the queen side, because the more defenders, paradoxically, you put on a square, the more powerful the effect when the opposing side puts a pawn on that square, if that makes sense. But look, this is what I'm talking about, a4. This is an idea that you really have to know the King's Indian well to know. Knight takes a4, knight takes e4. This does come up. How does Magnus he just knows everything? This is the problem. He knows every idea.
Perfectly executed. And Min had to be faster. Because it's not like White's position has a free pass to do whatever he wants. He did spend one full tempo on queen d1 to c2, which is not exactly what White wants. You would prefer maybe a knight on e1 to d3, or maybe a knight on d2, maybe a bishop on e3.
Or on c6.
Yeah.
For a knight on c6.
Yes. If we could kangaroo into the position, we could just fly like a drone, like the Canadian team at the Olympics, to c6. Then that would be great. But unfortunately, we're not able to do that. There's also questions, Daniel, like, is the bishop on g2 correct? It almost feels like Min sort of played that offhand. You just kind of played by hand, g3, bishop, g2. But is that really where the bishop belongs?
Well, the reason he plays the fianchetto against the King's Indian, against the traditional King's Indian over the board chess. Now, I just want to really quickly show for newer players who might be too shy to ask, what exactly happens if White took that pawn? So if I can rewind a little bit here, a knight takes a4. It's not just, tit for tat. White is in huge trouble. Black plays knight takes e4. Suddenly the queen turns out to be ineffective at guarding the pawn. It's overloaded. And here's an important detail. If White tries the desperado sack with knight takes b6, so obviously takes, and Black has a clear plan in the center of pushing f5. If White plays knight takes b6, desperado, Black takes with a knight, and look at how everything falls into place, Levy. Bishop f5, and you can't even get a pittance for the rook. You lose an entire rook, not even the exchange. So that's out of the question. And the point is that White can never get the attack started on the queen side, because b4 is always going to be met with en passant, and you're never going to be able to push c5. That's the positional component of the problem. Magnus, of course, his plan is clear, and perfect timing, f5 on the board.
There it is. Black is going to execute every single plan that he wants in the King's Indian structure, and White, who is supposed to start a queenside attack, isn't anywhere remotely close to starting a queenside attack, which means that in about 5 to 10 moves, Black will likely have a decisive advantage. And it really is like magic the way Magnus gets it done. Because I have tried to play that same system with the Black pieces, where you put the bishop on b7 and then you slowly wait and maneuver. And I get a losing position in about 15 moves. So this is really, really impressive stuff. And I really like watching how these high-level guys do it in Blitz, because it's inspiring, honestly. It's a lot to learn.
Yeah, and I've also been kind of guilty of trying to look at Magnus's games and trying to model my repertoire on his. And I'm like that guy who, picks up a new hobby. Like, I'm going to get good at tennis now, and I'm going to invest in Novak Djokovic's racket, and I'm going to get, Rafael Nadal's knee pads, and I'm going to look up Roger Federer's morning routine. And you can do all of that surface level stuff, but you ain't going to become, Andy Murray overnight. So the way that Magnus demonstrates command of these ideas, and the way that all seems to coalesce and work in his favor is pretty mesmerizing to watch. Now, he gives up the dark squared bishop. We talked about this type of idea yesterday. Now, he just wins a pawn. There ain't nothing wrong with that last time I checked. Min can recover it, though, Levy, with bishop c5 and knight e4.
He can. I kind of like bishop to d4 a little bit more. I was trying to work out if just taking over the diagonal is good. And if Magnus had any weakness, I feel like it would be evaluating kingside attack, especially onto himself. And then we do see bishop d4. So I'm starting to look at ideas like f5, but they're just never in time. And yeah, Min gives up the dark squared bishop. He's trying to win the pawn back. But Black has the targets, right? He's got b2, f4, c4. So many pawn targets here to work with.
Yeah, he's got pawn targets that he can attack even with the position as locked up as it is. If the position opens up, Levy, as you're pointing out, very important. The b2 pawn is a backward pawn. If the b file opens, an idea like rook b8 and b5 might be in the cards. Min is a phenomenal endgame player. But like I said, Mini Magnus is not an insult. That's a tremendous compliment. But Magnus is the OG endgame master of this generation. He is, to my eyes, the greatest endgame player of all time, and it's not even close. I know that that's not necessarily the most common take, but
ice
having
cold
played
take
3-0 with Magnus, he's so controversial to call Magnus the best at anything. He is just a machine with the queens off the board.
And we see h4 there. That's just to get the pawn off of a light square. In a lot of these endgames, especially with the same colored bishops, you kind of try to find a balance between putting the pawns on the opposite color square of your bishop. Did he blunder? I thought king f5. Yeah, king f5, and you just can't protect the pawn.
But king g3, rook e3.
Yeah, he just totally... that configuration did not make any sense. Because he doesn't have bishop h3 now. And he's just losing.
This is what rook e8. I didn't understand why Magnus put the rook on a file where all the infiltration squares are under control. And I just assumed that the bishop was going to access f5. No, the king actually moves up.
But if you just play h5, like king g3, of course rook e3, but even h5, I think like black just dominating. It's domination completely. But maybe there's bishop g2 there. So yeah, you probably have to play rook e3.
Although, yeah, bishop g2 still rook e3 check in that position. And I think Min is busted. I mean, the margins are so thin when you're trying to defend a position against Magnus or Hikaru. You just cannot make a single obvious mistake. They will exploit it 100% of the time. I think you can take, Levy. I think this is a bluff by Min.
You can take rook d4 and then just don't go back to f5. Actually, you can because king e5. But fine. Oh, no. King e5... Yeah, bishop d7, rook f8, king. There was king e3.
Rook e7 though, Levy. You actually could, I think, but Magnus will dodge the complications.
Yes. It looks very scary with the king in the center, with the skewers and the mates, but there's no skewers and no mates.
Yeah, now
rook
healthy
f8.
Pawn to the good. Maybe you can even get away with rook f4, but Magnus is not one to engage in those shenanigans. Bishop f5, I think, or something like h6, rook f7. You will see total patience from Magnus. Boa constrictor conversion here.
It really, when you actually get deep into the Magnus endgames and not just shorthand, short form content or even recaps of his games, you actually spend 15 minutes analyzing a move, just one move that he plays. It really is fascinating. He makes moves that are just annoying in endgames, and he's so patient. He's patient. He waits for the opponent either to self-destruct. And in the case that they do defend perfectly, like let's say a Fabiano, all right, then he beats you over 40 to 50 moves. Like look at this. Now he can play rook f4 because the rook is protected. And exactly, it's just infiltration.
I thought he was going to play bishop f5 20 moves ago. He waited for the perfect moment when the path is clear. But hats off to Min. I mean, he is doing whatever he can. He's got too many weaknesses. And Levy, every weakness you pointed out ends up being important. The b2 pawn, that is the deciding factor. Yeah. Isn't that crazy? I mean, it seemed like such a far reality that Magnus would ever get to that pawn, and Magnus has gotten to that pawn.
No.
There's a weakness, he will sniff it out.
No. It's it was written in the stars when he played pawn to a4. Min never got his queenside going, and Magnus just absolutely dominant the first two games. Min's he's got to shake it off a bit. I actually have a feeling Magnus will not return to those Spanish lines because Min had so much preparation there. He's going to stick to this d4, c4 stuff. And this is interesting. He plays the Catalan where you give up the pawn completely. Like this whole setup by black is designed to stop the Catalan, and Magnus just plays the Catalan anyway.
Yeah, Magnus just he does not care what his opponent's setup is. He will impose his will on the board. Now, Levy, I should point out that Magnus and Hikaru have two, in my opinion, very different approaches to the SCC. Both have led to excellence over the years. Hikaru is a stubborn guy in terms of openings. He will choose his offbeat openings and he will play them, come hell or high water. He played the Scandi yesterday against Jose. He had an average of a -2 position or +2 position for white out of the opening. He kept playing it and he makes it work. Magnus will not hesitate for a second to swap out openings with white or black. He doesn't care. He has such versatile knowledge that the moment he senses that he's uncomfortable with a line that his opponent is playing, he will not bother to try to finesse or tease out an improvement. He'll just play a different first move.
And I love that. I really enjoy watching Speed Chess Championship matches where you get 25 different openings. But that's not how most people play. And if you look historically over the last several seasons and who's been in the SCC, it's actually very common for about 80 to 90% of a match, especially in the Blitz segment, because bullet is very random, to feature the same two openings over and over. Look no further than not a Speed Chess Championship match, but a recently completed, mildly controversial event held in Madrid, Spain, between one Vladimir Kramnik and Jose Martinez. They literally played the same two openings the entire match. I don't know much about that match. I wasn't involved. But Magnus, like you said, will play everything and anything. And which one do you like? You like getting a masterclass of a certain opening, or you like getting 20 different
I'm
openings?
with you. 20 different openings, and kudos, Levy, to you for holding down the fort on that event. That could not have been easy. And I think people underestimate how hard it is to be, bystander in those types of situations.
It's a fun time.
Well done. But already here we can see Magnus developing the initiative. Typical Catalan situation. I like a match which has many different openings. I like a theoretical duel. I like seeing the players try to, again, tease out where exactly is my mistake coming on move 20 or move 15. But here we get a diversity of structures. We get tactical and positional situations. We have a surprise Levy Rosman who does not like the move knight f to d7.
Isn't 95 like 97 smells? You've used that term before.
And it doesn't smell like lilac and pine car scent.
No. It smells. That's
because come out of the chevron.
Black is 2 moves away from getting castled still. Where's the blue arrow? Can we get a blue? Where's the blue arrow? And where's the when you finally need it?
The lack of a blue arrow, Levy, tells us there's more than one good move. And 95 bishop f4 is just nasty for Black. Knight f to d7. Now Min was obviously keeping the other knight on its initial square by design. He wants to make sure that there are no discovered attacks against this Black bishop.
But what is the plan after bishop f4? Is he going to take on b5 and then figure it out, or
bishop e7? I think the point is this, and we can pull up a board really quickly. Bishop f4. Min will just ignore, and there are some tricks up his sleeve too. He's like, it takes 2 to tango.
Queen c7,
and, the knight. But okay. But the problem is Magnus can sidestep this. He can just move his queen up to a5, which he's actually choosing to do immediately, also good. And Min will lose this pawn or lose this bishop, and neither option is acceptable for Black. He's gone here immediately.
Yeah, queen a5.
Maybe this.
And wow, bishop d6. I mean, you're going to lose a pawn, so you're going to have equal material, and white will have the bishop pair, and white will have some targets, and white is Magnus. So he's got Magnus bonus and a better position across the board.
Yeah, this is a calamity. There's no other way to put it. This is a catastrophic start for Min, and he could lose this game in 16, 17 moves. I mean, the problem isn't that he's losing a pawn, Levy, as you're hinting at. You would love to just give away a pawn and castle and get your pieces to safety. Total lack of coordination here. You could lose all 3 of your queenside pawns easily in the blink of an eye.
Not really sure what he can do. And in many ways, what I'm sensing right now from Min Lei is that he needs the 3-1 and he needs the 1-1. He needs the segment where he has way less time to overthink things. It really feels as though he is overthinking things. In that first game, he had rook to d3. It was a move you play by hand, and then you sort of figure it out. In the second game, things spun out of control also very quickly. And here he's down a minute and a half. He hasn't stopped shaking his head, and the opening has clearly not worked out in his favor.
Yeah, and the thing is, I played Magnus in a pretty long 3-0 match a couple of days ago. And sometimes there are very rare situations when I feel like I can calculate it, I can hang with him. But sometimes the kind of Magnus that shows up, he just starts winning game after game, and you feel like I can absolutely lose 15 games in a row. Like that is absolutely a possibility that is on the table. I lost 8 in a row before I recovered with a lucky tactic. But he sometimes gets into that meat grinder mentality, and you feel like there is literally nothing you can do. There's no opening you can play. There's no trap that you can spring. There is no position that you can steer the game to, because he is just superior across the board, literally and figuratively. And this is the kind of Magnus that has shown up in the early going of this match.
This is also a textbook position from his wheelhouse. He's got nagging pressure, bishop pair, time advantage, and it will take a Hikaru-esque, if you will, defensive effort here from Min lane not to lose.
Yeah, this is a mess. Bishop pair e4.
And they have already began advertising the next match. I mean, you cannot call for a more disrespectful graphic.
Yeah.
Just, guys, here's the next match. All right, this is... No, that's not the call to action. Go ahead.
It's coming up, though. That next match, it's just a sign for folks at home, to clear your schedule, because the two ends, Nepo and Nodirbek, they will be duking it out in the second part of our doubleheader, coming your way, 2:30 p.m. Eastern. It'll be a fun day. It's not a fun day for Min. Everybody's enjoying this. Min is not enjoying this. He needs to change the course of this narrative, the way that this match is unfolding. Look at Magnus converting this. Queen b5, just grabbing space. e5 will be met with bishop h3. The bishop is just sort of lying in wait, like a stealthy snake.
This is one of the... You live for chess positions like this. People would probably tribute an arm and a leg if you told them that every game you play with white will look like this one does. Just every advantage going in your favor, and you just have to convert it the right way, but you can convert it the wrong way and still win. Yeah, you just draw arrows. Every arrow is good. D5, E5,
knight d2,
everything. Yeah.
b3, h4. I mean, you can see Magnus playing anything here. Bishop d2, of course, also good.
Yeah, bishop d2. I mean, the pawn is weak. You want to take the pawn, right? You can't even... Yeah, Min has to do something. So he plays b3, but... Yep.
The free pawn, the big pawn.
Exactly. And
in the time situation, too, Lev, you just look... I mean, it's just overwhelming pressure on all fronts.
You can play rook c3 here. You can play e5, bishop c3. Just any move. Bishop c3, and you start a kingside attack instead. Just... You can do anything you want. And he just takes the pawn.
c5. Good attempt by Min. I mean, trying to open up the board, create some element of tactics here. But yeah, the price of a move for Magnus is very... anything keeps the decisive advantage. This is the issue. Where is the counterplay going to come from? This is resignable. This is painful to look at, this position.
Positions like this where you've got maybe 5-6 seconds are actually some of the hardest to win. We've just complimented all of Magnus's efforts, but they're actually some of the toughest to win, because this is where your heart starts pumping, where you're like, I'm going to win the game. I've done everything right. My opponent's got 5 seconds. Please just give up, Mm-hmm. And that's where you might slip up and allow a little bit of counterplay. So you sort of expect the game to just sort of play itself out.
Oh, that is look at that heads up defensive idea by Min. We've been singing Magnus's praises, but let's not overlook his moxie here in trying to hold this position. And bishop takes b6, the queen would have returned. Yes,
it would have returned. It would have pinned. And then you would have maybe had opposite colored bishops, which is drawable. And this is still a game, but it's very close to being totally over.
Yeah, his position just one little natural disaster away. Magnus has to be very judicious about when he pushes this pawn, b4. The knight will drop back, and we talk about patience. This is what it's all about. Keeping the pawn on its initial square for as long as it takes. Yes. He's down to 25 seconds, by the way. He's gotten a little bit too comfortable here with his time advantage.
And I was going to say, he can't be patient for much longer. You've got milliseconds on both clocks now, and like I said, this is the phase of the game. It gets hard to convert a position because the other guy just won't go down.
Yeah, Min is so good at bend but not break. He'll give you space and territory, but he won't blunder. Queen a8, such inventive defense. But Magnus seeing through all of the little traps here.
Yeah, but they're not over. This is great stuff from Black. But he just can't activate any pieces, Danya. He's just playing with one piece.
Yeah, that queen is doing everything it can. It's turning the world over, but you need the minor pieces to participate, and they are. They are. Yes,
now they are, and this is the closest. This is the closest Min's been alive the whole game.
Unbelievable. But the problem is he's still down upon Magnus. Magnus is still really good in these situations.
Oh my goodness. There are so many tactics now. Oh, not anymore.
Bishop F2, knight F2, but the bishop drops back.
Yeah.
Oh my
And
gosh, knight h1?
knight h1, but it's not possible. And I think just bishop e1 is on the way.
Queen h4.
What?
Min had queen h4.
Oh, now Magnus is down on time. 2 seconds remaining for Magnus. There's no knight forks.
Oh my gosh, where does he go? He could
What?
get checkmated here. The king zigzagging its way out of the checks.
Knight c1.
There's not enough, Levy.
Oh. And queen h7 is mate. Oh, there was check, but yes.
Still not over. There's a perpetual... White has to be very careful about how he escapes these checks.
Queen c... Oh my goodness, Danya, this is crazy.
Bishop b3, queen a8. Min's still going. That queen is indefatigable. Another check.
Queen b1. Oh, it's
This ain't
And that's
fair.
it.
This just isn't fair.
And there we go. Wow. And he applauds his opponent because that was actually way closer than Magnus would have liked. But it's 3-0.
Min, I gotta say, Min is so classy. If I lost a game like that, my mouse would have been deep in South Carolina by now. That was just the fact that was a nail biter. I know it's hard to do this, but Min has to take some inspiration from that. He is one resilient dude. Wow, what a high octane battle there at the end.
That was nuts. That was absolutely nuts. And Min did everything right, but unfortunately, even with the knight in the white position, a lot of people would have lost that game, blundered a fork, but not Magnus. And he goes right back to the same offbeat King's Indian.
What? No, Min is... This is the thing, right? It just starts compounding. The issues start compounding. You get in your own head, and he's just blundered the pawn.
And we see there he's quite unhappy with himself because he's better than this.
Yeah, but this is what Magnus does to people. And sometimes you actually sack the pawn on g2, and Min is trying to make the most out of it. He's trying to, he's trying to make it work for him. The problem is this construction is so solid. You can play h5, but Black is just not going to react to that at all.
This is a great position for a bullet game. Unfortunately, there's 5 minutes on the clock nearly, so it's just not going to work out.
Yeah. Queen h4 coming. Min's king is stuck in the center. I mean, he needs an off-ramp. The problem is even if you go queenside castles, Black has these mating patterns with knight c5, and then bishop takes d4 and knight b3. So, from the frying pan into the fire comes to mind.
And we see there that the pre-match prediction was 76%. The current win probability is 87%. And I would even argue that feels a little bit generous because Min has yet to get on the board. And that's what we were really looking forward to. Is he's a 3,000 plus rated blitz and bullet player, but he's really struggled, Danya, after that first game, which was quite good. But he's very quickly spinning totally out of control.
That was an unexpected turning point. I mean, you don't usually think that the first game of the match, of an SCC match, is going to set the tone, potentially for the rest of the match. But the rules are different when you're playing these top guys. You need that extra boost of confidence. And if you stop believing that you can even win a game, no matter how favorable the circumstances, this is going to start happening. And we've seen these crazy blowouts. For Min, he needs to put an end to this right now. I mean, 39 minutes left in the first segment. Still tons of time, but you can't keep telling yourself that because the time is finite, Levy. And the wins are not going to stop racking up unless you change things up.
And that actually has me thinking.
What does that even mean?
I would like to publicly right now propose, and they've just brought me on this commentary so I can mess with the format. I would like to publicly propose and campaign for one timeout flag per player in SCC matches, and you can activate your timeout. You get a 3-minute break. You get to gather your thoughts, and then you get to continue the match. What do you think about that?
I think that's, in general, I agree with that. The thing is, there will be a short break, I think, potentially even after this game. There's the halftime break. And I think it might coincide with the moment Min needs it most. But yeah, that's an interesting thought for sure.
Yes, but I would like the players to be able to control that, not not a pre-programmed timeout. Sure, we get those too in sports, but I would like the players to control it as well, and it would be interesting.
But here's the thing, Levy. If the way that I tilt, for example, there's nothing that can make me take a break. I know that I have to take a break, and the more I know that, the less likely I am to take a break. No. Start the next game. I want to come back and win, and that's how you start losing.
Yeah,
just loads of games at a time.
I mean, every sport has it, right? In tennis, you have unofficial timeouts. It's when the players go for their medical timeouts, and those are kind of controversial. But in sports, teams get on a momentum, you call a timeout. Not in football. In football, you just dive on the pitch, pretend to be injured for 10 minutes, and the clock doesn't stop running because football makes so much sense. But I digress.
You mean soccer?
Yeah. We got an international audience.
Oh, yeah.
The one that's played with your feet.
The ones that, hence football. Yeah. Yes, not the one where the quarterback throws the ball with his hands.
Yeah.
Hence football.
Yes. Magnus still in control. Not too much has changed. Still a pawn up. And I'm really concerned. In the pre-match prediction, it was supposed to be 5-2 in this segment and then 5-2 in the next segment. Min's he's got to at least hold a draw in one of the games. He's got to get on the board.
Yeah, he can't get half a point. Give him anything, just a tiny morsel. He's just starved for points here. And when you've got that big fat 0 on the scoreboard, I mean, even if it was just half to 3.5 to soften the blow in some way, Magnus kept that extra pawn. He's gotten pieces off the board, Levy. This endgame looks hopeless. He's up 2 minutes on the clock. I mean, these time advantages he gets are crazy.
He looked frustrated there on the camera, actually. I don't really know about what. Maybe he didn't like the counterplay that he was allowing. But again, just like the previous game where I had mentioned, you do all the work, you have a time advantage, but it's the hardest to actually win that position. As with 5 seconds on your opponent's clock, you suddenly just wait for them to lose. We're in a very similar situation here, but I just don't see it. I mean, I think Magnus is going to put his king on f7, and what do you do with white? Or g7.
Yeah, the nature of the winning positions that Magnus has had thus far in the match, there's different types of winning positions. Sometimes you have an attack, and, the path is narrow. You need to calculate. Here, the path is Ditsky. I mean, it's anything wins. And that's such a crushing feeling. Like, your opponent has 6 moves that keep the approximate evaluation. Where is the swindle going to come from?
The path is Ditsky.
I've made that one before, by the way. I've repeated that.
Okay.
I made that one a couple months ago.
All right. That was slick. Magnus is now 2 pawns up, and white does not have any counterplay. None. That's not an understatement. I mean, the rook is one of the rooks is about to go to the H file. The other is going to go to the A file. And Min is moments away from resigning this game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have anything to say. I mean, there's not much to say to contribute to the understanding of this position, because there's nothing to understand here. Bishop takes e4. He's going to be 4 pawns up once the rook recap. Okay, calm down, Engine. It's a simple tactic, but it's the cherry on top. It's the flag planted on top of the mountain.
Yeah, we made it. If you take back rook e4, and black is 4 pawns up, recovering the bishop, and Min sits back because he's not happy with the way that this has started.
Yeah, this has been complete domination from move 20 of the first game. That's when things started turning around, when Min allowed that knight g5 move. Had he traded queens, he would have been much better in the first game. You just never know. And again, the match isn't over. He'll be down 4-0. Levy, the first step is at least make a draw. At least convince yourself that it's possible.
I would play rook takes e2 here for absolutely zero reason. King e2 and like bishop d5 and win and just be 5 pawns up. But Magnus retreats the bishop, and that's it.
Yeah, he's as many pawns up on the board as he is points in the match. He leads, yes, 4-0 in the blink of an eye. That's how quickly things go from equal to bad, from bad to worse. This is bad. Levy, he is just facing the prospect of a total disaster. Min needs to turn the narrative here.
And I think Magnus just got a bonus point they gave him an extra point because I guess I don't know what happened there. He just got 2 points for winning that game. It's actually 4-0. Magnus steps away for a break. We will as well. And one man who needs a break right now is Tuan Minlay.
Yes, he definitely does. This break comes at the right time. If you need a break from the monotony of your work routine, there's the perfect opportunity to take one because tickets for this year's SCC Finals in Paris, which is fast approaching, are officially on sale. For the first time ever, you are invited to join the SCC's 4 finalists as they compete in person for the crown. All tickets will get you in the room with our live commentator team, plus perks like streamer boosts and raffles, and you can level up your ticket tier to unlock the VIP lounge, player meet and greets, and more. Early bird pricing will last until the end of the month only. That's 4 more days. So head to go.chess.com/SCC tickets or use !TIX in the chat to book your seat at the historic finals. Don't delay. Make it a trip to Paris. Family-friendly fun coming your way at the SCC Finals. And more fun coming your way on the other side of this break as the Magnus Min match continues in just a few minutes.
Have a friend or family member who loves chess? Gift them a Chess.com membership today and see them take their game to the next level. You can choose a gold, platinum, or diamond membership for 1 month or 1 year. Want your gift to arrive on your friend's birthday or on a holiday? Gifts can be scheduled to arrive up to 90 days in the future. All premium plans include an ad-free experience, unlimited puzzles and lessons, and unlock all bots. Go platinum to add unlimited game review or diamond to unlock insights and coach explanations. Give the gift of chess today.
Introducing Chess Events by Chess.com, the brand new app that helps you stay up to date with the latest tournaments and results of the most important games. Get breaking news, tournament updates, live stream coverage, results of your favorite players, or a specific matchup you're excited for. Never again miss a tournament's final outcome, a critical moment, or news recaps by the world's top chess journalists. Chess Events makes it easier than ever to bring the chess world to you. Download the app today.
Magnus Carlsen is off to a commanding lead, a 4-0 start in the first match of today's doubleheader at the 2024 Speed Chess Championship. His opponent, Tuan Minh Le, also known as Wonderful Time. He needs to change the narrative, and he needs to reverse the trend of this match and do it fast. Levy Rosman, it's not looking good. I mean, the way the games have gone, it's not just the score, it's just wire-to-wire domination thus far by Magnus Carlsen.
You said it. Tuan Minh Le his username is Wonderful Time. He's having anything but a wonderful time, and this is kind of an interesting scoreboard here where it's just all zeros, but 4 points scored in the 5+1 segment. Smarter Chess, the beloved statistical predictive model that we have for these matches, said it would be 5-2 in this segment, but Danya Min will be happy with half a point at this point.
Yeah, 5-2 is a pipe dream, honestly. It would give an arm and a leg to be down 3 after 30 more minutes of this. The openings haven't really been, I mean, they've been a problem for Min, but it's been, some positions have been pretty decent for him. The early middle games, though, have just been a complete blowout. And once again, you can see Magnus changing up his openings almost every game. He's played C4, D4, and E4. He keeps you guessing, and he keeps you on your toes, right? He keeps forcing you to solve new sets of problems, and it just makes him just the most nasty opponent ever.
Absolutely. He's got a Catalan, he's got regular Queen's Pawn games, and this one is a Neo-Catalan. He's got the 2 bishops again. Perhaps he evaluated in that previous game that having the bishop pair really served him nicely, and now he's going to try to use the doubled A-pawns to put pressure. It's not looking good. And I don't know how Min is supposed to play to his strengths against Magnus, because right now every strength seems to be in Magnus's favor.
Yeah, I mean, that is just the nature of playing the best player of all time. There's only so much you can do. But there's definitely more that Min could be doing. He could be playing better. I think he is chastising himself to some degree for some of these unforced errors. If he can at least eliminate the unforced errors in the early middle game, he gives himself a better shot of extending the game. We saw him almost come back miraculously down a pawn. If he can do that, then it's within his capability to make these games close. B5, lovely idea. Levy, let me show this really quickly. Queen takes b5, I think loses to the unexpected tactic, bishop f3, and suddenly rook b8 skewers the queen. Who remembers this bishop on b2?
Yeah, and I have a feeling Magnus didn't see this, because he kind of gave a little facial expression like, oh, yeah, you got me, and he may come to regret this, because those pawns are looking really nice on the queen side.
Yeah, there's also more black pawns and white pawns after Min secures the goods with queen takes a5, which he's not rushing to do. He's afraid.
He's afraid of a3. He's afraid of his opponent, Danya. I mean, it's not easy, You suddenly start thinking this was all planned by Magnus.
I'm afraid of my opponent, and I'm afraid of Magnus, and I'm not even playing him right now. I mean, just, again, it's the aura. It's hard to put into words, but you start questioning even the most basic decisions that would take you 3 seconds under regular circumstances. I find it hard to believe that after queen takes a5, a3, black's queen side collapses. Really? Queen b6 there?
I guess AB. And
bishop takes f3?
AB, bishop f3 you want to play first. And then that might be that's an important detail, because then there's no bishop to d4. It's important to show, because otherwise bishop d4.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what we're grappling with here is this line. Sorry to cut you off there. And now bishop takes f3, because if you take cb, probably still okay for black. But yeah, bishop d4 is very unpleasant. But the other idea is that bc in this position, intermezzo, apparently this is still equal. Is the eval bar just like frozen? Because this was my idea. But maybe White just sacks the exchange and goes like
queen g5, yeah. Queen g5, yeah.
But okay, is very deep.
Yes.
Anybody's game here. Well, apparently that's not the move.
No, I don't know. But, and he has finally taken. Wow.
So he took on f3, then took on a5, but we could get the same position, right? If Magnus plays a3 now anyway, which he's very likely to do, queen b6 will Actually, no, it won't transpose because it will eliminate... That's actually very smart by Min. It will eliminate this intermezzo b takes e5 that we were just looking at.
But a3, yeah, queen b6, you have to be a bit careful because black is about to play a5 and hold it all together. Maybe d4. Exactly right. Exactly.
Wow.
Wow. What? Would you ever play
brilliant.
this? Would you?
No.
Would you ever consider it after like even 15 minutes of thinking?
I mean, a takes b4, I ruled out, as probably everybody in the chat did, I ruled this out when I realized that bishop d4 is not a thing. So it's, obvious that why would you ever allow connected passers, which you clearly cannot target. But Magnus using the queen trade, I call this the weaponized queen trade. Why is he trading queens? Suddenly it turns out that Min, these pawns are caught with their pants down, both of them. Rook fb1, all the pieces arrive at the right spot at the perfect moment. How do you defend a7?
I don't know.
You don't.
You don't, yeah. Wow. But better put the pans back on. That's what we're looking at. Queen e3 is a brilliant move, and Min senses a level of desperation, so he starts playing h5 and looking for some counterplay, Danya. But he might just end up a pawn down.
Yeah, at least he needs to try to keep the b pawn. If he loses the b pawn, he likely loses the game because, I mean, I'm going to make a pretty obscure statement here. White has the bishop pair. I know most people probably didn't notice this. I know I'm always there for you to, enlighten people on the finer nuances of the position. Now, Magnus has some work to do because this pawn is not easy to get to. Maybe he wants to start expanding in the center. Maybe he expands on a typical Magnus thing to do would be to go like h3, g4 when you least expect it. But it is an endgame, and it is good to involve the king.
And very quickly, the pawn on b3 could turn out to not be as strong as one would think. I'm not really sure how black is supposed to make progress. Yeah, rook is coming back.
I don't think it's good. I don't think it's pretty strong. It looks like a weakness.
Yeah, but knight g4 is a nice idea. That's kind of showing why he played h5. And yeah, you might need to part with the bishop here, which you kind of don't want to do.
Yeah. But eventually cooler heads prevail. It's like paying taxes. The consequences of not doing it are greater than the unpleasantness of forcing yourself to do it.
Yeah, we pay our taxes here, IRS. We promise. Now, do you ever want to play rook a4, rook c4 with the king getting closer and the endgame clearly switching sides? I don't feel so, right? Why would you do that to your pawns?
Well, you might have to because white could get checkmated. Because rook h5 is now suddenly a huge threat. And kudos to Min. This came out of nowhere. It felt like, again, Magnus is starting to, to impose his will to lay down the law in the position. And suddenly, Min's rooks are getting frisky.
Just
but
king
this
d1.
is just in time. Yeah, you can't go rook h5 because of rook takes b3. Which is a threat, by the way.
Best chance Min has had in about an hour. And
nope,
but now he doesn't have rook h5 anymore. He just missed rook b3?
Yeah.
Oh, and he bonks himself in the head. He can't believe it. I mean, and yeah, Magnus kind of throws up his eyebrows like, sorry, man.
Yeah, rook a1. It gets worse, too, because you might think, oh, let's get some counterplay. No, rook a7. Of course, Magnus's bishop is better than the knight.
No, checking actually was slightly more accurate because you weaken f7.
Yeah. And again, he's up a minute, by the way. I mean, always that's in the background, right? He has not been down on time, I think, in a single one of these games. So bishop takes e5, rook takes h2. As long as Magnus can protect this pawn, he should be technically winning.
Yeah, now I would argue that as a human being, this is not that simple with white. You actually really don't like losing the pawn on h2 because you get nightmares. You start thinking, I'm going to lose the pawn on g3 and I'm going to allow a queen. But Magnus is not human. So he's going to just...
Nightmares?
Yeah, yep, nightmare, yes. But no pun intended there. Maybe he's just going to take on e5 and comfortably convert this. Like you said, just defend the pawn on e2.
Yeah.
This is
Submitted 10 puns. I once submitted 10 puns to a contest to see which one would win. No pun intended. Sorry.
I
interrupted you.
I really thought that you did that. I thought you actually submitted. But did you just make that up again?
No, that's a known pun. I mean,
Oh.
I would be the kind of guy who submits original puns to a contest, and none of them would win. But this is depressing. Magnus has all of his pawns under control. I mean, look at the pawn chain here: E2, D3, and E4.
But there
Apparently
is something.
not the best, though.
Yeah, apparently
Rook
not the
H5.
best, but it's not really. Yeah, Rook H5. I guess he's gonna get pinned. But okay, I mean, it's not over. Let's put it this way: it's not over, but it feels all but over. And the bishop is coming back to. It's not going back to E1. Wow.
Oh, but F5. Magnus is being a little bit too cavalier with these pawn breaks. I think he's just trying to create practical problems for Min.
Oh,
F5 apparently wasn't the move.
is the knight
Still
getting
listen
trapped?
to the commentator.
Is there E6 or Rook C6? Okay.
Oh my
E6
God,
takes
E6
E6. But he takes and come back.
Knight comes back.
Yes. Knights
Wait,
can go
E6
backwards.
E6, knight takes A6, bishop E5 was really interesting, but that ship has sailed.
Ooh.
It's getting messy, though. It's getting very messy.
Ooh, he had to put the bishop on D4 to get out of the way of the knight. But Danya, he's going to get winning chances again. Bishop D4.
But Black also has his chances. F3 at the right moment. But Black is just one tempo shy of creating that counterplay. E7, F3, though, is not obvious at all.
This is very unpleasant. Rook C6. Oh, he's bringing the king, but apparently Min is in time.
Rook E2 coming. Min's going to hold this. At least Black is going to hold this. Black might actually be in the driver's seat now. I would go King F1 and Bishop takes G7 to bail out.
Yeah, King F1, and it's looking like Min is going to get on the board. E7. Wow.
Bishop E3.
Well, Magnus doesn't even continue the
draw.
game. He could have played Bishop E3 maybe, but this is just a draw. There it is. And Min is on the board.
And he does it in pretty impressive fashion. It looked like another one of those games which Magnus was controlling from the start to the finish. But Min created tactical chances. And that's what you have to do. I mean, you have to make it chaotic and tactical and messy and Lionel for Magnus to have any chance of going wrong.
I knew that one was coming. The second I heard there was a pause there. And we have a big moment here. Will Magnus play for a King's Indian, or will he play a Grunfeld style game with pawn to D5 or C6 D5?
Even he doesn't know the answer to that question. Yes. Good man.
Yeah, the King's Indian, he plays directly into what Min likes. The Fianchetto King's Indian. White has not committed the knight to C3.
Oh, this line. Yeah, this is fashionable.
Look at the opening book. Shoot up. Only Black never wins this position. You know, he just
Knight E5 is a huge problem. I mean, Black can equalize. I think Queen D4 is the best move there for Black, but you have to know the minutia of that line. This is why I don't really play C5. It's precisely because of this line. Now Black is worse because White is coming out really, really quickly here with an initiative against these two pawns. But you have to be careful with White, right, Levy? If you play Queen B3 at the wrong moment, Black will play Knight C6 and quickly put the knight on D4. And the tactics very often favor the King's Indianer. The gods in the sky know what opening to reward.
I'm looking at some positions here where maybe like with White, I'm trying to put the pawn on E3, and I'm wondering if I should trade on F6, Bishop G5, Bishop F6, Knight C3, E3, you know, get the knight to D5. The Trumpowski player in me wants to get rid of the dark squared bishop. Min does play Queen B3, but wow, he just grabs the pawn on C5. There it is.
This is going to get very chaotic. Knight D4 is likely met by Knight takes E6. Now Magnus takes on E2, another intermezzo. Yeah, how do you choose a move here for Black? Because you also have to be careful, Levy. Knight G4. White's king may seem safe, but it's anything but.
I really struggle in situations like this, especially in the 5+1 format. I almost feel I have an unlimited amount of time. So I would sit here and I would calculate in 10 different directions. You know, with White, you're looking at Queen E3. You're looking at a bishop move. You're looking at Knight C3, Knight D2. Mm-hmm. Rookie one. I mean, rookie one you wouldn't consider because knight takes bishop maybe. But what do you play here?
Those who haven't had breakfast yet are also considering queen takes b7, which I think is a terrible move because of queen takes c4. But you're considering it, and this is why I tell lower-rated players, Levy, one advice I like to give is if you want a serious fighting chance at an upset, get these types of, as Dvoretsky calls them, irrational positions where nobody has a GPS system, right? It's like, doesn't matter what your rating is, you are going to struggle by definition, and you're going to be prone to making blunders no matter who you are. Maybe with the exception of Magnus, I don't know.
Danny, by the way, queen b7, queen c4, is there queen e7? Like, even that is not so clear.
Yeah, knight g4, bishop a8, knight g3. I mean, it's just like someone vomited all over the chessboard there.
Yeah, I don't want to do it. And we do see Min there. He spent 25% of his time to put the knight on c3. Yeah, he is playing a Magnus Carlsen.
Oh. Did Levy just freeze on us there? Yeah, looks like we'll get Levy back momentarily here. But I'm going to hold down the fort for a little while here. Looks like a trade on c3, followed by knight g4. Magnus establishing a presence on the king side, attacking the f-pawn. f3, alert reaction by Min. And there's so many traps and zaps here under the surface. Bishop f4 would have been knocked out by rook takes f4 with immediate checkmate. This is why the white king is far from safe. The knight recovering, moving back to e5. And the position remains very chaotic. Levy, I think we got you back. You haven't missed much.
Yeah. I guess my internet just didn't feel like participating in this chaotic middle game. It was so chaotic, it crashed the airwaves. But it looks like a position that Magnus has had with white a few times with the bishop pair, but this time it's in Lei's hands.
And the question for the queen, queen d5 looks like it solves the problems for black, but I don't think it does because white can play f4. And this fianchettoed bishop on g2, it's been kind of hiding under that blanket for a while, but it's going to wake up eventually. Let me tell you, I like the way Min has handled this very, very messy position.
Not to be confused with a Lionel type of position, right? That's
right.
So those are the ones we try to avoid. A move like f4 is a huge dopamine move because you activate your bishop, you kick the knight out of the center of the board, but you have to be delicate about when you play that move. And queen b6 is fascinating because after queen b6, a b6, black's structure is terrible, but he's relying on the dynamics, the legendary book, which I'm sure you've read by Mr. Dorfman, right? That's
Chess method, yeah.
Yeah, the methodology of chess, statics and dynamics. That's the good stuff. And black is relying on open lines, diagonals, because otherwise white is totally winning positionally.
Yeah, I was made to read that book by my coach, who was lobbying for it for a year. You have to read Dorfman. Nobody approaches the position. Nobody will teach you how to think like Joseph the Dorfman. That's not actually his nickname. It's one of those things like when in high school we read Shakespeare or, Heart of Darkness or some classic. I understand intellectually that this is supposed to be a work of genius, but it doesn't change the fact that I hate every single page of it.
Absolutely. And Catcher in the Rye. What else? What else did we have to read? 1984?
1984 was made an impression on. I did actually. That was the one book we didn't have to read for school. I can't remember a single book we had to read in like 10th grade, 11th grade.
We had to
read. I'm blanking on everything.
The Giver. That was a book we had.
The Giver we had to read in 6th grade. Lois Lowry. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Reminiscing about childhood readings aside, Min throws himself back in his chair again, but I don't know why. The move looks totally normal.
But okay, is it a tactic? Bishop c3, rook d1, knight f2.
Maybe that's what he missed.
I haven't predicted a single one of these last 15 moves. I mean, it's just like, I have no idea what they're going to do.
Listen, you're a dynamic player. In no universe do you think you're going to be able to save the pawn on c3, right? You just rely on e6 and b7 being weak, and the pawn on c3 being kind of a necessary sacrifice.
Yeah, and black isn't even really that excited to take it. It's sort of it's a weird game of chicken where the pawn is so weak, white's not trying to defend it, but the pawn is so weak that black knows that he can take it when the bigger problems in the position have been solved. Now the time again is a problem for me. Again,
I was gonna say c4, c4. Now suddenly you can't take the pawn anymore because the e6 pawn would hang. Oops.
Yep. What's white's next move? White probably wants to target this knight now. Rook b to d1.
Yep.
Is a very serious, I would call it almost a threat. Magnus sensing the danger, trying to swap the queens. Another excellent move, by the way.
And for the first time in the match, I would say Magnus is actually defending for a prolonged period of time. So we're getting to see a different element here of his game. But let's keep in mind, the second min gets low on time and makes an inaccuracy, Magnus will pounce. So it's just a matter of keeping the game alive. That c-pawn looking really delicate. That's amazing.
Let me tell you, the over-under 5 moves ago on the fact that the pawn would land on c5, my life savings would have evaporated pretty quickly there. But now the pawn is, I mean, it's not safe. It's still a weakness, but it's hard to surround. And the resources black is trying to expend to get to this pawn are leaving the other weaknesses abandoned. I mean, rook fe1 is a possibility, f4. I would probably take white here on account of the bishop pair and the ease of attacking the e6 pawn. It's actually not easy to attack at all. Just kidding. That was a lie.
I still much prefer white here. I just feel like I have control still of the position. It might be an illusion, but I do feel like I'm controlling the game. And rook e7 just does not strike me as a great move, because again, now I get to, but Magnus is he's gonna b6, and there it is. And he finally grabs the pawn down, and he's creating his little defensive schematic, and he's a pawn up now.
Yep. And he's a pawn up. He's solved the problem of the e6 pawn. Things have finally settled down. It's still very easy to blunder. There's still a lot of tactical potential hanging in the air. White should not lose this game. I mean, again, this e6 pawn is a target. It's a permanent target, no matter how many times you defend it. But Magnus, he eradicates it.
There it
no
is.
more pawn on e6.
And we're heading
do it.
And bishop e3 there might have been a move.
Oh my gosh, that is a sharp find by Levy. I think that was the best move.
Yeah, I have a feeling it was the best move. That was very cool. Using the bishop as a shield. I have no idea what was the best move after king f3. I guess just king d4. I find those perverted moves, like the ones that are completely terrible. But yeah, Min is just spinning out of control here, and he can't guard his pawn down, and he's going to lose.
Spinning out of control, sminning out of control. As you said, not having a wonderful time here. Now 2 pawns down. The problem is that a rook trade no longer salvages the situation. If you have to deal only with 1 pawn, you can trade the rooks. Now I think black can play rook e3. Yeah. This must be what Magnus is evaluating, because these opposite colored endgames, sometimes you can be 3 pawns down, Levy, and hold due to a fortress. So it's not always a slam dunk case.
Of course, he doesn't have to. He could just play rook f3. But yeah, he's calculated. I think rook e3 is, and there it is. He's very good at investing his time at the right moment. And the fact that white has these 2 pawns makes this game winnable for black. If those pawns didn't exist at all and it was A and C, it's a draw in many cases. You just create a fortress. Yes. But yeah, black will walk the king over and then walk the king the other way. And that's how he's going to win.
But how do you... Whoa, g5, trapping his own king?
What?
What is the idea here? He wants to go h5 and untrap it.
That was crazy.
Oh, I think I understand what he's trying to do. But I'm just kidding. Yeah, but it will be revealed. Maybe a2 and give up one of the pawns to get the other one. But is that winning?
Maybe c4. That's the way you do it. Yeah. You have to give up you have to give up the pawn that's closer, so you have the pawns as far apart as possible.
And now you're going to drive the pawn to g3, tie down the white king, and the classic method: get your king all the way around.
Yeah,
take an Uber to the other side of the board. And win the game.
It's kind of funny because we're taught in endgames you kind of want the pawns together, but in opposite colored bishops endgame you actually want them as far apart as possible to a point. That's a very nice conversion from Magnus, and 5.5 to half is the score here.
That's a very important point. And there's the Russian chess term shtаны, trousers, pants, which
Yep.
refer to pawns on opposite sides of the board. It is the most terrifying possibility in an endgame when you have any piece. No piece is good at stopping pawns on the A and H files, not even a bishop. The bishop gets overloaded. The knight is limited by its range of motion. Another endgame conversion by Carlsen. Man, you just can't catch a break.
Important to note, Magnus has not gone back to the Spanish. He felt the power of Min's preparation in that first game, and he hasn't returned. He's opting for an Italian, much more slow maneuvering game. Italian, I don't know how you feel about the Italian. I don't know if you play the Italian with white, but I don't understand those positions at all. And it's very trendy right now, all these Italians and structures. And I mean, I am fascinated by the cornucopia of options, to take a word out of your,
That's
lexicon.
a good word.
So
Yeah.
it's a very fascinating and deep opening, but boy, is it complicated.
I'm sure Suzanne Collins and Katniss Everdeen approved of that one. But I'm with you, Levy. I've played the Italian. I have a story about it, but the way that it's being played now, not only do I find it scary to even approach, but I don't understand hypothetically how you learn any of the moves. And that's because the amount of move orders in the Italian, how do you write a course on it? How do you write a book on it? I mean, you play a completely different sequence of moves. And then on move 15, you transpose to a line that starts out completely differently. And by minute 5 of studying it, you need like an Advil, and you don't want anything to do with this opening. I'm really impressed at the way that these top players are able to keep information sorted in their mind and play the Italian with a tremendous amount of finesse.
I will just quickly point out that the Magnus Carlsen win probability graph is looking like an airplane taking off. It got to 10,000 feet. The Wi-Fi turned on, unless you're on a Spirit Airlines flight. And then it cruised for a bit, and now it is going up to 37,000. And it's still only 91%. They're still giving Min a 9% chance, which is he's got to get going on this comeback quickly. He likes these positions with the knight on g6. Yeah, he had a similar in the Spanish, the first game. So
Levy, you're wrong about one thing. If you're on a Spirit Airlines flight, it's not going to take off because it's delayed by 6 hours. We haven't even gotten to the Wi-Fi yet.
Yeah, I don't think Spirit Airlines will be sponsoring a Chess.com event in the future, or maybe they will. Maybe it's an opportunity for them. But yeah, there's no internet period. Also, probably. I
mean, they're gonna charge you per chess move that you make on the airplane.
Remind me, don't you have like the weird life skill? Like everybody has weird life skills. Don't you have the one where you memorized every airport abbreviation? Is that
a lot of them? Yeah, I mean, world capitals, and at some point I got into airport abbreviations, just airport names in general.
Amazing. I love that. Yeah, I have a thing where if I get shown a tail light of a car of the last like 20 years, I can tell you what car it is.
Whoa. Really?
Yeah, it's pretty close. Some not popular ones, and obviously non-American ones like BYD or something I might not be able to get, but yeah, we can test it out. Not now, maybe we should probably commentate, but
next stream, next collab stream, definitely. But Min, what's going on in this position? The game has been pretty conventional. I mean, you don't actually get this structure every time out of an Italian, and I will share that story. But let's at least try to understand who's in the driver's seat here. Speaking of taillights, it seems actually to be black. I mean, Min has kind of assembled these pieces the way that you're supposed to. I guess the question is, can black drop a knight into f4? Is knight takes e5 a serious problem there?
Yeah, of course, the question is like, can you, and when do you put the knight on f4? Another option, what about, I was about to say, what about b6, a5? But the computer hates it, and Min is shaking his head. So that's why, because there is no a5 now. Oops. And
yeah,
Danya,
suddenly,
just the reversal, like, you play Magnus and it's like grappling, just immediate reversal of the position, complete momentum shift. And suddenly the pawns are flying down the board. There was one move in this game for Min to do something right, and it's all gone now. Totally flipped.
And he's trying to kind of rejigger his pieces here to make something on the king side work. Magnus is driving the tank down the queen side. C5, knight f4, I think might be what Min is relying on here. Let's see what happens.
He has to. Why else is the knight on g6, right? Why do we put our pieces on any squares? to hope that they can go forward in the future.
That's right.
And knight f4, there are threats. Bishop takes h3, for example, is a checkmate incoming. So that's
so knight e5.
Yep.
This is the move you pray it's like over the board sometimes. You make a move. You know that there's a response to which you have no idea what you're going to play. And you're just sitting there hoping your opponent doesn't play it. They always play it. There's a beautiful detail here, Levy, I think. After knight takes e5, at first I thought maybe black can go back to g6, and I didn't see a way to defend this knight. Then I realized, wait a second, there's knight g4. Then I realized, no, black can play bishop takes g4. The rook is defended. But maybe I can throw in f4, and only if the knight comes back to f4. How many times do you see this? Knight f4 to g6 to f4 to g6 to f4.
And now knight g4, and the rook is not protected, and it's still wrong.
And of course,
apparently.
I'm wrong.
I
mean, f4
bishop
is
g4,
correct,
bishop
but the
d1
idea
or
is
something.
different. Yes, bishop g4, bishop d1. I'm going to double check here what the actual idea is. Magnus has played d6 in the meantime. So here the move is actually d6. Okay, so this goes off the rails completely. We don't have time to explore this because Magnus has chosen a different path.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, it's just your rook's pawn and bishop all point in a direction. And Garry Kasparov has some great videos on YouTube back in the day, not on his own channel. I would not dare say Garry Kasparov is a YouTuber, but rather in interviews. And he calculates sometimes in generalities. I'm sure you've seen these videos where he goes, I just knew I was winning because I had more pieces on that side of the board. And I love that because I've never thought about chess that way. It's like I had to have something there, which is why Magnus is playing for d6, because that's where everything is pointing. So naturally, even if you don't see anything concrete, something concrete will show itself in the next few moves. And that's why he's going straight down the middle of the board.
That's a good point. By the way, the rook could not have captured on d6. I didn't see that at all because of queen to c5, forking the rook and the bishop, which would have been captured with check. But if a 600 tells you, I thought there was a win there because I had more pieces on the king side, you just kind of laugh and you tell them, well, yeah, you really need to put the emphasis on concrete calculation. If Kasparov says that, you understand that that's a really profound statement because it's underpinned by, no pun intended, it's underpinned by 20 years, 30 years of chess experience at the elite level. So when a top GM makes a general chess statement, you're like, wow, they really must know chess at a crazy level to be able to say that because they're right like 99% of the time.
Absolutely. Having said all of that, position is still very much in the balance, as we see here Magnus taking some time. I don't know about you, but I hate positions like this where I have a knight standing in front of my king side ready to strike. I'm very bad at handling this sort of kingside pressure. I don't know how to deal with that knight. I want to get rid of it, but you just can't. Yeah. And you have to focus on your strengths. Like are we looking at a queen b6? Are we looking at a d7? Are we looking at knight e5?
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, there's a lot of candidate moves here, and I think the move in Magnus's pocket is probably knight takes e5. Does that lead to a bailout? Well, I guess we're about to find out because Min, you don't like this though. Bishop b7, maybe this feels very scary.
Yeah, it does. Again, the knight on f4 just sort of spells strong. Maybe White should have played king h2 a while ago to try to play g3. I don't know, but I don't know where the tactic is. I mean, is it queen g5 just threatening a mate?
In a bullet game, I would play bishop b7 just to try to keep all options open. Maybe the correct approach is queen g5, but yeah, bishop b7.
Bishop b7, and you can't move the knight. You want to go knight c6, but you can't do that. f3 was his idea, but then queen g5 is coming?
Yeah, if you have to play f3, that is potentially a catastrophic weakening of the king side. Knight g4, again, this resource, it exists, but still the queen sidesteps the attack, and let's not forget the g2 pawn will then be hanging once again. Magnus finally down on the clock, and of course he finds just a ridiculous move that saves the day.
Bishop b3 is crazy. And with the plan after knight g2, look, Minlay, he can't believe it. I mean, he didn't even consider this move. And he plays knight g2. Where's the queen going? B6, g3.
What is the idea?
Wow, knight g4!
No way. No way he plays this.
Queen G3 is so much more natural, right? But it's maybe bad.
Queen G3 is bad because black takes on E1, white takes on E6. And at the end, I think black is able to just liquidate this pawn on D6, and black will be a pawn up. Magnus, seconds ticking down. Does he see the move?
I mean, Knight G4.
He might lose this one.
He's got 3 seconds on the clock. 2, he's got to
1
make a
second.
move.
He's got to move. He's frozen. And he flags. He doesn't see a move.
Did he
checks
lag
his
out?
internet connection. It's hard to say. Did he not see a move? This is on Magnus-like. I mean, he would play Queen G3. No reaction from Carlsen. I mean, maybe that's because he has such a big cushion, but that was the last game, Levy, of the 5-minute portion. And Min's first win is a pretty anticlimactic one.
Yeah, and Magnus, we see is still frozen. So, whoa.
Hold on, Levy. Sure, your seatbelt is fastened. Magnus is coming for you.
Oh my goodness, I don't know what's going on, but Min does get a win ultimately in a very peculiar way, but it's still a 4-game lead for Magnus after the first segment.
Yeah, I mean, Min needs a lot more where that came from. The silver lining for him, there's no question, as you pointed out, he wants this to get to the 3+1. The longer the time control, the more Magnus is just Magnus and imposes his class. In 3+1, Min is more experienced at this time control. He's won a lot of Title Tuesdays. I think he feels relatively okay that this is only a 4-point match. Only.
Hey, ultimately, we found our way back to a near smarter chess prediction. 5.5, 1.5, right? And the original prediction was 5-2, but we'll take this one. It's a 4-game lead for Magnus, but a very strange finish. We don't know if the emotions are going to run high as we enter the 3+1, but this is the format we see the players play the most, like you said, at the Title Tuesday. So curious to see what happens.
Well, they will go on a short break to just recover, get ready for the next segment, and so will we. Folks, you're watching the Speed Chess Championship Day 2, Magnus versus Min. The Battle of the M's returns in just a couple of minutes.
Magnus, do you ever regret walking away from the Classical World Championship?
Not ever is hard to say, but I would say that overall, I don't regret it.
Yeah, that's the truth.
Okay. Good. Just checking. Regardless of who wins the candidates tournament coming up, do you think Ding will successfully defend his title?
No.
He's telling the truth.
Okay, controversial. Magnus, do you ever regret making 2900 a public target?
No.
It's the truth, but it's a very sensitive question for him.
Okay, touched a nerve. Magnus, do you feel you've peaked as a chess player?
Yes.
That's the truth.
Okay. Magnus, do you fear the effects of AI in chess?
No.
So it is a lie.
Ooh. Okay. Do you think you could beat Hikaru Nakamura in a chess boxing match?
Yeah. That's a lie.
Wow. Do you think you could beat Levi Rosman and Danny Wrench in a blindfold simul?
I don't care. I don't know what the rest of the question is, but I don't care.
He does care. He's annoyed by that.
Okay. Have you ever played a competitive game while drunk?
Yes.
He's telling the truth.
Do you think Chess 960 will ever match the popularity of classical chess?
No.
He's telling the truth, but there's more to that.
Okay. But you hope it might?
Of course.
Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. Me too. Magnus, do you think cheating is a widespread problem in online chess?
Yes.
Yes, he's very sure about that.
How about over-the-board chess?
I'm not sure.
He's telling the truth.
Okay. have you ever cried after a game of chess?
Yes, many times.
He's telling the truth.
Just out of curiosity, when was the most recent time?
Probably the last time I can remember was the London candidates in 2013.
Yeah, seems like
Truth. Okay, nice.
We're about to find out, honey. We just got started, so I'll let you know.
And the rebound to Richardson. Still an opportunity with a minute to play.
Welcome back to the 2024 Speed Chess Championship. I am Levi Rosman, GM Daniel Nodirbek, chopping it up for you today. It's day 2, and it's Magnus Carlsen time. And it's been all Magnus thus far in his match against Min Lei, maybe with the exception of that rather enigmatic end to the last game. But
Yeah, you cut out there for the last like 3 or 4 seconds. I apologize. I didn't. I was like, did you stop talking? My internet has been a bit weird today. I apologize. It's been great so far for one of the participants, but it wasn't great for the last like 5-10 seconds of that segment where he could have had a chance to go totally undefeated. But overall, Danya, I think he'll take a 4-game lead, and Min Lei's got some catching up to do. But perhaps his best format is coming up.
And I mean, it hasn't been great this match. It hasn't been great for Magnus's opponents in the past years. He is the reigning SEC champion. I think a lot of people will remember that final match against Hikaru, where they went back and forth. It was decided in the very last few seconds. But look at some of those scores. I mean, 22-7. He defeated Bidit by a margin of 9. Nepo by 11. Nepo's playing later today. I mean, Min is in pretty good company here. Let's be pretty clear. And the score in the Min match is not nearly that overwhelming. I think he still has a shot, but when the meat grinder starts working, that factory doesn't close until all the bones have been processed.
Yes, that's a very gruesome way of thinking about it. And
I don't know what.
we apologize. We apologize to all of our vegetarian and vegan chess fans listening. All of the Beyond Meat processing. That's the way it feels like to play against Magnus. Yes. But by the way, it's really great. Just super expensive. Like I was vegetarian for 6 months, and I really enjoyed eating a bunch of things that tasted like meat but weren't meat. But that's neither here nor there. I know the players are getting set. We've got Min on camera. We've got Magnus on camera there in full screen. I don't know. I never know what we're panning to. I'm just here to provide some levity, if you will. But what does this gentleman have to do to get this match closer, Danya?
Well, first of all, he's got to be happy the time control is reduced. And he had issues with the clock in the 5+1 segment. I think with that extra experience he has in 3+1, he's going to be a little bit more confident. He's going to play faster. Some of the time, he's made unforced errors. Like, he has to eliminate the one-move blunders. Remember, he blundered on G2. There were maybe 2 games or 3 games that he gave away with one-move errors. So he's going to basically have to be perfect. But if I had the formula, then, I don't know, I don't know how to continue the sentence. The fact of the matter is I don't have the formula, sadly enough.
We do have to also remember the +1 is very, very different than a traditional Blitz match that you are used to playing. I mean, you've played Magnus in +0 your whole life. Have you played him ever in +1?
Yeah, several times. I mean, last Title Tuesday game went pretty well for me, but the previous 16 did not.
But it's very different, right? Because clock is almost not a factor at all when you have an increment.
Yeah, when you're playing someone as elite as Magnus, it's not that you can't flag someone. Of course you can, and when things get into a time scramble, that extra second, it disappears in the span of a second, right? It's not a long time. But you also can't orient your play toward flagging. You can't hope to get a rook versus rook position and then play 40 moves. That ain't going to work. You need to play primarily on the board. And someone like Magnus, I mean, Hikaru's time management gets talked about a lot. Magnus's time management is phenomenal. He's rarely in acute time pressure, and yet he knows where to pause and where the critical moments are, Levy. And we kind of take that for granted.
Yeah, we do. Also, he paused a little bit too long in the last game, but I don't think that was of his own doing. Also, friendly reminder that this is not the only match today. They have forced Danya to commentate for 16 hours in a row almost, as he will be on call with none other than FIDE Master James Canty at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time for Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Nodirbek Abdusatoro. This is a great matchup. Both these guys play really interesting, dynamic chess. Very, very confrontational. Jan both online and offline, and Nodirbek primarily on the chessboard.
Well said, and this is not a matchup that I kind of remember. I mean, Jan and Nodirbek have obviously played across many formats, but not that frequently. And like you said, it's a clash of fairly similar styles. Jan has been on a pretty good streak lately, good performance in the CCT. He's warmed up. He's got a chip on his shoulder, and it's going to be a fun one. 1:30, as you said. But Magnus Carlsen, the SEC has been all about Magnus and Hikaru, and eventually the narrative will change. Eventually someone will dethrone them, but it's looking less and less likely that someone is Min Lee.
Also, we have just gotten word that Magnus just had a full-blown internet outage. He just got it back, so that means that he will be setting up his fair play cameras on both sides, his side camera just for a side profile and jawline, because he wants to show how much he's been mewing. And there it is. So we will be underway in a moment. But this is the struggle of having the high stakes events be on the internet. You have to rely on your local ISP.
Oh yeah, I mean I've had my share of horror stories, and the worst feeling is when the problems are out of your control. That's actually worse than when you did something wrong, like when my camera doesn't work because I left it on overnight. Okay, I can blame myself and I can move on and learn from my mistakes. When your internet is down, you have no idea whether you will be able to play the tournament or not, but we're glad he got it back, and we are underway without further ado.
And Magnus once again goes for knight f6, b6. Now we have kind of like a Trumpowski Queen's Indian fusion, if you will. And he's going to trade, play bishop d3 and castle.
Is that a new type of cuisine? Like I'm opening a restaurant. It's Trumpowski King's Indian fusion.
Yeah, it's a spin-off of London Queen's Indian.
Right.
Full of
Japanese
spice and
Peruvian.
flavor.
Right, exactly.
And
Okay.
I've played these positions that they're kind of nice. They are. You play e5. There it is. You play e5. You play a3. You kind of control black a little bit, castle. But at a certain point, you have to do something beyond just make improving moves. Like I would play a3. Yep, a3, queen e2, rooks in the center. Like queen e2 here maybe, and just vibe.
Yeah, now it almost looks like an Alapin, and I know Min is very skilled in these Trompowsky Tory attack positions. He knows them well, and he has to do this. He has to steer the game in a comfortable direction for him. Now, a big question for Magnus, yeah, he takes on e5, and I was going to say, sticking the knight on d4, I would be too scared to do that because after the capture, white has a check on b5, but more and more we see players just, shifting the king to f8, bringing the king out voluntarily as early as move 2, and they don't seem to care. It doesn't seem to impact the evaluation as much as your intuition would lead you to believe.
Right, because after king f8, you always have g6 and even g5 if you want to get really aggressive, but the king goes to g7. And it's important that Magnus actually managed to get to this position, because otherwise white would have had something very pleasant going on. And yeah, now you kind of begin to question, what next? You could go bishop e4 maybe, bishop e4, queen e4, trade, but that's just equal probably.
But good call. I mean, Min plays it, but this is a sign that he's not happy with the trend of the game. And this does not just mean draw, right? Against a lot of people, you would trade queens. You can relax, breathe, just assume you're going to make a draw. Not against Magnus. Black is playing for a win here. No question about it. This is a long-term weakness. The big question, Levy, how does Black get this other rook into the game? Because in the end game, you don't always want to castle and allow the white rook to infiltrate. You can't actually do that tactically. You can castle now. Rook d7, rook d8 forces the rook trade. But who does that favor?
Yeah, white's king is closer to the center and faster, but also we frequently talk about the fact that the bishop is better than the knight, but not if the knight is standing on a light square in the center of the board controlling every dark square. So this will likely be a draw, but it's going to be Magnus, I think, who has to prove it.
Yeah, he's trying to figure out a way. Like, the crazy thing is moving this bishop out of e7 was not easy to do, because the white pawns are going to constantly kick it away. Yeah, he does go for the trade, and now this should be... I mean, white is not worse anymore because you can go f4 and just bring the king up into the center. Very clear-cut plan here.
A very, very easy plan, but black will get the king to d7, and he will just sit and wait, and this should be a draw, but we will be here for a little while.
Oh, yeah. Now, g5 here is another thing I was going to point out. That can be scary because if you play g5, g3, then you've got an island of pawns that are both stuck on dark squares. Okay, bishop b6 was threatened. Min gets his king out of the way. Okay, still pretty much balanced here. I don't see anything crazy happening, Levy. I mean, it's just I'm struggling to see how this can get tactical.
Also important for the viewers at home, like how quickly they ran their kings to the center of the board. That is very, very frequently the optimal plan, especially with minor piece endgames where the kings are not in a huge danger. If each side had a rook here, the plans would be very different. Magnus trying to put Minlei's pawns all on dark squares so his bishop can eat them, but it's just not going to happen. And you guys still got to worry about things like knight b3, bishop b2, but it all should be a draw.
Yeah, g4, Min advancing on the king side. g5 here. I mean, I lose these positions sometimes. You make one sloppy pawn move, and then suddenly you realize, wait a second, I've allowed an outside passer. But I think g5 is pretty clean here. Magnus plays g6.
It's a Magnus move. Yeah, it's to move the pawn one square. You don't have to move it two squares yet. You're going to wait. You're going to see. And bishop takes d4 could be a draw in some positions, and in some positions it could lose you the game. So you don't ever want to rush a move like bishop takes d4.
Although it almost wins you the game, because takes in g5 is a situation white has to be super careful about.
Yeah.
I actually think white has king e4 there, and the question is who has the outside pass pawn, which is the pass pawn that is furthest away from all the other pawns.
That is instructive, and if you could probably just put it on the board, or we have the analysis board. But yeah, a lot of people would just snap take everything here. This is actually a losing endgame, but not if you take. You immediately lose. So
the margin, look how thin the margins are. You trade, white is losing. If white finds king e4, black is losing, because Black has the pass pawn first, but it's not about who's first. White will create the passer, and it'll be the much more powerful one.
Yep.
So Magnus with g5. So he plays g6 and then g5, following the dictum of never hurrying in the endgame.
It's one of the things totally lost on a general population audience. The fact that these positions are so close at all times and can flip so easily.
Oh, the takes!
Oh
Min's
my
gonna
gosh.
lose. That was perfect timing of your statement, Levy.
Was
King e7, yeah.
Yeah, why did he do this? He thinks it's a draw, but
no, g4, Black wins on the spot.
Yeah, you have to keep in mind in these endgames, the one that loses the outside pawn, and look, Min can't believe he's not in time. He thought it was a draw, but it's just not. It's just not. And yeah, you take, and that's it. You cede the path to the king, and oh, Min can't believe it. I mean, he's beside himself.
Yeah, and I was gonna say after Magnus played g5, it actually was not so easy to find a move, because you pointed out this idea of the Black bishop getting to b2. This was kind of hanging in the shadows. Now, Min, I think, could have dropped his knight back to c2 or traded on g5 and just sort of held the position. But this is what Magnus does. I mean, out of nowhere, he's just suddenly winning. That's no fair.
And it's instructive for the folks at home. Be careful leaving your pawns on the same color as the enemy bishop. Now, of course, Min didn't lose the game because of that, but he lost the game because things clarified on one side of the board, with the constant threat being that the bishop could win the pawns on the other side of the board. And what is bishop to d2?
I know, I had the same reaction. I've never seen this move, actually. I think I understand why he plays it.
Is he going bishop b4? Okay, I was like, why did he play... What is the point? Can you explain?
Well, first of all, we've essentially transposed now to pretty conventional territory. Knight g6 and queen c2 and long castles is now, I think, the standard plan. But this is a weird way of starting. I think he's actually trying to discourage b5. Maybe this is the idea, because after b5, let's say cd, White now has this move a4. And it's actually a very deep idea, because normally Black can push b4 and keep the queen side locked up. Here, you have to take, and this gives White a lot of juicy territory on the queen side. So normally when you play, let's say, knight c3, b5, the same idea is not as effective, because Black will just push b4 with tempo. Wow. Magnus, so many ideas in the kitchen at all times. Okay, whoa. Calm down.
Yeah, this was quite a fascinating opening development. Bishop d2, my God.
Okay, his king is on f2. It's not on the queen side. I thought he was going to castle. Instead, he put his king on f2.
Yeah, but this is the chess of a man up 5 games, and very easily could have been up 6 and didn't lose when his internet disconnected. So, yeah, but now what? Okay, you put the king on f2, Danya. You can't move a single pawn in front of your king, though.
Isn't that the goal of chess? Once the king is put on f2, the rest of the moves play themselves, and the chess speaks for itself.
Yes, it does. With occasional posts on Twitter and so on, but
yeah, to explain the logic behind your moves. b4 by Magnus, trying to expand on the queen side. He wants a4 and b5. Big issue for Min is d4 is never as effective as it looks, because White just goes e4.
Oh, king g2. Yeah, this is really a4 now. Why not? a4 just...
Bishop a7, though. I think that's Min's idea. That's a
b5.
That's a really pretty maneuver.
Then b5, knight d4. I mean, of course, oh, he just goes b5 straight away.
Yeah, now a takes b5, bishop takes b5. Hard to define what's going on here. I can't even really tell who's playing for the initiative. I mean, the eval bar seems to think it's Black, but I mean, 0.7 is a totally meaningless evaluation here. It's just unclear. Oh, knight e5, by the way. Knight e5 might be an issue for White. I just realized.
Well, I'm not going to lie. When you play the way Magnus has played in this game, yeah, I think a lot of things can be issues. It's just a matter of, will Minlay have the confidence and the kind of the there's a word to describe being present in the moment, like clairvoyance. Yeah, that's probably a good word. Like, will he find it?
I think you can just make it into one word: the being present in one momentness.
Yes, being present in one moment. There we go. Knight d4 is a nice idea, playing on this pin, and I'm seeing the early signs of a positional masterclass. You know, the pawns control the knights. Magnus will stabilize, but maybe black has enough pressure for now.
Pawns control the knights, or do the knights control the pawns? No, I think the pawns do restrict the knights, especially this one on f3, holding the knight on f6. But the other knight, I think, has more prospects.
Wow.
a4.
Queen d4 doesn't work. Knight d4 doesn't work. Bishop is coming to f2. I'm telling you, we are seeing the early makings of a positional masterclass.
Min has to get active here. He's got this small window of opportunity before the gates shut, before Magnus is able to consolidate, and he senses it. Knight d6. He's got to just keep disrupting the coordination of white's pieces, and instead Magnus just keeps sliding his pieces into the right slots, thwarting any of black's active designs here.
Yeah, b7, d5, all these pawns are going to be liabilities, as the queen is going to come to the queen side. The rook is going to double in the c file. White's king is now just incredibly safe in the Maldives, just enjoying a nice little pool as a living room. And in about 5 to 10 moves, things could get real bad for black. I don't even know what you play here. All the momentum seems to be with white.
And he takes with the rook. I don't think I was the only one. I thought a takes b5 was automatic. And sometimes when you watch Magnus play, some of his decisions, like when he makes them, it starts dawning on you. And you're like, wow, I didn't think about that at all.
Well,
Black loses a pawn.
Yeah, he loses a pawn, and maybe he has counterplay, but I don't know how exactly you're supposed to find it yet. That makes sense, but he's just going to trade the rook.
Compensation, yes, but...
Is he going to take with the bishop? Because if he takes with the queen, he loses a4.
He'll take with the bishop. And but then queen c4. I mean, Min should not lose this. He's extremely active here. He's got rook b2. He's playing for a win, I think. Knight b4 is a threat.
Rook d6. Stopping what black wants. Maybe rook d...
Yep.
Maybe h4. Just when in doubt. But knight b4 is a problem. Knight b4 is definitely a problem. It's...
Now, if Magnus wants to bail out, he can play rook b5.
Yes.
And trade the rooks, give up the extra pawn. Shouldn't lose that game. But the time advantage has been frittered away. He spent 30 seconds on this moment. Let's see what he comes up with. Maybe he's just coming to terms with the fact that rook b5 is the most practical move. No, rook c5.
Oh, he's stopping knight b4 because now it loses a rook. Theoretically, he stopped it. Can black play b6? Okay, same kind of concept. Enabling the movement.
Whoa. Careful now.
Rook f2.
Oh, rook f2. What?
Hey, rook f2, yeah.
And queen b6.
Yeah, queen b6.
Oh, my lands.
He just hung. And he just...
Oh.
I mean, he didn't even see it. That's crazy. Yeah, rook b5.
And the tables turn 180 white. And I'll show this after the game because it's about to get into a time scramble. For people panicking, what just happened? I'll show the win there that Min missed. I also missed it. The blue arrow, of course, the typical know-it-all.
Magnus's webcam is glitching out, man. He's frozen.
2 seconds. He's flagging again.
He's losing again.
And his internet has cost him another game.
Oh my god.
And now it's becoming an issue for him because, 1 or 2 more games like this, and it's super tilting to lose because of the internet. White is winning in this final position, Levy, with any move. King g1, rook e2. Now, let me quickly take the opportunity to show that rook takes f2 was winning for black in this position. Queen to b6. And maybe the hardest detail is not this. It's the fact that after white defends the rook, now this pawn can be captured. And miraculously, black's king is perfectly safe on this square. White loses the rook in a piece.
I guess if queen c2, it's important to show knight b4 and queen c5 as a...
Oh my gosh. That's also in black's arsenal of ideas, and knight d3. Or rook takes d5, I think, also wins.
Yeah. Min has won 2 games because of internet. He has yet to win a game from start to finish. It's actually kind of wild.
Yeah, this is obviously unfortunate, but it's like you said, it's just part of online chess.
Yep.
And it's the situation is better than it was in 2016 or 2017. But sometimes if you're traveling, you just cannot always take care of the unknowns.
That's true. We don't actually know where Magnus is. Of course, there is the iconic bedroom that he played many events in, but he's clearly not there.
Yeah, but that cam looks like a YouTube video from 2007. That's like me at the zoo.
I mean, it was like 2005. That's a legendary video.
Yep.
And luckily, he still got a 4-game lead. It could get real bad. It really could.
Uh-oh. Oh my goodness. This reminds me of when you had to go to the lobby of the hotel, like those early World Deuce that I played, and stick like a huge internet card into your computer, and to download like one PGN file took like the entire evening. And you go back up to your room.
Man, in I don't know, like some years ago, I visited when they opened the border. I visited Cuba for like a week, and to get internet there, you had to sit on the street outside of a cafe and you had like an hour window to do it. It was pretty fascinating. It was a very fascinating place to visit. Like the food was great. Like it's fascinating, like a time capsule. But you had internet on the street in one little location for an hour, and so. I feel for him, but Minlei's got like gigabyte connection over there. He's doing great,
Oh yeah, he's vibing. He's enjoying every second of this. He gets this break. Oh, Jesus. Aggressive head scratch. A chess player special.
Yeah, Min has several go-tos. He has the hair twirl. Wasn't he playing against Paravian and they both twirled their hair? That was their thing. So it was a double hair twirl.
There was an iconic photo, right, that went viral. Paravian and Min are both doing exactly the same thing.
And, okay, I would say, and maybe it's interesting. How would Magnus have converted this position? Maybe we can...
Well, I was pointing out rook e2, but that's clearly not the move because black can take and go knight takes d5. Okay, the move is... I'm just going to cheat. There's two winning moves. One is to go king g1 and sidestep the pin. This would probably be what Magnus plays because this is very much up his alley. The second move, Levy, is rook to e4. And the knight is now under fire. Two different directions. Queen to c3, queen to d4. And black has to start giving up material because everything is falling apart here. Okay, perfect timing.
There it is. There it is. The internet gambit is back. Magnus still has a 4-game lead.
Oh yeah, this. Min has started to play this against me exclusively in Blitz.
This is a very annoying line, yeah, because it forces a traditional kind of King's Indian player into some weird stuff.
Yeah, this is so in fashion now. Anytime I used to think the King's Indian, white players embraced it. Now they're trying to force the King's Indian player to play d5 or c5. Of course, the point is if black plays d6, you've been move ordered into a perk that's not great for white, but still, even a not great perk is something that a lot of white players would love to get. I think Magnus has maybe not played the right move order here, but we will get one of the main lines here after b4.
Yeah, b4 and bishop b2 is kind of like a Catalan. It's like a Catalan reversed, but yeah, white gets a lot of easy moves. Guys blitzing quickly. Now what?
Knight d4. Yeah, this is kind of a hedgehog. I've played this with both colors, actually. I've tried this with white, and I've tried this with black, and my conclusion is that the computer always shows equality, but black is a little bit uncomfortable. Lacking space, white has perhaps easier ways to improve the position, and I always mistime the pawn break. I always try to play d5 because that's the sort of traditional wisdom, and it never works out the way I want it to.
It's interesting, though, that Magnus waited for him to move his queen so that taking back on f3 would be a loss of tempo. And yeah, Magnus just busting out all the hedgehog moves. He's not rushing with e6 because it would weaken the d6 pawn, but otherwise he has controlled the queen side. He's going to play on the c file. But then the question is, what happens after he doubles the rooks on the c file? Where do the rest of the pieces go?
Yeah, actually, this is a big issue. b5, and you can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs. You're giving up a huge square on c5, but you're getting an even huger square on c6. Or not.
Yeah.
Never mind.
And Magnus shuts that down. He's not going to let the knight go there. Maybe A4. What do you play? A4 here? Do you leave the pawn on A3? Do you take on A6? How's that for edgy? Try to play on the B file.
Literally playing on the edge. I would play A4. The issue is that black is going to get his other knight around to C5 very likely. Okay, A4. And, all right, rook C8. There we go.
How about A5? Is that a terrible move? Well, he's not playing it, but I... Like, now A5.
For who?
For white.
For white.
I'm trying to... It's probably not going to work out, but... I like to sacrifice other people's pawns.
But otherwise, black could play it, and then A4 is a long-term... It's one of those long-term weaknesses akin to that pawn on B2 early in the match, which you know Magnus is going to get to eventually. Okay, knight C5. He plays it without A5.
Perhaps the final moment. And he takes on A6. Fine. Okay. Now rook B1 is coming. But A4 is hanging.
Also, knight B5 will force the exchange of bishops, which theoretically should be favorable for white. Magnus... I mean, now every time he pauses, I'm afraid that his internet is going to go out. Now you never know if he's actually thinking. Why is he not changing his sitting position?
Yeah. I saw his shoulder twitch. I knew he was still functioning internet-wise. All right. You can play knight b3, by the way, in some positions.
Ooh.
For no reason, but that's how you make the trade.
Someone's frisky.
It's not really necessary, but...
Knight c3. Nah. Now he's gotten his knight away. I think he's being a little bit too materialistic here. And this could have the opposite effect. He could end up losing both of these pawns in his vain efforts to defend them. Position is equal, probably, but I think white is the one who has to generate some activity. Can black take?
Yeah, rook a1, knight c3. Oops. Maybe there's queen c2? Oh my god.
Where?
I thought knight a4, rook a1, knight c3, queen c2, but there's queen c4, and you can take. Otherwise, the queen is trapped.
I really like those ideas that involve not recapturing a piece. Now, Min,
yeah, he does it this way. And now he's going to
rook a1.
Rook a1. Yeah.
Rook a8. Magnus is going to try to evacuate this queen. That queen on a6 is the bane of black's existence. But how do you reinforce the pressure on this knight? If you play queen c2, you're walking into all sorts of tactics like e5 and queen takes b5. As usual, I think Magnus is first to the party.
Is there queen c2, e5, knight d6?
Oh.
Maybe there was something
there.
Really
for those lines.
Okay, but now queen b7, and yeah, you hit e4 and you're out of the pin, and now you just hope the internet doesn't disconnect.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Min trying to stir up some tactics here. Rook takes c4. Yeah, intuitively, I wouldn't go for this.
No?
No. But I don't know why.
Yeah, I also don't know why. I don't know why it wasn't a good move. What was maybe rook a3 and rook g3 there was like...
Do you want to know the actual reason? It's ridiculous.
Okay.
Can I show it?
Yeah,
it was. You're not going to believe this. It was knight d6.
What?
And knight f5, a double knight sacrifice. And then rook takes d6. And amazingly,
wow.
And this is the irony, you've spent the entire game targeting this a4 knight, but you're actually going after the other knight, misdirection. And then you're taking f6, and white can give perpetual check several different ways. How did he miss this? I mean, it's low-level chess here.
Yeah, just sacrifice all your pieces.
Elementary,
Bozo.
My dear Watson. yeah, come on.
Yeah, instead of that, instead of that, Magnus is playing rook d8, and he's still moving, which means his internet is still alive. So he's
Yeah, I'm holding my breath like every move, and trust me, Magnus is too.
Yeah, rook d3. Min looking for some attacks. Min should just be a good sport. You know, yesterday we saw disgusting amounts of good sportsmanship from the players. Min should just resign in a slightly worse position so Magnus's internet doesn't disconnect for a third time. How about that? Just...
Oh, he's done it, but this time out of desperation. And it has a slightly different effect.
Yeah, now Magnus's knight c3, knight e4 looks just absolutely beautiful. And
oh, yeah.
Or that, yeah.
Knight e4? No, apparently. Oh, queen h6. Oh, Jesus. I mean, not that does that much. I think even after King G8, Black is winning, which just illustrates how futile White's attempts at counterplay are here.
Now White's got nothing. Black's king is...
I mean, if this was Hikaru versus Jospin, I think we'd be assigning the practical advantage to White.
Yeah, queen d7, queen holds everything, rook holds everything. G4 is a great move. I like G4 a lot, actually. But first of all, there's positions you can even take when the knight is no longer protected, and then you replace the pawn with another pawn. But this is... Oh, gosh. It's not over yet. Magnus's internet still holding up.
Yes.
And there it is. He wins.
Got total domination. The fact that he's still up by 5 points just tells you everything you need to know. But at this point, he wants to build up as much of a cushion as he can. Because especially in the bullet, I mean, if you drop a couple of games, it suddenly gets close. Okay, it's a London system, but Magnus is the one who plays a London.
He plays a London. Min plays queen b6 and c4. That is... I've also never seen that. That is some sort of gambit giving up b2. b2 is still hanging. It's still hanging. I guess he's got knight d5? Is that like the point?
God. Oh!
I mean, I guess rook b1 is also satisfactory, but...
And it's the sort of thing when you face this against... When you face a regular GM in this line, you'll spend time calculating queen takes b2, maybe call their bluff. With Magnus, you're not even thinking about it. You just know that he knows it.
Yeah, guy played c4 in 2 seconds, you know. He so now Min's got to figure out what to do here. I mean, okay, you can take on c4 and it's just kind of a Queen's Gambit-esque position. DC castle.
Yeah. But it's uncomfortable. Again, Black always suffers in the Queen's Gambit accepted from the French bishop on c8. And eventually... And the other problem is sometimes the placement of Black's queen. It can be very vulnerable at the right moment. You know, knight a4, knight b5 ideas can loom large. I really hate these types of positions for Black. I understand it's sort of equal, but I mean, you need to be ultra precise here. He gives up the bishop pair. You're not going to hang on to this extra pawn levy, I think.
No, and I think
would be awesome.
I think the last 2 moves kind of surprised them. I mean, BC is I would never even consider. I mean, maybe you look at queen c3, knight d5, but
yeah.
Magnus castling instead of taking the pawn, and now playing BC instead of taking the pawn, and he may delay another move. I don't think.
Yes.
This is like expert stuff, and he might even play knight d2 at some point instead of even taking with the bishop. But maybe now we take.
Maybe the time is right, because if you overcook it, you know, eventually Black will play b5. But you know, basketball analysts talk about this concept, the intangibles. It's the things that don't make it onto the stat board. But they define elite players. It's the stuff they do that you might not see unless you're sort of a inveterate watcher of the sport or a fan of the sport. It's the same with Magnus's play. There might be less flashy combinations and sacrifices, but he does so many of these small things that are just so impressive to. And look at what he's doing.
Rook d5,
rook g5, and rook g6. I mean, come on. And why is this a thing? Because of him delaying bishop takes c4 levy, because he restricted the development of Black's queen side, and now it's going to be mate before move 20.
Just beautiful stuff. Yeah, delayed it, got Min to play e5 to liberate that bishop on c8 that you discussed is the problem. And
showstopper.
Game's over. Rook g5, g6. You simply, again, 4 pieces pointed directly at the king, like Kasparov said, and you can sacrifice the house on g6, or more like just the rook. And Min is probably talking to himself about how he even allowed this. I don't think he's calculating. He will probably play it out. Maybe he'll resign. I don't know. But
rook g5.
Yep.
Or rook h5.
And yeah, he just resigns.
Wow, rook h5, g6, queen takes g6 would have been a sick mate, by the way.
How was their mate there? HG?
Should I show it really? Can I pull it up really quickly here?
Yeah. Rook g6, king h7, rook g7, king h6.
No, but d3. But wait, which line are you talking about? Let's Oh, I think there might be a break.
There is a break, I think.
Is there?
Yes.
Okay, but all the more reason to show rook h5, was not what he played. Rook G5 is one
Rook H5. Sorry, yeah. I thought you meant Rook G5 and a queen sack.
So here you have Queen G6, but yeah, G6 you have Queen takes G6.
Oh my
and,
god!
These flashy combinations exist when you have pieces to spare, and you have pieces to spare when you've got all of your pieces pointed at the enemy king. It's a miniature. It's another one for Magnus, and he's put his internet problems in the rearview mirror.
Yeah, until the next disconnect. But for now, he can keep winning games in flashy style and giving them away because of the internet. But he will continue to have a 4-5 game lead, and this was a very, very impressive game where I think his hesitation to take the pawn on c4 kind of confused Minlay a little bit, and he tried to play e5 and then e4, and he just never got fully developed. Magnus struck, and just a great game.
Well, he holds a commanding lead, and Min Lee has really one last chance. He needs to be perfect, and he needs to take this break to reset. So we'll take this break to mention that if you're watching the screen without subscribing on Twitch, you are missing out, because not only does your subscription make our streams possible, it also unlocks exclusive new emotes for every event, plus access to exclusive break time content during the show. You can even use your Prime sub to claim a free subscription. So use !subscribe in chat to level up and support the show. We hope you're enjoying the show. Everybody, Min Lee is enjoying the show. We'll be back with more SCC action as Magnus tries to bring the point home on the other side of this break.
Looking for some cool merch or a gift for that person who loves chess? We've got you covered in our all-new merch store, literally from head to toe. Whether it's a hot date or just hanging out, it's always chess time somewhere. Just ask Mittens. Okay, well, Mittens is just a stuffed toy, so maybe don't ask Mittens. But you can check it all out at chess.com/shop right now.
We're here in Casablanca for this special tournament. You'll be playing games from interesting positions from historical games. So this is a challenge. We want to give you the players to see if you know your classics and also more modern games. And as you see, we have switched the normal pieces out with checkers pieces. It's the 5th position. Black won the game.
Okay, no chance. I need a hint.
Okay, so the last move was pawn takes e3.
Okay, so this, obviously it's a pawn, obviously it's a rook, obviously it's a rook, and white resigned here.
Okay, this is my game with Vladdy.
Correct. Very good. Remember?
Game 5.
Yeah, this is Kramnik Anand from the World Championship match in 2008.
Correct. Very good.
Yeah, I just have no idea. No idea on this one.
Okay, so this is Kramnik Anand, 2008 match.
Oh, from the match. Ah, okay. It was a Slav game. Okay, cool.
Black won this game as well after his last move.
Those C pawns and the A pawn over there, I'm thinking of that famous game where the triple. Yeah, there's no triples.
No, it's not my game with Topolov. That would be embarrassing. No.
I'll need a hint. No idea at all. Let's start.
You can either get Black's last move, or you can know the position of White's king, or the placement of the White king.
Well, I'm assuming the king is here or here, so I'm not sure that helps a lot.
Okay, so the White king is on h4.
Okay, did not expect that.
I never considered that. I just assumed king was on g2 and that's a rook on h4 because it couldn't be a knight and it couldn't be a...
Well, the king is actually on h4.
Oh, so then it's Krasenko Nakamura.
Correct. And you know the year?
2008?
Close, 2007.
Ah, 7.
Barcelona. Okay, very good. It's Krasenko Nakamura from 2007.
Anyway, I'll see if Hikaru finds it.
I mean, it's obviously my game, but I'm trying to remember where the pieces are, so I can at least give you the right move. Yeah, this is my game against Krasenko from the Barcelona Casino Tour in 2007.
But you had everything correct.
Yeah,
that was
okay.
impressive.
Okay, it was a bishop move at the end.
Very good.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah. No, because I was gonna say I thought the king was here, so I assumed it was some Kasparov game or something against Karpov, that style. But yeah, once you say king on h4, it's
For once, it was a good hint.
Yeah.
Chess Championship is back as Magnus Carlsen takes on Min Lee, and he has built a commanding lead despite some internet problems. His form has been excellent. The winner of this match takes on Arjun Erigaisi, who defeated Young Krzysztof Duda yesterday. And the winner of this match, well, Levy, I don't think there is much of a question about who that's going to be, but there's 20 minutes for Min to change that narrative.
There is still time remaining on the clock, but it's very quickly turning into a situation kind of similar to yesterday's match, Hikaru versus Jose, in the sense that you just want to score a respectable amount of points, you want to put up a good fight. And I have to say that Min Lee has been fighting, but down the stretch it has been Magnus who is more accurate in a lot of different endgames. And as we just saw recently, he's also capable of playing a 20-move absolute demolition job if you give him the resources to do so. But we'll see if Min Lee is able to win a game, I would say, organically, right? Because actually 2 of his wins are due to internet outages in the location of Magnus Carlsen, and that's unfortunate, but ultimately I am rooting for him to win a couple of games, kind of start to finish, and seeing what can happen. By the way, they already busted out like 10 moves. I didn't even realize they already got going.
They got going, and a weird kind of Slav. I don't understand how that bishop made its way from... I don't realize how that bishop made its way from c8 to f5. Did it jump over the e6 pawn?
They don't have dark squared bishops, so I guess it was a London, yeah.
It was. So yeah, I'm glad we missed the first 6 moves.
Yeah, the bishops are just.
I want to see any more of that.
And well, I mean, this is Min Lee's specialty. He plays this opening all the time, and Magnus opting for this type of approach.
A5 is an excellent move, setting up queen to b4. You would love a dark squared bishop on d6 right now. That would be awesome. But Min is kind of out of gas here. And it's not enough to prevent your opponent from castling. You actually have to develop an attack on the king. What does white do? Min is stuck here.
It's a very curious...
Ooh.
Yeah. Staring contest.
Exactly. Magnus is going to castle. He's not going to be the first to flinch.
No, of course not. But there are sometimes positions that doubling these pawns for the opponent is good. Yeah, h6 is just sort of a waiting move. Now he wants to play a3, I think, maybe in some positions. Wow, king e7. That's awesome. That's amazing.
I mean, he's already preparing for the endgame by moving his king up. But Min could pull the rug out from under him. If the circumstances were right, he would play queen to d1. Of course, it's unthinkable here because the king is still quite safe, even in the center. But I really like moves like that. They're, you understand why they're played when they're played, but to actually be the one to play them, you have to be Magnus Carlsen to not feel like a fool.
Well, yeah, I'm sure there are qualified members of the chat who would put their king on e7 like this, and also it wouldn't be totally stupid. I mean, there's a difference between doing it on the 2nd move and the 20th move, like in this game. A lot of things are possible here. The center is deadlocked. We have queens coming off the board in a moment, and also there are no bishops to attack the king on e7. So certain criteria has to be met. I'm not preaching to you. I am, of course, preaching to the audience. Like, why can he play it, but I can't? But yeah, it's kind of a do as I say, not as I do.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you can play it. I mean, I do play moves like that. They just have a lower success rate. I like the way Min is handling this endgame. He played f3. He can't quite play e4 just yet, but feels like Magnus is kind of at a standstill on the queen side.
What do you do with white? Because if you play c5, Magnus will move the knight to d7 and prepare b6 and also prepare e5, and that's a terrible proposition. So,
Yes.
But if you take on d5, I mean, black could take with any piece. Honestly, everything looks good. So yeah, g4 is great, and now you're going to exploit the e4 square. Oh, I call this Magnesian. This is the Magnesian school of chess.
Magnesian.
Yeah,
better than Carlsonian.
Oh, this is now e4 is just a huge target, and okay, I like the outside pawn though. I mean, the outside pass pawn is a good thing for white.
And magnesian. I think when the next element on the periodic table is discovered,
we know
exactly who's got dibs on it.
Magnesium. There we go. Magnesium, they're related.
Well, Carlsonian is the name of an institution in New York. Okay, that's the Smithsonian, but close enough.
Yes.
The
also
knight
in
has
Washington,
done
D.C.,
its
I
job.
think.
Wait, is that where the original Smithsonian is?
I don't know, but I do know that knight d6 and knight e4 is on the way. And again, if white plays c5, it's actually, if there was ever a moment to play c5, it was when the knight was on c8. But now, knight f5, knight h5, it's all very unpleasant.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing how quickly he's able to impose his will on the position. He's gotten white to play this undesirable move c5, releasing the tension on the d5 pawn, and now e5 is inevitable, Levy. The question is when, and he doesn't have to put a rook on e8 to play e5. You can play e5 immediately, technically a sacrifice, but after d takes e5, knight d7, I'm mesmerized by the way that he controls the board. The pawn on a4, we saw this in the first game. This is a King's Indian idea, just stopping any further progress. He could play rook b8 and b6. I mean, the sky is the limit here for black.
Rook b8, b6, you start thinking about moves like knight h5, because after knight h5, I have absolutely no idea where you're going to move a piece, but you don't have to play knight h5. You can formulate here, like the knight on e2 wants to go to f4, right? Then the bishop wants to get out. So maybe you just play knight h5, completely shutting that down. And
okay, he's got to make a move. Okay, there we go.
Okay, he goes for e5. It seems to be wrong, but it's very human. e4 is a nice counter-strike.
Knight d3 is threatened. The center opens up. Knight f4 will create a knight cube. But knight f4, there was knight takes h4. There was a weird discovered tactic as Magnus is about to sink his teeth into the b3 square.
No.
Uh-oh. Rook is trapped. Trapped rook?
Oh my gosh, you're right.
Min's losing all his pieces here.
Rook b8, just rook b8, and knight. You don't even have to take on c1. You probably should, but
it's over.
Oh man. Oh. And I think Min must have been delayed there. Yeah, he must have just been because he didn't just realize his rook was hanging.
You know, it's like those movies that have dubbing where you see their mouth moving, but the subtitle text is ended. Like, you know, let's go fight it out.
Yeah, they're already fighting. They're already fighting, though. Yeah. I don't think Min just realized his rook was trapped, but
it's over. A little rook d4 check, just the cherry on top. Magnus just doesn't relax, right? He doesn't decrease the intensity of the pressure just because a lot of moves win, and you really have to appreciate the way he does that.
Yeah, just fantastic. I mean, what more to say? Look, at the end of the day, there's a term that the kids use, and it's called glazing. And when we sit here for hours, that's kind of what it sounds like we're doing. But
what does that mean?
Honestly,
installing Windows. I'm pretty sure that's not what that means.
Yeah, and whatever else it says on Urban Dictionary, we don't want to read that out loud. I don't know, Donnie. I don't know. I just scroll Instagram Reels, and I get all up to date on the slang. You know, like we had slang back in the day, and the kids now have slang, and you know.
Okay, the definition, like the street definition, is actually not bad. It says when you're meat riding someone or sucking up to them. When you excessively compliment someone to the point where it's just cringe and annoying. I think it's important to point out that this happens maybe with newer fans and players like Magnus and Hikaru, where, you know, you misinterpret assessments of real, you know, objective assessments of their strengths as glazing, as you put it. But
yeah,
you know, you got to call it when you see it, and you just don't get this level of mastery like ever.
No, it's amazing, and you get it in so many different structures and openings and so on. And this one is this is a really nice queen's pawn game, and well, not after you play c4, but I thought not if you do it this way. I thought he was going to long castle, but fine, king on f1, and I don't know what the miss there was. Wait, did he have bishop b2 DC? Can we back up a moment?
Which move?
Like just a moment ago. Just if we just back up to king f1, bishop b2.
Yeah, he could have won a pawn here for no compensation.
What? He just didn't see that? He just missed DC?
Yeah, man, this is the problem. He just doesn't. At some point, you stop believing that your opponent is capable of blundering. There's nothing more to calculate. Knight d2 actually walks into c3. You lose the game. So Min, he's overlooking these moments. Every chance you have to exploit against Magnus. It's really as simple as that. Now, black is actually still fine here. I maybe would even prefer black, but I think I'm wrong because it's not clear where to put your king. If you castle kingside, there's h5. I mean, this isn't looking good.
No, it's not. But knight d6, yeah, knight d6. The bishop is bishop f1 is absurd, by the way. Like, again, we just get used to how these guys play chess, right? So yeah, bishop f1, bishop d3. Bishop f1 is crazy. Would you play bishop f1 in a game?
No.
I mean, you just don't think that way. You think I need to go forward. What bishop f1? How can anybody play bishop f1? And he's just defending c4. That's what he's doing.
Generally, I'm okay. I'm pretty decent at predicting at least the spirit of the moves. But with Magnus, sometimes I have no idea even what side of the board he's about to play on. And I'm like, whoa, he's playing on the queen side. I was positive he's going to prepare h5. So his vision of the board is just so it's just so different from my conventional read on it. King g2, another move I don't think I would ever play, Levy.
Yeah, I mean, in this position, you look at c5, h5, right? The rook moved from the h file. You got to go, but he's preparing that the rook will defend the rook instead of the king defending the rook, so that he can always take back, right? And again, he's just passing the ball back. You just hit the ball back. That's it, and let your opponent make a big decision.
Bishop b5, as usual. Well, I thought bishop b5 takes d7 and sticking the knight on e5 was the path forward. But again, bishop d3, I think he's trying to use this rook in order to harass this knight out of d7.
Yeah, I mean, he's just going to the, 7th rank isn't coming. Queen b7, rook a6. At a certain point also, just in every endgame, you can sack on d7 and play knight e5 and just call it a day. But maybe at some point h5, just keep him on his toes. Definitely a position with what is it, carte blanche? You have just you're able to do whatever you want, or is that blank slate? I think that's blank slate. That's not really.
I think you need to save that for the Paris finals.
Yeah.
Perfectly suited for the atmosphere. Okay. Yeah, this is getting tough for Min. I mean, he's down by 7. It's becoming a blowout. And the way Magnus is controlling these games, once you miss that initial chance, right? D takes c4 wasn't played. You feel like the ship has sailed. The opportunity train has passed.
Yeah, but how do we break through here? What's the move? Maybe rook a7, take, h5, gh, g6. And just queen e7 at the end. Something like that. Just get in with the queen. And that's the way you infiltrate. I don't know.
In general, you're playing for mate. I agree. Unless you trade the rooks, then you're playing for the e5 square. Now, it's amazing. Rook a7, rook b7. Black's rook just keeps pursuing its vis-a-vis up the board. It's pretty frustrating. It looks like all the pieces are in place, but where is the breakthrough?
I think that line is actually quite good, but you don't have to take on g6. I don't know if we have an analysis board, but if we play rook a7, rook b7, take, h5 take, g6 take, queen e7, that looks really nice, actually, I think, for white. But you don't have to take on g6.
Actually, that's a super important point. Like you said, king g6, queen e7. You can see the eval bar shoot up. White is winning. Knight e5 is coming in. This is collapsing. But king to f6, sidestepping.
Yeah. I just realized, and
holding e7.
It's very important. Otherwise, it's probably just a winning line. But Nice.
Uh-oh.
What happened?
Knight d6, rook a7.
Oh,
rook
did he hang
b7?
rook b7, queen d6 or something? Some crazy line?
Queen d6 definitely white is white is probably winning after queen d6, but Magnus playing it simple, easy does it, bishop b5, crusher. Yeah. Takes a knight e5. That is the deciding idea. Yeah. Levy, king g8, queen e7. This is ugly.
This
is really ugly.
Oh man, you don't have a move. Straight up can't move a piece.
Wow.
Maybe queen a8 also was the thing, but
it's over. He's got him packaged away, gift wrapped, paralyzed.
Bishop
down
c6
on time.
Yeah, bishop a6 and
a6.
Oh
no, there's no perpetual. No. Yeah, not even close. Maybe stalemate if not for the f pawn. No, this is pipe dream. Min resigns, and it's an 8-point lead that Magnus has opened up here with 8 minutes left in the 3+1 segment.
Do you think today Magnus is playing out of his mind, or do you think Min Lei is underperforming?
I think both. I mean, I think Min at some point, maybe in the middle of the 5-minute portion, just lost some of that mojo. And Min is definitely not as tactically sharp as I'm used to him being. I mean, I'm used to him seeing all of those little, traps and zaps, like D takes C4 in the previous game. But he's been blundering uncharacteristically, but also Magnus is in fantastic form today.
Yeah, I was gonna say yesterday felt like Jose underperformed. Of course, Hikaru was his usual self, playing great defensive and resilient chess, but it felt Jose missed a couple of chances. But today just feels anything Magnus touches turns to gold. Any position he touches. It's just amazing.
Yeah. No, obviously we hold him to an extremely, like his baseline form, his baseline level of performance is already elite by definition, but today was like an elite version of elite. He's made very, very few outright blunders, maybe like 1 or 2 in 13 games, which is crazy. His conversion has been flawless almost every time. Levy and his endgame play, as usual, this is like the constant in a lot of his matches, has just been has been superb.
Yeah, but when I mean, you look back at yesterday's match, you start thinking, granted, Hikaru played like a bunch of Scandinavians, very like risky openings, but you look at today and the amount of times that Min had a clear chance either to have an advantage or not just totally get just outplayed, like in some of these games, it's less than 5, I would argue. It's really less than 5. The biggest one was in game 1, very first game.
Yeah. Now this game actually, Min is playing really, really nicely.
Yeah, this is a vintage way to dominate the Stonewall structure.
Yep, the knight e1, knight d3 maneuver you just saw there. That's in the old Soviet textbooks from the 60s. It's the way you're supposed to play position, but okay, the Stonewall wouldn't be the Stonewall if it was easy to bring down. You can do all of the things you're recommended to do, and Black is still in business.
Yeah, this is one of the major ideas. Actually, Magnus really likes the Stonewall. In fact, he has some ancient course I remember. I don't even know on what website, like on the Stonewall. And but here the light squared bishop on e8 is a bit catastrophic. He's just going to go attack. That's what he's doing.
Yeah, you can find it on like the Wayback Machine.
This is now you have to take on g3 here with Black. If you play the move h3, you should be suspended from chess. But he's gonna play it. Like, you know what I mean? He's gonna. But yeah, you probably need to take on g3 and go for an attack on the h file. But if he plays h3, I'm gonna lose my mind a little bit because I don't even fathom that move. Now I'm scared.
No, I agree. Now I'm also scared. Now I'm starting to make a case. Maybe I could see h3 and the knight e4 being a thing. I think you're safe in assuming he's not going to play it. At least for now. Now you're safe.
Yeah, well, once king f2 happens, then you start not wanting to play hg because suddenly rook h1, and maybe he'll leave the pawn there. But
yeah, but BA.
Yeah, now the queen
back
has to go
the queen
back.
goes to c7, but the b file. The point of BA is not to win a pawn per se. It's also to open up prospects on the queen side, and you can go knight b3. but you do not want to give up the e4 square like that. Queen b4 is an excellent move. Rook takes a5. Black in play. White is obviously better here. I mean, clearly Min has tremendous pressure on Black's position.
Knight b3, a4, a5, then maybe at some point, maybe just a4, so the knight doesn't go to b5, and it's a position you wish you could stop the game and say, I'm better. Please just let me win, you know? What? It's the best move!
That's some evil humor there.
What?
Mind-blowing.
How is it the best move?
And this is the best one. Knight takes c4. I can understand that a little bit more, but still, it's a very hard move to play because knight c4, dc, you're giving up b7. But I guess you just get a lot of activity here. There it is.
Now, I'm just going to say the game changed a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Since, it's not the same. Of course, people will see h3 and say, you should be suspended from chess and whatever. But the queen side opened. So rather than Black playing on two flanks, Black now goes to the queen side. But it is still a very funny moment that I said if you play h3, you should be suspended.
But no, people are DC, by the way. DC and
DC, and you can't take because of b5. Yeah, Minlay is falling apart, yeah.
Now, 6 games later, Magnus is going to play h3 in like some pawn endgame. And people are going to be, oh, you said he was going to be suspended from chess. Yeah, the circumstances have changed completely. Now Black is attacking on the queen side. That is the main thing that's changed.
Yes. It's also important to point out that in every endgame, if the white king walks over to the queen side now, Black has knight h5 or knight e4, takes on g3 ideas, and the h-pawn will queen. So, yes, it's half copium, half the game has changed a lot.
You know what's gonna happen is knight b6, knight c5 is a vintage exchange sacrifice, and Black is just going to get an unholy amount of domination on the queen side. It's just crazy that now Black is the one calling the shots on the side of the board where, that White was lording over just a couple moves ago.
What's amazing is also that even if Black gets that and gets a pawn on b5, the bishop on f7 is just a big pawn, but Black is still much better.
Yeah, it's doing its job. The bishop is defending the base of the pawn chain. So it's actually an integral cog in the machine. Min doesn't see a move. We were talking about knight b6, knight d5. We're not just talking about it. It's happened.
And there it is. Yeah, knight d5. And Min down to 6 seconds. How is the queen not trapped? Or is it?
Knight e4 doesn't work because it gives away the c4 pawn in the end. That's the off-ramp. So Magnus now can move his rook.
Yep.
And White has no threats here. Everything is under... It's a jam-packed situation on the queen side. If you move the rook levy knight e4, in response to knight takes c4 will trap the queen. That's what Min missed.
Yes. And knight d5 just bolster... And what was the plan here? That was the plan. The plan was resignation.
Whew.
And we have 1 minute to go. We will have one final game. And Magnus has a 9-game lead.
Now it's time to bring out the fun openings.
Oh yes, King's Gambit on the board, and this is why we love him, because he plays every single opening. He doesn't repeat almost any time, and he's allowing
knight e3,
queen h4, king to e2, the gangster King's Gambit.
That's the Steinitz. I don't know exactly. I think it's called the Vienna variation, which is or Vienna Gambit, which is very confusing because there's also the Vienna game, which is totally different and a little bit more kosher. Wilhelm Steinitz was an ardent proponent of this line. Of course, now with modern engines, a lot of Steinitz's assertions, and Steinitz felt very strongly about what he was. He was like, I'm going to recommend this line, and if you dare dispute it, I'm going to fight you. And if you don't believe me, I can bring out some quotes. Stockfish is like, yeah, I'd love to fight you, Wilhelm.
But these positions are, especially in Blitz, isn't there like bishop f3, king f3?
And White is better. And this guy, Wilhelm Steinitz, he became world champion for a reason.
And White, I mean, listen, King's Gambit, best case scenario for White is 2 bishops with the center. Like
King's Gambit, you're gambiting your king, almost.
Yeah, this is crazy. Just wild stuff. And when you're down 9 games and facing a King's Gambit, you don't remember all the moves. And yeah, Minlay's just blundering the f7 pawn, I guess, because if rook d7, there's some sort of e5 and just crashing down the middle of the board.
Oh, knight g5. And blunders beget blunders, and now it's full on tilt. It's a double-digit lead. When there was a 3 or 4 point lead, we looked at Magnus's results in the last year, Levy, and I said, these 11-point leads, you start wondering, how is it possible to lose that many games? Well, this is how. He's not even doing anything particularly bad. Magnus just gets more and more confident. There's a little bit of tilt, and it's a very, very toxic combination that causes you to just start dropping game after game, and you feel for minutes. It's a painful situation to be in.
Yeah, what more to say? I mean, I'm not going to say anything wise here. It's really brutal. You have a timer. You have to play that amount of games, or rather that amount of time, and one guy is just in excellent form today, and the other is slowly slipping into a huge realm of sadness.
I'm surprised he didn't. I mean, this is beyond resignable. C3.
Yeah, C3, and but we knew this was happening. I mean, we knew it was happening when Magnus already got the better position from the opening. You know what I mean? It's just he played the opening, which has some risk, and zero of the risk was utilized by the other side, and he kind of got everything he wanted. And you never play a King's Gambit in game 1 of a Speed Chess Championship match unless you're
Jan Nepomniachtchi, maybe.
yeah, exactly. Unless you literally made a course on it, but you start out stable in these matches, and by the second hour of play, you know who's going to win probably. And if you don't know, then you still don't play a King's Gambit.
Now, people asking, like, does Min have to play? Here's the thing. If you're Min, you understand that this was a possibility, and you did your best. You want to play the bullet. Every opportunity to play Magnus is a treat for any other GM. I mean, you don't know how many of those opportunities you're going to get. At least speaking for myself, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I really think that you have to see the bigger picture here if you're the underdog. This is a great chance to learn, and it's fun. It gives you a rush to play the greatest player of all time. It's just an experience that's memorable, period, even if in the moment you don't realize that, because the pain is real of losing a match with this margin.
That's absolutely right. And probably have to remember that it's not even, and Magnus wins there, and the 3+1 segment is over. The score is 12.5 to 2.5, and he's the GOAT for a reason. But right now he's stretching like a cat. So
I mean, they both are performing some wild gesticulate gymnastics after that game. But the gymnastics on the board are being performed exclusively by Magnus. Min, it's 13.5 to 2.5. It's an 11-point lead after the 3-minute portion. It was a complete and total blowout. Levy, there isn't much to say other than, I mean, domination every stage of the game from the very first moves of this match.
Yeah, and I believe that now we're supposed to do a game review. I mean, we could select one of like 10 different games. I will let you take it away. I was planning to order some lunch after the 3+1 segment is over. I did not expect it to be a 10-game lead, but I mean, Magnus is in amazing form, and Min's got to get a few games back in Bullet, man. Just have some fun with it, you know?
Well, Magnus is having Min lead for lunch. You should definitely get some lunch of your own. I'm going to take a game review here. The shortest game of this match is a good epitome of the extent to which Magnus Carlsen has dominated. This game started off as a London system. Magnus has the white pieces, and very quickly, he's able to get positions that he knows better. C4, an obscure move, but a very dangerous move. Queen takes B2. Apparently is too dangerous. After knight b to d2, white gets fantastic tactical compensation. The pawn is still hanging, but Min dares not capture it. Instead, Min Lee brings his bishop out. Logical moves. But suddenly, black gets pretty uncomfortable here. This is a bad bishop on c8. White gets a slight advantage, and Magnus prosecutes it beautifully. Most people here, first of all, would take back with the queen. This would have allowed black to eliminate the bishop pair, so Magnus takes with the pawn. Then the vast majority would take on c4. But no, Magnus first brings his pieces into position, makes it even harder for black to develop his queenside, and after e5, the situation goes from bad to worse. Bishop g5, and here Min Lee blunders with e4, trying to get this knight to move. That would blunder the bishop. But after the mutual trade, rook d5 is the crusher. that instantly triggers resignation. Black loses on the spot after queen b6 rook g5. The pawn on g7 is under fire, and g6 gets mated in absolutely brutal and violent fashion with queen takes g6. This is how Magnus won games. He won games in a variety of different ways, but the fact remains it is an 11-point deficit going into the bullet. And Levi, I hope you settled on a restaurant for lunch. It's just a dominant performance today. There's only so many ways in which you can describe it.
Absolutely. And that was a great game to show some of the opening flair, some of the middle game conversions. I think Magnus uses some of these matches as just a chance to play different structures and different middle games and test his creativity. He's been good defensively. He's been good offensively. He's been good tactically. He's been good positionally. He's been good in the endgame. How do you beat him? Like, what do you... If you're in the corner of the boxer who is opposite him today, what do you tell him? What do you tell him? Like, what's the motivation?
You just have to try to make this closer. You have to appreciate the chance that you have. But Min is a bullet beast. Anybody who's watched online chess knows that. He will give his best. He always does that. He is a fighter and a gentleman. So we've got more chess to watch and then another match after this one. But first things first, it's time for a short break. You're watching the Speed Chess Championship as Magnus Carlsen completes a total demolition in round one. We'll be back with the final segment of his match on the other side of this break.
Looking for new ways to enjoy chess? Check out our schedule of Chess.com community events today. Mondays, play Rapid Opening Roulette and expand your opening repertoire with a new opening each month. Tuesdays, compete against other Untitled players in Untitled Tuesday. Battle your way to the top in Arena Kings on Wednesdays. And finish the week off each Saturday with the blistering Community Bullet Brawl. All happening in the Community Club on Chess.com.
There's a shortcut for sizing up any chess position.
Chess structures is how we understand chess quickly. How can you evaluate a complicated position in a second or two?
And giving you the tools to come up with a winning plan.
What I see here is not a weak pawn on d4. One can feel tremendous energy from the white side. Well, we have rooks in open files. My knights have great squares where they can jump to. Even this one can maybe jump further. My bishop maybe on b3, maybe on d3. You will not see just 12 pawns on a chessboard. No, you will start to see that this is a landscape. And it's a landscape where you can sort of see the hills, or rather the flow of energy.
In any opening you play.
Welcome to the chapter about the Isolan, Karakan formation, the Slav formation, Carlsbad structure, Stonewall structure, King's Indian structure type 1, type 2, the hedgehog structure, the Maroxy structure.
And you can learn it all before your beard grows too long. Grandmaster Peter Heine Nielsen presents Chess Structures, a Grandmaster Guide. Try it for free on Chessable at chessable.com/structures.
Welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship. I am Levy Rosman and Jim Daniel Daranitsky covering the first match of today's doubleheader for you. It's Magnus Carlsen, and he is doing Magnus Carlsen things, Levy, but even by his standards, it's been a really impressive match against Min Lee.
It has. He's on fire. He is dominating every single phase of the game. He's dominating on the clock. He's dominating in the end game, in the middle game. But we do have to remember, last year, he did the same thing in the first round, and that was against Fabiano Caruana, right? So this is not unlike him to show up to this event and make his presence known right away. I think we sort of held out hope that Min Lee, with his Blitz and Bullet experience, would be a worthy competitor, but it has been Magnus the whole way today.
Well, Magnus will face, assuming he holds on to this 11-point lead, he will face Arjun Erigaisi, who had a really difficult journey yesterday. Neither player was in particularly sharp form, which makes Arjun's win all the more impressive. He was actually trailing for most of the bullet, but a last-second comeback allowed him to advance to the quarterfinals. It'll be a fascinating matchup, and Nepo and Nodirbek will face off later today. The winner of that match on the other side of the bracket will face none other than Hikaru Nakamura. Well, the internet problems seem to be behind him. At this point, you'll need an internet outage like every game. And even that might not be enough, Levy. I mean, even hypothetically, I don't know if they'll have time to play 11 games. Probably not.
No, probably not. Also, it's a 10-game lead, not 11. So let's...
Oh, it is a 10-game lead, okay.
Yes, let's give Min, his realistic chances. A friendly reminder for...
here.
Yes. For what's at stake, it's a spot in the quarterfinals, and after that, it's a ticket to Paris, which is awesome. That's what's at stake after that. You earn $3,000 for winning the match, and then there's a split based on a win percentage. So Min has a couple of opportunities here to win back some hundreds of dollars, which is, I mean, it's not too shabby. Bullet is underway. Here we go.
Yep. Reminds me, I got to get my tickets to Paris. It's going to be a fun event. I'm really looking forward to it. It's short but sweet. It's going to be an action-packed couple of days as the final four men standing in the SCC will move to France's capital to see the Eiffel Tower and hopefully also win the SCC.
For now, yeah. France is not one of those places that has changed their capital to somewhere extremely obscure. It's still Paris.
Like Lyon. Yeah, I had to double check that in my mind. I'm like, wait.
Yeah, because you sometimes, especially in the US and the States, it's like a capital of random state is God knows where.
Yeah, but Nevada is like Reno? No. Las Vegas? No. Carson City.
Yeah. It's one of the few with the word city in the capital. How's that for some trivia for the audience?
Really? Oklahoma City? Probably the only other one. Salt Lake City?
Salt Lake City. You start racking them up. There's quite a few.
Sacramento City. And New York, not New York City.
No, not New York City. No, we have Albany. That's our
Albany, center of civilization.
Yes. Yeah, you can play that game in your head while we commentate the bullet. I mean, we need our material to prepare for this bullet segment.
That's right.
Magnus just firing moves off. Slightly worse. The pawn play is a bit frozen here, and the queen side could be a liability in the long run, but A3 probably, yeah, he had to play A3.
Oh, yeah, I mean, a completely game-changing, match-changing move like A3 was worth pointing out with the blue arrow.
Yes. I mean, I did think about A3. I thought maybe he has to, but now Magnus is just a pawn up. I mean, it's unbelievable. Like, just...
Yeah, I mean, 1+1. I think he likes the increment in bullet.
Yeah, but for guys like Magnus and Hikaru, it doesn't quite matter, but they spend their time really effectively later on, I feel like, in the games. I mean, 1-0 is the last 20% of a bullet game that's 1+0, and you know this. It's how do you even make good moves with the mouse that fast? Like, how do you do it? Because you're like a top 5 1-0 player in the world.
I mean, I appreciate it. I don't know. I mean, it's just a lot of it is practice. I mean, bullet is a pretty mercurial skill. If you don't play for a couple months, it does start to disappear and atrophy. Not so much, I think, with Blitz. Blitz you can reduce for a while, and you've still got the skills. With bullet, I mean, having that form is really important. And I think there's this idea going around that Magnus is somehow not good or like not fast in all-out scrambles. That's absolutely not true. He's not as fast as like Andy Woodward, but he's still incredibly accurate, especially with increment scrambles. I mean, look at what he's doing here.
Queen d5?
He's playing this
F5?
basically perfectly.
Oh, amazing. And now queen d5, and it defends everything. But there's bishop c4 at the end, and maybe it's... No.
Oh, what? That's a free bishop. It's probably mouse slip.
No, it's not a mouse slip. No, he just blundered it, I think. Like, I think he just thought bishop e2, and he takes on d5, and he just totally forgot.
Ugh, now it's an 11-point lead.
Yeah, and I think now officially we can probably call it, but, previous game is... So Andy Woodward, yeah? He's the new kid on the block and a monster in online.
I mean, all of these kids are... Like, I can hang with them when it's, in terms of just the speed of general play, but when it gets down to like a rook and 3 versus rook and 3 time scramble, you might as well resign. There's just nothing you can do.
Wow.
They will pre-move 60 moves and then take all of your pieces when you try to, to make a dirty move. I just don't understand it.
And Faustino as well. You've played him in Bullet and Blitz?
Faustino and Bullet, I played only 1+0. Blitz, he dodges me. In 1+0, he is actually very impressive. And you can tell, because you cannot, 1+0 really reveals talent. And Faustino is super sharp. I will say, I think people need to tone down the articles, like when he beats Magnus in one individual bullet brawl game. Like, you don't need to write an article when he gets out of bed in the morning. But he is really impressive. Like, the talent just shines through very, very quickly.
Yeah, I apologize. I definitely made a video about that. But in my defense, I did not make a video about the recent wins against Hikaru. And it's like a catch-22. At a certain point, I go, I think I'm over-covering Faustino. Then I get comments like, why have you not covered Faustino? And I'm like, well,
right. No, but I get it. I mean, he is impressive, and he is one of the most promising juniors right now. That's a fact. But the journey to the very top is difficult.
If I may, the word junior doesn't even describe it. He's a kid. Like
junior, more like toddler.
I mean, yeah, he is 10, right? Like junior is under 20. That's the definition in the chess world, where that's when you can play the junior championships up to 20 years old. He's 10, man. He's so young. It's crazy, and he is very
that's
sharp.
Actually mind blowing. I was 1800 and I was 10. I mean, I played my first World Youth, and he streams. I mean, he streams and live commentates the games, and he's super mature, and the maturity on and off the board. Like on the board, he plays like an adult, right? Positional decisions. It's just crazy. You can't actually believe your own eyes.
Yeah, it's nuts. His rating, and that's a nice idea by Magnus giving up the bishop. But it's this game. If he goes full Hikaru mode, he can bleed a bunch of time off the clock. But we discussed this yesterday. This ethical dilemma. If you bleed time off the clock here for like 10 minutes, are you a terrible person? Oh, there we go. And right on cue, Magnus agrees to a draw, and he is not a terrible person. He just wants to play another game.
That's right. I mean, there's the middle ground between, I think some chess fans have to realize, between like Mother Teresa and, I don't know, the Joker. So it's like,
hey, some people think the Joker is a hero.
That's right. I was trying to avoid mentioning a real life villain because I'm like,
right.
So after what I said earlier, I'm like self-censoring, but yeah.
Nobody knows what happened earlier. Come on. We'll just...
No. I mean, even I don't know. Reading.
I liked the timing. Just as I was very scared when I queued up that statement. Like I was thinking, is Magnus going to burn like 7 minutes off the clock here, up 10 games? But
right, it's like when H3, right? And you're like, he's not going to play H3.
Yes. And no, Magnus just wants to play some chess for the love of the game. He's obviously, I mean, he's won the match. But you still have to play out the clock, and E6 is nice move. I like it, but Bishop D4 is a pawn.
Yeah, actually, I like the way Min is playing this game. Whoa.
All right, my entire screen just went fuzzy. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
My screen on my end looks like I dove underwater and opened my eyes. You know that feeling?
Yeah, I do.
That's what it looks like right now. So if you can still hear me, great. But
I can hear you just fine. Yeah, I mean, you're
amazing.
Your camera is coming through. I think Magnus's internet paid you a visit.
Yeah, we got the internet bug. I don't know what's happening here, but and
Magnus is winning.
Yeah, for reasons. Yeah, I can see that. For reasons I can't quite explain, the bishops are just totally dominating, and yeah, it's amazing. It really is. It's very cool to see, because I think we get used to him just showing up to Title Tuesdays and playing absurd openings and doing whatever he wants and losing. And when he's locked in, I mean, it's amazing.
Oh, wow. I mean, Min never really got off the second rank. And It's just so frustrating. You lose game after game. At some point, it just becomes a chain reaction. Like you just stop believing that you can pull off a single half point. This is what I said in the beginning of the match.
Bishop f5. We have a exchange Slav. Now, this looks really boring and symmetrical, but there's cool ways to play it for a win for white. He's not quite doing it, but every opening now, there are ideas to make it aggressive and play for a win. Every single opening.
Yeah. And a lot of openings have undergone this transformation where traditionally they were always thought of as ways to kill the game, to play for a draw, like the Exchange Slav London system. Now, not so much. I mean, the Exchange Slav is being played for an advantage because people have realized there's absolutely no advantage elsewhere. Yeah, so why not that?
Exactly. Symmetrical structure, symmetrical pieces, but white has a little bit more space. And now black C makes a committal decision. Now c5 is weak. Now white is first to strike on the queen side, so maybe knight coming to c4, which is the one thing that black has, is not that great. b4 is hanging, but I don't think you can take because a b5 is probably quite strong, as well as queen b3 and all sorts of other things. So
if you could furtively reposition the rook on c8, then knight c4 would work. Now Min is starting to fall apart here. Takes, and wow, Magnus just playing this like it's classical chess. He's playing perfect games in bullet. The knight from c6 can't really move because of queen e8 with a fork. Knight to b7 is threatened. Knight to a6. Everything is collapsing. Again, look at that knight on a8. It's just a pathetic piece. 54 seconds for Carlsen. And it's just a well-oiled machine at this point.
Yeah, he's having fun. I obviously, as the match goes on, you've had these marathon matches where you might win by a big margin, but generally, if you're going to play 2 to 3 hours in the evening in bullet, it's got to be somewhat close, like 2-1 or something. But at a certain point, you realize I don't have it right now, and in this format, you don't have a choice. You just play until the internet dies or until the match is over on the timer.
Yeah, the fact that you're an underdog doesn't make it less painful. It's always painful to lose a match like this as a GM. But there's obviously no shame in losing to Magnus by any score. And anybody who doesn't realize that, I mean, just isn't in touch with chess, because this is the norm for Magnus rather than the exception. He is the GOAT for a reason.
Oh my God.
And he wins another one, just merciless. Knight f8, knight g6. And this, not only is he winning games, but the speed with which he's winning them is also increasing.
Now f5. He's played every opening. I don't think, has he repeated an opening twice?
That's honestly been one of the keys to his success, I think, because he's harnessing one of his biggest strengths, which is his universal knowledge of various openings. He's kept Min guessing. And the moment he even felt a whiff that Min could steer the game into comfortable territory, he completely switched up the opening approach.
Yeah, just incredible. It's very fun too, because you get different structures. He had a Dutch structure earlier, but he played a Stonewall. Now he's playing the Leningrad. Should we rename it the St. Petersburg?
St. Petersburg?
Yeah, I mean,
the St. Petersburg airport's airport code is still LED.
Oh, that's fascinating. Yeah, I didn't know that. I mean, but airport codes are strange. No, like why is Toronto YYZ? Is there some deep reason?
Or LAX, or Los Angeles International?
Yeah, I mean, you get anxiety going to LAX. It's the top 5 worst airport in America. But seriously,
trust me, Charlotte wants to have a word with you.
Charlotte has gotten a lot worse. It used to not be bad, but now, it used to be New York. We had the title, but our airports are beautiful now. So,
Well, people found out Charlotte's not a backwater outpost, and suddenly, and it's a mid-sized airport for a growing city. So yeah, I mean, it is just anxious. Even stepping foot in the airport, you were just filled with anxiety.
Yeah, but it'll get better. As a person who lived their whole life with the 3 worst airports in the country, Newark is horrendous still.
Newark is my least favorite airport. I've never seen a big airport like that. With the food options alone are just shameful.
Yeah, they close at 8 p.m. too. I had an evening flight once and there was no food. So
San Francisco is nice.
Yeah, I haven't been to San Francisco. I said no one ever, by the way, but maybe the airport. But Bishop e6, and we should probably commentate the game and not just talk about airports. Oh, Minlay slightly better. Could he be headed for his first win in the bullet?
I'm afraid to say anything. Bishop c6. Yeah, Charles de Gaulle is. I'll be experiencing that fairly soon. Oh, rook f7 and b6. As the blue arrow shows, that pawn sneaks through to b7. It's a protected passer. He's got a shot here.
Is it so bad? The king is coming to c7 if the rook moves. Apparently that was wrong, by the way. You had to wait to do something. I don't know what it was. And yeah, now you can't move. White can't move the rook because the king gets to c7. In fact, black can even probably play d5 in some position later on. or there. That's
later on has arrived.
Maybe bishop d5, rook d8, rook e1. Did he miss that? No, that was not the idea. The idea is to go here. Okay, cool.
And king e6 to protect the f5 pawn. This should be holdable for black.
And another part of the toolbox here is knowing when the endgame is a draw. He goes to this endgame down a pawn, but he knows that by cutting off the king now on like the 3rd rank or something, and h4 is probably a draw in many positions as well. This is unwinnable.
A great example of the gap between increment and non-increment chess. You go into an endgame like this with no increment. You know you're going to win. You know that it's going to take your opponent a certain amount of time to defend it, as Magnus holds the draw here. In increment play, you can be pretty confident that unless you make a terrible blunder, you're going to hold this indefinitely.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, in 1-0, you go to that endgame, you give a bunch of meaningless checks, the person flags. That doesn't happen here. So, but it's part of the experience.
A4. I feel like every couple of years they keep coming up with new moves in this position. First it was queen a4, then they go a knight a3, and now there's pawn a4.
Yes, pawn a4. Knight c3 is odd. I mean, it's not odd, but generally you wait for dc so you can play knight a3. But I guess, yeah, Magnus loves these positions. And I think recently he's gotten, which is crazy to say, but he's gotten more experience and better at these positions. He's added these kind of pawn gambit lines to his toolbox. Now he's not even down a pawn, but he had some nice wins, for example, against Mamidyarov, where he gave Mamidyarov c4, let him play b5, and then he won.
Oh, apparently there was a trick there. Knight c2 and knight b6. I'm going to show this really quickly. Yes. I mean, just again, to give you a sense of the kinds of stuff that Magnus, when he misses stuff, it's at this level of difficulty. Knight c2 and now knight b6. This is actually the key move, because if you play knight takes d4, you give up 2 pieces for rook and you lose. Knight b6 forces the queen away. Black simply picks up the pawn on d4 with a winning position. Okay, they've made 60 moves from that moment on.
And
let me fast forward.
That is an example of something Minlay should see. I mean, but down 13 games, you stop seeing stuff. I mean, you
stop looking for stuff.
Yeah, exactly. You stop looking for stuff. Yeah, like you boot up a meaningless bullet game, on the toilet or something. You're looking for knight c2, knight b6. Like, it's just, you still believe you're going to win the game. And here, he's just happy to play for 7 more minutes, and that'll be that.
Yeah. Anything but a wonderful time when you're facing Magnus. Now, the plan here is that once this match ends, we'll do the interview. We have another match today, so the action isn't over. In fact, I would hazard a guess that this Nepo Nodirbek match is going to be just as close, if not closer, than the Arjun Duda match, because these are two players who you hear their names and you're like, they're evenly matched. No question about it. Oh, rook d8.
Rook d8, yeah. And rook
f7.
Rook f7.
Oh,
yeah, rook f7.
d7.
Yep.
But I get your bishop first. Yeah, but I'm Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, and then rook g7, and it's just mate, actually. I mean, after that. And you could lose in the endgame, you can lose now. I am excited to have commentated a Magnus and a Hikaru match, but I almost wish I commentated Dude Arjun, because I would not know who wins the match until the last 2 games. And also, Nepo Nodirbek, I think, will be very close. So I look forward to that coverage. And yeah, this has been like the Terminator. I mean, what more can be said?
Oh, is there a perpetual? No, there's no perpetual. The king, it's a classic pattern where the king runs over to e1.
Yes, king runs to safety. There are ladder mates on both sides, but I beat you first. Bishop e7, discovered check on f6, and there it is. And black resigns.
Yeah, between Min's ladder mate and Magnus's ladder mate, the latter of the ladder mates prevails.
The ladder mate.
And the former ladder mate.
And Min, yeah, knight h5. This is the good stuff right here. Knight h5 is this is the edgy London. And back to our terms we should not look up on Urban Dictionary.
No, don't worry. I've not even the tab.
We have blacklisted that website in our house. This is like almost lost by force, like knight e5, queen h5 stuff, but Magnus defending it obviously quite nicely. And but this is, again, I mean, Danny, what was the score last year? Magnus, Fabi, didn't Fabi score 2.5?
Yeah, it was. Well, I also, Fabi got blown out by Hikaru, I think. Fabi has had a hard time in the SCC in general. But yeah, Magnus, it was something like 21.5, 2.5, something of that nature, yeah.
Yeah, well, what can you possibly do? I mean, what can you possibly do? It's
Min
insane.
is worse again. I mean, in London. I mean, Magnus has sacked a pawn. No, he hasn't. I thought he did, but suddenly material has once again equalized.
Bishop c3. I mean, just king b8 even. You don't have to do anything here with black. Just f5, yeah.
No, you asked, is it more that Min was in bad form, Magnus is in good form? Definitely both, but the more this match continues, the more impressed I am with the form that Magnus has displayed. In the CCT, it was a little bit back and forth. He was unstable. This match has been peak Magnus, really peak Magnus.
Right. We do have to remember the CCT is rapid ultimately. You have 3 times as much time. Or is it 10 minute, not 15?
10 minute, yeah.
But again, all the only thing Magnus needs to motivate him to absolutely dominate is not winning something. He doesn't win something, he shows up next time and goes, oh yeah. Now, granted, he was a big favorite today, right? So he did his job, but the way he's doing it is quite impressive. It really is.
His match against Arjun will be interesting. Arjun will have to step it up because yesterday Arjun had a tough ladder to climb against young Krzysztof Duda. Both players were struggling to find their footing. There were lots of blunders. It was a street brawl, and Arjun is watching this. Hopefully, what's up, Arjun? Knowing that he needs to turn the page and he needs to be his best self and a much better self than he was against Duda. That's for sure. If he wants any chance,
certainly. There were some tactics there, some cross pins and everything, but now Magnus is going to start collecting pawns. It's probably dynamically balanced because Min has these passed pawns. And Magnus can't relax just yet. And it's very easy to relax in a position like this.
And in a match like this, when, with 3 minutes left, mathematically speaking, 14 points in 3 minutes, that's more than realistic, Levy. I mean, you think about it, 1 game per 5 seconds?
And this is likely a draw. Oh, he won on time. No, Min flagged.
No, but already in the final position, White's losing because the Black King is rounding up the pawn.
Excuse me. I think historically, I don't remember their online rapid scores, Magnus and Arjun. Like, I think it's close. Obviously, it's in Magnus's favor, but I think in the online stuff, and Magnus again going to the edge of the board, just like in the last game. Hilarious. I think Magnus has a big lead in their online battles.
Yeah, that's a safe statement to make with the most of his opponents. This is probably not going to be the last game. I think we're going to get 2 more games in. But
just one,
the
probably.
ticker, just one. Okay, yeah. With the increment, I agree.
But yeah, it could already spin out of control for Arjun very quickly. I mean, if he's down 3-4 games from the 5+1, it's basically hopeless. So he needs to use that segment to keep it close. But like, again, how do you keep it close? Again, what do you tell your guy who you're coaching? What do you do against Magnus? Where are you keeping it close? How are you taking your chances?
Well, the thing is, I think that I don't know what the conditions are for beating him, but I know what they are for losing. And the easiest way to get blown out is not to exploit the very few tactical chances he gives you. Now, even Magnus in his best form, he will give you a few. I mean, queen takes b7. He will give you a few chances, a few blunders. If you don't exploit those, then you've got no chance in the match. That's sort of my theory. That's step one. And if you're in bad form, you're not gonna be able to see those moments. Min struggled tactically today. He had a few chances, but it just wasn't there for him. He's gonna lose another one.
And 95. I was just about to say we've got this will run the clock out, but 95 is just winning material. If knight takes, there was pawn takes. The knight was hanging, the bishop was hanging. This is likely the last game of the match, and it is an absolute demolition job. Magnus Carlsen has not lost a game today organically. I think he's going to play some devious stuff here. Oh, he just plays normal move. Okay. C-Fair, I thought. And yeah, beating Minlay by this margin is unbelievable. We have to remember 2 points went to Minlay via disconnections. And that's what makes this even crazier. Even if those were reduced to draws, it's 20.5 to 2.5. It's just insane.
It's nuts. I'm running out of adjectives.
Well, the good news for you is you have a match after this, which is a pick'em. I don't know who's even the favorite there, but who is the favorite in that match? Nodirbek maybe by like 55%. I have no clue actually.
Yeah, I think Nodirbek is the more consistent player to some degree, but also that doesn't mean, if Jan has a good day, that means he can blow out one of these guys. Yeah, Min is he just wants this thing to end, and it's painful. You feel for him. It's like, yeah, you're playing Magnus. It's a great chance, but all of that is just, all of those are just words. When you're sitting there and you're losing game after game, that's a very painful feeling no matter who you are. But yeah, it's going to be a close one. I really find it hard to imagine that it'll be a blowout in Nepo Nodirbek.
What to say? And Rook C5, Rook G5 is still on the way, and maybe Magnus even plays Rook C5 here. I don't think it works. Yeah, he doesn't do that. But by the way, there is something to be said. What happened? Rook C2 or something?
Knight takes it, blunders the Rook on D1. That's going to be the final game. Go ahead, Levy.
No, I was going to say you don't want to lose the final game of a match ever, even if you're up this much. And, Min will probably lose the final game of the match, but he's had a rough day today. What can you say? It's amazing.
5.5, 1.5 looks close. Look at those totals. 7-1, 7-1. That's going to become 8-1 in the bullet. And feels like the last time Magnus lost a game in this match was like last year.
And he didn't even lose. He didn't lose a single game. He straight up didn't lose a game.
One of the disconnections he was lost, I think, in the final position. But
that's it.
That was crazy. That was just a total and complete destruction. And Magnus Carlsen remains just ironclad in his determination to win the SEC 2 years in a row. But that was just the first match, Levy. It's important that he leaves some gas in the tank because he's got some scary opponents to take on. But he is a scary opponent himself. Look at those totals.
Just absolutely crazy when you consider that his opponent is an online blitz and bullet specialist. He is a demon, 3,000, 3,100 rated, constantly multiple time winner of Title Tuesday. And Magnus wins his first round matchup, setting up a meeting with Indian number 1, Arjun Erigaisi, in the quarterfinals.
Indian number 1, world number 4. It's going to be a really interesting match, and it's going to be interesting how Arjun approaches that match in light of this one. Ultimately, Magnus Carlsen he takes the match. No shame in losing. Minley did his best, but when Magnus is in top form, there's nobody on this planet, truly, who can compete. And we will get a look inside the mind of Magnus Carlsen. We will have him on for an interview before we segue into our second match of today's doubleheader. So stay tuned, because the Speed Chess Championship will return with an interview with Magnus Carlsen on the other side of this break.
Magnus, do you ever regret walking away from the Classical World Championship?
Not ever is hard to say, but I would say that overall I don't regret it.
Yeah, that's the truth.
Okay. Good. Just checking. Regardless of who wins the candidates tournament coming up, do you think Ding will successfully defend his title?
No.
He's telling the truth.
Okay, controversial. Magnus, do you ever regret making 2900 a public target?
No. It's the truth, but it's a very sensitive question for him.
Okay, touched a nerve. Magnus, do you feel you've peaked as a chess player?
Yes. That's the truth.
Okay. Magnus, do you fear the effects of AI in chess?
No. So it is a lie.
Ooh. Okay. Do you think you could beat Hikaru Nakamura in a chess boxing match?
Yeah. That's a lie.
Wow. Do you think you could beat Levi Rosman and Danny Rensch in a blindfold simul?
I don't care. I don't know what the rest of the question is, but I don't care.
He does care. He's annoyed by that.
Okay. Have you ever played a competitive game while drunk?
Yes. He's telling the truth.
Do you think Chess 960 will ever match the popularity of classical chess?
No. He's telling the truth, but there's more to that.
Okay. But you hope it might?
Of course.
Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. Me too. Magnus, do you think cheating is a widespread problem in online chess?
Yes. Yes, he's very sure about that.
How about over-the-board chess?
I'm not sure.
He's telling the truth.
Okay. Have you ever cried after a game of chess?
Yes, many times.
He's telling the truth.
Yeah. Just out of curiosity, when was the most recent time?
Probably the last time I can remember was the London candidates in 2013.
Yeah, seems like
Truth. Okay, nice.
In recent years, we've had a lot of openings in chess that have become meme openings. So it could be strange, silly openings, and we want you to rank these different openings from brilliant to double question mark. And then number 6, the orangutan or Sokolsky opening.
Brilliant.
The orangutan, yeah, it's playable.
Yeah, so I think for 1b4, it's another opening that I've played a lot, and Magnus also has played it quite a bit. I think it's completely reasonable, and yeah, it's in the middle. Very, very, very solid opening, and no reason not to play it.
Sodium attack.
1 knight a3.
Yeah.
I think that's bad.
Good. I think that's. I can't give too many brilliants, so I'll give it good.
I would say it's not the worst. Maybe it's playable. I'd probably put it in the second to last tier though, which is just bad. I don't think there's much value to the opening itself. It's just fun to move the knight, but doesn't do much else.
And then number 8, I believe, is an opening invented by Anna Crumlin, which is called the Cow.
Brilliant.
Yeah, so I think as far as the cow opening goes, it's an opening that I would put probably in the second tier of good. I think much like the hippo, it's something that you can play and get to a very high level with it. At a certain point, of course, it's not particularly good if your opponents know what they're doing, but I also played it recently in a Blitz match online, and I did well against the GM, so I think it's probably in the good tier, second tier.
I'm tempted to put it in double question mark, but I think it just barely makes it into bad.
Yep, those are the words of Magnus about the cow.
And then we have a favorite, the Norwegian rat.
Yeah, I really like that opening, but unfortunately I think it's also bad.
Yeah, I think that's in the middle. I don't think it's horrible, don't necessarily think it's great. Somewhere in the middle, I would say. So I'll put it in playable.
Okay, yeah, that's good.
We're back with the reigning VChess Championship champion, Magnus Carlsen, who went on a wire-to-wire rampage, defeating Min Lee by 17 points, 20.5, 3.5, to make his way to a quarterfinals matchup against Arjun Erigaisi. Magnus, congratulations on the win. Can you start by sharing your overall impressions of the match? What stands behind your dominant performance?
Yeah, I think getting off to a good start was important. Obviously, in the first game, he clearly came prepared in the opening, and I didn't have the best position. And once that game turned and I got going, I felt really good. Didn't feel like he was putting any pressure with the white pieces. Like, I know that he likes those kind of London setups, but he wasn't really getting them either. After that, obviously, like, my internet died, which I've been in this room for a week, and that hadn't happened once before, so that was a bit unfortunate. But yeah, I think apart from that, I don't think he played badly. Of course, like, there's going to be a game here and there with tilt, but I think most of all, I just had a really good day today, and then, very few people are going to have a realistic chance.
Magnus, you have played a lot of the top 10 and top 20 players at this point in the world, probably hundreds of times, and maybe, I don't know, close to 1,000 if we count some of the online games. Do you like playing guys like Min Lee, who you've played, I would imagine, never over the board and maybe just 100 times online? Is it refreshing to prepare for a new opponent?
I mean, it's very interesting to play men in individual games, and in bullet without increment, it's like a fair fight. He's really good, but in a match like this, it's about getting through, because, like, unless something very unusual happens, like, in terms of a sporting contest, it's not going to be that interesting. But still fun to play.
Magnus, before we let you go, we have 2 brief chat questions. First from Fisher Random Chess. Do you want Chess 960 Speed Chess Championship? And where do you rank sort of 960 on a scale of 1 to 10 in terms of your enthusiasm level?
I've spoken about this subject before. I think for speed chess, sort of normal variation of chess that we've been playing for so many years works really well. I think 960 is more suited for longer formats where, because you really need the time to think and delve into what is essentially new positions. In every single game. So while that would be interesting, I think the way it is now to play push random with longer time controls and then normal chess and faster is the way it should be.
You've got Arjun Erigaisi coming up in the quarterfinals. You've played all the Indian prodigies in classical, rapid, and blitz. How does he stack up against Prague, against Gukesh in terms of styles?
Yeah, Arjun is always an interesting opponent because he plays such uncompromising chess, and I think last year as well he had a very, very close match with Jan Nepomniachtchi, and I thought at some point I was going to face him then as well. I don't think he has the consistency to stick with me in a longer match, but in certain games I'm certainly going to feel the heat because he really brings it.
Finally, Magnus, Nodirbek versus Nepo coming up right now. Any predictions for this interesting matchup?
Yeah, this is probably the best matchup of the first round. Or I guess you have Alireza versus Grishuk as well, right? Or
and
somebody
MBL
versus. Yeah, I mean there are a lot of good matchups, but this is one I'm really looking forward to. I remember a few years ago, Nodirbek in the first round, he really gave Wesley a go. So I think one thing we can know for sure is that Jan is going to have a lot of frustrating moments. Because Nodirbek is so slippery. I don't know, to be honest. I think it's very open, but one thing I would suggest to people everywhere around the world is tune in, because it's going to be fun.
Magnus, congratulations on a dominant win. Best of luck against Arjun, and thank you for joining us. Good luck in the next round.
Thanks.
All right, matches in the books. Levy, it's just the first match of the doubleheader, but Magnus, just to say he took care of business, that would be kind of disingenuous. He took care of business for the next 6 matches.
Yeah, he also gave a proper shout out to the one that's upcoming. I mean, I'm going to get off of here and I'm going to go eat my burrito and I'm going to watch you and Canty, because that is probably the most exciting matchup of the first round. I mean, Duda and Arjun already tried to put on quite a show for us, but this one could be overtime thriller, so I'm really looking forward to it. But hey, Magnus and Hikaru took care of business in round number 1, and I can't wait for the 2024 Speed Chess Championship to heat up.
Well, it'll be heating up momentarily. I am Levy Rosman. It's been a pleasure, as always, to commentate these last 2 matches with you. I will release you to eat your lunch and take some rest. James Canty will be joining me for the second match of today's doubleheader. But for now, we're going to get everything set up. Levy, thanks again. Have a good weekend, and we'll be back with the second match together with James Canty in just a few minutes.
See you, Danya.
Welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship. Our second match of the double header has arrived as Jan Nepomniachtchi takes on Nodirbek Abdusattorov, and what Magnus Carlsen has predicted will be the closest and potentially most entertaining match of the Speed Chess Championship. Well, I'm here alongside the most entertaining commentator. James Canty III joins us for the second match of the doubleheader. Welcome to the show, James. Pleasure to be commentating with you, and welcome to a really exciting year of the SCC.
Yeah, man, it's always a pleasure being here, of course, with my twin brother, Danya. We look just alike. We play the same openings, of course. It's just awesome. And now we have to, be here and see another heavy hitter match. I've caught all of the SCC. Who doesn't? Okay, you need to take off work. Tell your boss it's going to be just okay to, and get paid too as well to get to watch this match, because you have to, especially with the double headers we have so far. So saw the Magnus match, unfortunate for men, but, we still have a lot more chess to go. So I'm excited.
Well, I know this is a cliche, but the SEC is everyone's favorite online tournament. That's because it is. I think all the GMs watch it. It's just where the cool people hang out. And the cool people are hanging out in the quarterfinals. In particular, Hikaru Nakamura took care of business yesterday. And today we will have the match directly underneath. Hikaru's opponent will be the winner of the match we are about to watch between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. James, they don't have an extensive head-to-head, and I predicted this yesterday. I had a feeling like I've never seen the two of them play each other.
Yeah, that's something you don't see, a lot online, in fact. Maybe OTB, we've seen them, of course, and they may butt heads and be ready to go in certain tournaments. And, whoa, look at the fresh cut. That's new on Nordy there, Nodirbek. Wow, he looks fresh. What do you think about the haircut?
He looks like Andy Woodward.
He definitely does with the glasses. Wow, didn't think about that. Yeah, Andy Woodward.
I'm sure Andy's probably watching this match, or maybe we should say that Andy Woodward looks like Nodirbek, just to indicate who the boss is for now. But Nodirbek, he's fresh, he's ready. He's been kind of on the lowdown recently, which could be a good thing. Could bring some fresh ideas to the table. Let's look at the Smarter Chess predictions, because we have to, James. And for the first time, I actually agree with them. Yeah, this is going to be a close match.
Yeah, absolutely. 57-48. Wow, they actually 51-48. They actually. Well, let me see that. 51-49. Screen smaller on my side. Okay, so wow, yeah, they have Nordy winning. Nodirbek is the Smarter Chess prediction there, as Robert Hess, Big Body Bobby Hess likes to say. We don't care about Smarter Chess prediction. We want to always prove it wrong here. So I actually had a slight edge to Jan there. Chat, what do you think? And what do you think of that so far?
Yeah, it really depends on the kind of Jan who shows up today. We want Smarter Chess to be dumber chess. But the games will start momentarily. If you don't know what the format is now after the first match, then something's up. But just because we have to, there will be 75 minutes of 5+1, 50 minutes of 3+1, and 25 minutes of 1+1. It's the standard format, tried and true. It hasn't changed much over the years. Now, Canty, Jan is the more mercurial player. He can be incredibly good. If we get the kind of Jan who won the CCT play-in, then he's the favorite. If we get the kind of Jan who played, the second half of the World Championship match with Magnus, you don't know. He's unstable. He can be insanely good, but he can be more sloppy than some of the other elite players as well.
I think that's a good word you put there. Sloppy is the word there. Sometimes you can just get a little sloppy, and then of course your emotions kick in, and sometimes you can just mess up there. Like he's a hungry fighter in a way, as we like to call his game. He just always goes for a win, lose, or draw. You don't really see a lot of emotion from him either. He does shake his head a few times, obviously, and when he's losing, but I think he's definitely someone to pay attention to in this whole format here. If Jan comes, there's the two candidates back-to-back winner Jan, it may be a problem for Nodirbek for sure.
Whoa, did we just see a 2,700 plus player smile? Both of them?
Both of them, right. Chuckling.
What am I missing? I mean, oh my, chess players showing emotion? Huh. Didn't think I'd live to see the day. Well, a fist bump, James. They celebrated with a fist bump.
Wow.
Oh my gosh. Oh wow. Actually, Nodirbek pumping his fist. They haven't even started the chess yet.
Yeah, they're just ready to go, locked in, as you see both of them at the board, ready. Jan is in his mode. Where's he at, actually? You see that behind him? It's kind of nice. A little, what is that behind him?
Behind Jan?
Yeah, behind Jan. What is that?
Who was that? I asked him about that, actually,
what did he say?
During this ACT. It's some sort of, I mean, obviously it's a decoration, but I don't know if it's like an homage to some computer game or what isn't, so I might need a refresher. But Nodirbek's background is Nodirbek's background tells you, I care about the chess, and I am here to win matches.
Chess and chess only. Yeah.
Here we go.
Let's see what we got. Okay, game's up. So, French. Oh, oof. Ew. Okay, bishop e2, French, a3, castle, queen side. Yeah, the 97 lines are kind of tricky here. You go a3, b4. Bishop e3 too. G4.
Wow, bishop d3.
Wow.
Moving the bishop twice. And by the way, this bishop d7 move, it wasn't always what the cool kids play. Now everybody's playing it. But queen b6 is out of fashion, James. That used to be the thing.
I was a queen b6 player for a long time too as well. I actually did not like, I just don't like this from Black's doing because of the bishop on e6. But I did recently found out about obviously exactly the g5 idea, which is really cool. We're like, okay, you know, it's cagey is what the word they use with the French is very cagey. Now he castles, so are we still playing g5 down here or what?
You're asking the wrong. I would still play g5. Is Nodirbek still going to play g5? I don't know. I think Jan is taking this idea very seriously as he's showing because he wants to set up this kind of extensive blockade on the dark squares. So it's now or never. Like you get on the train now or it leaves the station forever. Maybe knight b4, queen b6. Nodirbek playing exclusively on the queen side. Here we go. Yeah. Something's about to happen here.
G5 is happening, of course, especially if you're this is SEC. You know, we want to really start with a bang here. You don't play the French to be super passive, even though the light square bishop is the worst piece, but it's pretty nice on e6. So stuff like king h7, king h8, and then go g5 is very possible here. You also want the f6 break, but of course that obviously loses the e6 bishop there. White, on the other hand, needs some type of development, right? a3, b4.
Wait, James Canty was a French player. Can I get that? Can I get that straight? You played the French as your main opening?
Okay, listen. All right. So first off, yes, I did. Okay, growing up, shout out to my old coach, Harold Steen, may rest in peace. But this was my first coach. I got to like 1800 playing the French. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, LTB. Then I played E5, and then I played C5. So I did play the Garbo French. Okay, yes, I did. Sorry, guys. Sorry.
That's okay. Sometimes it takes time. I have also played the French, and I have horrible results in it. Now, Nodirbek, I was a skeptic initially of the way he's playing this, but he needs only a few more moves until the storm clouds start to gather, not around White's king, but around the queen side. Rook f to c8. I mean, rook to c2. The question for Jan is he going to like sack on g5? What's he going to do to get his operation started on the king side?
Yeah, that's the problem here with this. Sometimes if you don't find anything, it's just sort of actually shout out to Gary too as well. I saw a commentary with him. He has a nice course, part 1, 2, and 3 on Chess.com. I kind of know like all the courses, but his French was really nice. But I didn't like some of the lines in the advanced variation when he reached positions like this, where it was a lot of maneuvering. And if White fails to find the right maneuvers, Black actually is able to create counterplay like you're doing right now with rook to c8. Doubling on the C file, bringing something to C2, and you can have some very big problems there. In fact, we even saw a Magnus game where he actually lost narrowly to Fabi. I think it was a classical game, maybe some type of French, but it was sort of similar here. So King G2, I'm not sure actually what we're even doing there. Maybe Rook G1, King H2, G4. We would love to do that. I mean, that's just how we like to play chess, Daniel, but I don't know.
And it's how Jan likes to play chess normally, but I was going to vote for Bishop A3.
I like the
bishop d2. You have to be very careful. Now knight c2 takes d4. Not really a threat because in that position, bishop e3 would pick up the knight. But see, the bigger issue is that a3 is always bad because then after knight c2, the pawn on b3 lacks a defender. So you're kind of stuck in this, very unstable piece. Jan, he can't resist the temptation. Get out of there. But now Black has 2 bishops.
Yeah, this is
1.5.
I really like this. 1.5. Right? Yeah, A3, move away, and then we have to probably go B4, and then and this is what French players are like. Yes, they're feeling great here. How French players feel right now. Eval bar.
Nodirbek playing bullet.
Eval bar jump as well. A5 question mark. 93 and hold.
It's a logical move.
Yeah, logical. Take rook b1. Okay.
God, does Nodirbek know this is a 5-minute game, or is he just like, I don't need the rest of the 4 minutes. 1 minute is all I require. Shoot. One of the issues here is that if White plays knight d3, this bishop on e6, we've been laughing about it for the whole game, but that bishop could be laughing at us pretty soon. If Black plays f4, I've seen this idea before.
Yeah, usually that would happen.
Something like this.
F4. Wow. Takes. Oof. That would be annoying.
Yeah, this is nasty. This is nasty because the bishop gets in and the rook gets in. I mean, White could just collapse here in the span of a couple moves. Jan, I think that's why he's keeping this knight on f4 for now.
B6, Queen D2. Yeah, I don't. This is tough. Tangoing, dancing with the two knights there is it's quite tough, especially against the bishops. But actually, you do have the half bishop, as you mentioned, on E6. We need a plan with white here. We just got shuffling pieces around. It feels like black is practically going to be able to create something, especially having G5. Remember, pawn breaks. Whoever controls them controls the game. Shout out to big body Bobby Hess with that quote there. As whoever controls the pawn breaks controls the game. So G5 is a nice pawn break that at the right moment is going to activate a lot of black's pieces.
Well, Jan, I think, has shown good restraint. He hasn't panicked or done anything rash. Whoa, I thought rook a7 there could have been calculated. But maybe if you don't have a minute 44 on the clock, are we going to get a repetition? Like, is Nodirbek just going to go rook a8? Yeah, all right. I'm too lazy to try to find a breakthrough with black. I don't think black has a breakthrough on the queen side. The problem with controlling a file like this is it's not enough to control a file. You have to have entry points. And right now the entry point is guarded by white.
I like this bishop f8 move. I just didn't know what to do next. I was like, yeah, bishop f8. And I'm like, what's we do next? I don't actually know. It just looks good, right? So you go back, okay. He did the same thing.
Bishop g5 now.
Bishop f8, bishop g7. Okay. Right, there we go. Now we have something to do. Bishop g5. That's
nice. As my coach used to say, don't move your pawns. Period. That's it. That's
what he said. Just don't move your pawns. Message. Ah, cool. Perfect. Man, that's a great coach, my guy. Like, that's awesome. Yeah, that's awesome. Just don't move them. Why? I just don't do it. Okay, cool. Queen d3, yes. I mean, it's sort of a shuffle, but I think if I'm Nodirbek here, I am going to try to play on because Jan is low on time. Obviously, we do want to use the time as a piece here as well. So we got to keep moving. We are up time. We try to use it as much as we can without making real big concessions.
Mm-hmm. This knight, it's like Atlas holding the world on his shoulders. I mean, anytime you move the knight, black can pre-move f4, basically. Oh, actually, no, because like you play knight takes c6. And then you played f4 and knight takes f4.
Yikes.
It's like when I ask my students as an exercise, make 2 moves in a row, to get them to think about what they want to do in the future. And they'll be like, oh, queen takes b4, queen takes b2. Like, no, that's not the point.
Yeah, make 2 moves in a row. Queen b4, queen d2. Okay. All right. Yeah, sort of shuffle here. Quiet game. Very quiet game, but not so quiet if the time gets much lower, especially as Jan is approaching under a minute here. You do get that 1 second increment, but that goes very fast. Bishop g5. So what are we doing there, Daniel?
I told him not to push his pawns. Now things finally get concrete. And I think we both knew this wasn't just going to be a draw by fortress. Something was going to change. Jan does take on e6. F takes e6. I mean, can you resist the temptation to finally take the pawns to the orthodontist?
Sort of solid. I predict a draw for some reason. It feels like that now. Just feels like, okay.
Would you take?
On
Does
the
white
G5?
take on g5?
I would
Your
hold.
opinion, I don't know.
Oh, you like taking and keeping the H file? Or I just don't like that black can get F4 in at some point.
No, exactly. I agree. I mean, G4 and F4, you want to be careful. Jan has such an uncomfortable position, right? I don't think anybody would look at this and say, I love white's position. But black does not have, again, the entry points. How do you infiltrate?
Right. That's exactly. Maybe F4 anyway, and just try to F4. And then you have F4, rook f8 coming, etc. Yeah, black definitely feels like they can push for more. Now, actually, as Jan, under a minute here. Remember that 1 second increment really is not much. You got to be very, very careful here if I'm Jan.
That's the first time anybody's ever said Jan is under a minute. We're used to Jan having, more time than he started with.
Right.
But it doesn't matter by nature what kind of a player you are. You have to spend time here with white because you have so many pawns to babysit. So many squares to babysit. Jan is down to 30 seconds. Nodirbek, man, he just kept his foot on the gas pedal this entire game. And F4, our old friend, probably not as good because white can get the queens off the board.
I do have an idea of knight h4 to g6 at some point, but what am I doing there is the question. Okay, we do, let's say, use the 2-move method, as Daniel likes to say.
Oh, but James, your old idea, g4.
It's coming up. G4 for the score.
Nodirbek getting sloppy on the king side, forgetting that Jan, uncharacteristic. Normally he'd go g4 automatically. I would still play it.
No time. That's all it is. No time.
I think he'll lose this if he doesn't create kingside counterplays soon.
So yeah, he has to move. He's moving on instinct because it's like, oh, I'm at 20 seconds, and that's going to diminish very quickly. Is b5 hanging? It kind of was, but does give up the back rank there.
Queen h5 blunders a pawn.
Oh, boom. There it is. And there's
I told James, Didn't my coach tell me don't push pawns?
Don't push pawn. Why? Because of that right there. Thank you, coach. This is why I pay you.
Because the queen will capture them from e8 in the Street Chess Championship.
That's a good
F4,
move.
bishop takes
Jeez.
f4.
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
That's GG. Start a new one, Danya?
That's a healthy dose of nasty
Oh
by
my
Nodirbek.
goodness.
Bishop takes f4. Sack first, think later.
That's exactly right. That's what Grandfather Tao said. Shout out to my Grandfather Tao. Queen g4, knight e2.
Come on,
and
Nodirbek.
bishop
Take
f4.
it.
Anyway? Oof. Okay, bishop h4. It's fine. Clean.
Yeah. Rook e3 wins. Everything wins. Queen f3, c3.
Oh, all the French players in the chat going crazy. French! The French! Like, everybody's going hype. Oh my goodness, guys. I guess the French sometimes is a good opening. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be Monday morning quarterback, although I guess that is my job as a commentator. But the fact that Jan didn't go g4 is un-Jan-like and a little bit disturbing of a sign, because Jan is the kind of guy who he does best when he fights for the initiative every game. And when he feels reluctant to do that, you start questioning his form. You start questioning if you might be tired after the CCT. He had a long journey. He played a lot of rapid chess. I mean, we take it for granted, James, that these players reset. I mean, you're incredible for that reason. You played many tournaments in a row and you stay fresh, but not everybody has as disciplined of a routine as you do. And fatigue is a thing.
Yeah, fatigue is 100% a thing. Even online, as I like to say, even for when I'm talking to students sometimes, like, I'm on a losing streak, but I was on a winning streak of like 10. I'm like, yes, of course, that's great that you're on a winning streak of 10, but you probably need to stop. Go do something else, because you're going to give a lot of those points back. I'm sure, we all watch Danya. If you don't watch Danya, what are you doing with your life? But we also watch Danya on his streams at night when you binge, and then, you have those games when you just win 40 in a row and then he loses 10. I'm playing terrible, because Danya is fatigued.
He sees everything.
Right. It happens. So
yeah.
Fatigue is a real
thing. I don't even know how I have a single point in this match. My friends like to rib on me for that. I don't know how I have a single point in this match, and I'm winning like 18 to 2. I'm playing terribly.
The classic.
I'm getting outplayed every game.
Right. Classic.
I know.
Danya.
I'm self-aware at least.
Classic Danya. But yeah, guys, we all are. It happens with fatigue. So Najdorf. So a big fan. Obviously, I love Najdorf. I know you love Najdorf too as well. This Queen C8 idea, I've seen a lot. Also with Queen B8 too as well. Takes in C4. Yeah. I do like black, obviously, the bias of the Najdorf player myself, but having F5 and G5 ideas looks clean. I think so far so good for a Najdorf player.
But a big decision for Nodi, and he plays it very sort of Soviet school, kind of like, I'm not going to change the pawn structure. I think a lot of people, James, you'd co-sign this point, who don't have experience with the Najdorf are surprised that you can give up the D5 square like that. But just because the square is weak doesn't mean it can be occupied, and White's knight on f3 is going to take 10 million years to get to d5. Not to mention the e4 pawn is attacked twice. Wait a second. Did Nodirbek just get himself in trouble?
I mean, usually we just take this pawn. Like, you usually just take it, and I know the eval bar is like, oh, yeah, we're cool, everything's fine, everything's equal, but no, this is a pawn that you definitely grab, and then we start pushing d5 and d4, and we're having a great game. Yeah, you just take the pawn. Like, take.
Whoa. Jan is just 1 second here. Wait, why not knight takes c4? What am I missing?
You did highlight bishop h6, which was quite savagery. I mean, I did like that move. I ain't gonna lie. That was pretty sick.
Even knight takes f2. Counter Desperado. Counter Desperado.
Ooh, counter.
counter Desperado. But even knight h3, for example, there's no way that Jan saw this and was like, no, this is bad for me. White's king is much more exposed. Strange. Jan missing this chance, and Nodirbek breathes a sigh of relief. Black is still better, though, because d5 is coming. And, to my earlier point, the d5 square isn't just... White doesn't have, a dibs on that square. Black can use that square to route his pieces through.
Yeah, here we go. Once you get d5 in, for any Najdorf player in the chat, I mean, even just Sicilian player, period, depending on which one you are playing, when you get the d5 push in, you generally are in great shape here. And that is what's going on here. We got d5. We doubled on the d-file. We feel good. See a confidence sit there from Nodirbek. Maybe just thirsty, but also he just like, I'm down time. I'm comfortable here. I like the confidence from Nodirbek because he displays in every type of game he plays.
Trivia question. When was the first time in tournament play that the Najdorf was played? And it was not played for the first time by Najdorf. When it was first played, Najdorf was 16 years old, and it was first played by someone else who's quite famous.
You know what, Danya? You know the chess history of like, yeah, this is what Morphe used to eat for breakfast. And like, don't nobody know that but you. So, of course, we would definitely like to know who was the first to play.
It was Saveli Tartakower, who was a Polish later grandmaster, known for a lot of his witticisms. Like the player who loses is the one who makes the second to last mistake, or no one won a game by resigning. He's like the resident, cliche artist of chess. But he was a very interesting guy, strong player, and he played the Najdorf for the first time.
Really? What was the line? I'm very curious here too as well. What was the Najdorf line there?
White played Bishop D3. Frederick Yates, top player from Britain, and Tartakower got crushed with black.
Man, what was the line that I'm very curious? Bishop D3 is already an annoying line anyway. So Bishop D3, how did he follow up there?
Yeah, and Bishop D3, Knight C6, it was okay. Nice. Black played okay, and then he quickly fianchettoed his bishop.
Oh, yeah.
So the point is that the player after whom an opening is named is not always the player who played it first, but rather usually the one who contributed the most to our knowledge of the opening. In the meantime, what do we make of this endgame? Is Jan still better? Is this fizzling out into a draw? What do you think?
Like the fact, it's actually Jan's move too as well. I like the fact, exactly, king f7, get the king to the center very fast. And as we know, Sicilian endgames are very nice for black. And depending on what's going on, but Sicilian endgames are quite nice. I don't like the knight on c6 looks kind of strange for Nodirbek there, but probably a draw with best play, obviously. Especially pawns on the same side. If we can get that b pawn, even getting the b pawn doesn't say we win the game with black.
It's probably still a draw but if black wins the b pawn in the context of a blitz game, he's got chances. The question is, how do you approach this pawn? Because the moment you move your knight back, white plays b6. I would maybe put a bishop on c5, but you know how many games I've lost like this? I think people can relate to this. In these endgames, you move a piece and forget that it exposes a certain square. That's why forks are missed so often. It's just you tunnel vision. You control one square and forget that when you close one door, another one opens.
As he's trying to push this pawn. Yeah, well, how do we proceed? Really not much to do. Yeah, nice lockdown of the knight, bishop, and pawn there on the queen side. Just kind of holds down everything black wants to do. I do like this f4 push. Push him, baby. Push.
Actually,
lay pawns.
Black is flirting with... Okay, but f3 is such a professional... That is such a good move by Nodirbek, and people should pay attention to this. Just because you have a protected passer on e3 doesn't tell the whole story. Black wants to take his own pawn on f4. You just want that knight to be on that square.
That would be great, but unfortunately, bishop e6.
Takes in king e4. Wait, takes in king e4.
Is this Devereski?
Apparently, that wasn't even the best move.
King d6 is best here. Wow.
Wait, what was the best move if not king e4? The point, of course, people, is that e2 runs into knight d4 check with a fork, and white just mops up all the pawns like Pac-Man.
Okay, king d6, right. This is natural, and because we're going king c5 next. So it's knight d4. Okay, we go, I guess, king c5 anyway. Knight d5.
Good move.
Good move indeed. And now we follow up with king c5.
I'm still confused about how on earth king e4 was not the best move, but that's in the past now.
Wait a second. Is this like, you can't touch f4, so... Yeah, but there's nothing.
Can't touch this.
Yeah, there's really nothing. We just king up. Is there an idea with king c4, knight c3?
Oh, and b6, I think white has to play. Knight c3. Will we get a queen endgame out of this, James? Believe it or not?
Push, check.
Wait. Knight c3, even king takes f4 is a problem. Sometimes in these situations, you can stack your knight.
Oh, my goodness.
Now the b pawn doesn't promote there, but you have these doubled two passers, and it could get scary for Jan.
Dang, that's sick. He could just take on f4. Unbelievable. That would be mean.
Jan's annoyed. He's like, why am I even in this situation? Knight takes b6, king takes f. Knight takes b6, knight takes f4. Probably a draw, but how do you defend that? I guess we're about to find out.
Maybe a slight head shake there, as Nodirbek definitely loves the end games here. He was able to beat Magnus in, what was that, World Cup? Queen end game? Queen pawn?
Yep. Good memory.
Cool. Yeah, he loves these type of end games. So, end game magician here. Let's see.
Knight d5, knight takes d5, e2, that's knight nice. E3, check. And knight g2.
Yeah, king up takes. Wow. I mean, you are hanging on by a thread here. That is crazy.
Why king c3? King c3. King takes e3, probably knight c4 check.
Correct.
And the whole but he didn't see. That was a very unnatural idea.
I was thinking, what was the idea there? After knight c4, we saw the line, like, how do you finish
Well, the point was to keep White's king away from the g5 square. If White's king reaches g5, if White wins the second pawn, White wins the game. And White's going to win the second pawn, and Nodirbek's going to win the game.
Yeah, I mean,
unbelievable.
Definitely, that's the word, unbelievable, unbelievable there. But I mean, as he had the confidence earlier on, where like he was just confident. Him meaning Nodirbek was confident going into the end game here. He loves playing end games as well. He does it with precision, as we see here. It's going to be a 2-point lead.
You said it, James. People don't realize how good Nodirbek is at end games. He's close to Magnus level in all sorts of end games. And, Nodirbek is a name everyone's heard of, but it's hard to pin down his style sometimes. Mm-hmm. Creative, kind of some gumption in his play. But what exactly is he good at? Well, end games and chess and ping pong. Nodirbek is a master level ping pong player.
Whoa, really? Have you seen this in person?
No, but my good friend Bortnik has, and he says he's about 2200 level in ping pong.
That is nuts. Okay, that's pretty sick. Definitely got to see that. That takes time, and like you have to work on that craft. It's not something you're good at.
But chess players are good at ping pong. Like in general, I found that most chess players enjoy ping pong. I think I'm pretty decent, but definitely I get destroyed by the average title player.
Wow. Yeah, the speed sometimes when they're like, "Hey, man, listen, this is just a friendly game." Okay. French again.
And he's down 2-0. I mean, he's got to be careful. Does Jan Nepomniachtchi? These haven't been blowout games, but that he can get tilted. He can get upset.
Yeah.
And he needs to put a lid on this before it spins out of control.
100%. And he needs to stop the bleeding, as we like to say. Stop the bleeding. He knows he can. He knows he can play, very well. Winning candidates twice, of course. I mean, one of the strongest players in the world. In fact, so many for many years. So, it's not like he likes this, doesn't feel good. But also Nodirbek is a fighter. Like that's one of the best words we like to put for Nodirbek. It doesn't matter what's going on. He's going to fight and he's going to try to win against anyone and everyone. I do like that about Nodirbek. He's very, very fearless with there. So let's see what happens here at this French game here. I like this but this 95 thing I'm not too familiar with myself. So see how he proceeds here. Knight c4. I just like castling queenside and mating black. That's my usual French go-to. Just bishop d3, queen d2, and just castle queenside, push all the kingside pawns, and go for mate. That's usually how you do it.
Well, Nodirbek, he became a GM at 13 years old. He's versatile, and he is a fighter. Jan playing very positionally, though. He waited for you to say that. I probably wouldn't have taken on d6, but, you're losing by 2. Maybe you want to manage your risk. James, this doesn't feel like a serious attempt at a big advantage. Queen b6, typical Nodirbek. Inviting a move like d5, which would be a blunder because of the fork on a5.
Very nice. Queen a5 and taking it on d5. So queen b2, I think he feels good, logical. I think he feels great, though, in fact, already. This is not your typical French. This is more like some type of Sicilian. What's that one? Not the classical kind of thing. But the pawn's on d6, so it's very strange. But it's some type of classical Sicilian.
c4, bishop takes c4.
Queen b4.
Are you kidding me? How do you just come up with that? Let me show this really quickly. c4. Joke's on you. And queen a4 check. Joke's on you. No, the joke is on you. Bishop b5. Bishop takes b5, queen takes b5, black keeps the loot.
Take. Everything good.
Here we rotate the juicer and grab the juicer and then establish the juicer on d5. Rotate the pony over to the bastion, and black is winning.
Very clean, very clean. There's some moves here. Takes. Well, bishop g5, knight e4, and this is very fine for black. Very fine.
Can you believe this came out of a French? I mean, if you showed me this position, I'd say Caro-Kann, exchange. A lot of openings with this type of pawn structure imbalance. And Jan Alpha 0 Nepomniachtchi. You don't have any minor pieces, though. That's the problem. I mean, easy, Tiger.
Yeah, this is going to be a very boring position where Jan actually I think a strength for Jan is actually in those type of, he plays Petrov, religiously, all the time. So, and he will get an advantage, even down a pawn, like he'll play those positions with precision. He likes these type of positions from really both sides here. I did like that he pushed the H pawn. Now, of course, you have F and G pawns that can be pushed too. That is very hyper aggressive. Even you taking the A rook, going rook A1, queen D1, F4, G4, and really try to send it to white here or to black. It's possible, but maybe queen E4 is coming, trying to trade.
Well, I'm going to excoriate Jan for his choice to put the pawn on H5. I agree. In a bullet brawl, yeah, I'd go G4. And actually, maybe having said Peter, you have to say Paul. You know, G4 might be the most consistent move here, and I wouldn't laugh it out of the room. I mean, G4, G5 is a serious idea, but as you said, James, Queen E4 is coming. All endgames are worse for white because black has this bind on the light squares and a clear prospect of a minority attack with an eventual B4 pawn break. I want to point out how Nodirbek is keeping his pawn on D6. I think a lot of people would automatically play D5, but he's keeping his options open. He might go E5, and he's controlling the E5 square, which white would dearly love to use as a bastion for his bishop.
It's Queen E5. Yeah, he's going after that pawn now. So G4, shoot. Do I have a choice?
I don't believe you do.
Yikes. I don't want to go G4 here, but I think I have to. Well,
maybe B3.
Here we go.
Maybe try to use some tactics, aka 4, but knight H5, bishop takes D6 is his intention.
Okay, it works. A4, yes. Bishop D6. A4.
But Nodirbek can play even B4 here, potentially.
B4, C4, Queen D4, bishop's hanging. No tricks. What's time? Okay. Well, we have B4 played. So A4 is a little weak. H5 is a little weak. But D6 is weak. So touche. Rook A to D. Hangs A5. Yeah. They played A5. Takes.
You got a lot of weaknesses.
Yes, sir.
Says Nodirbek. 3 of them, in fact. Again, don't push pawns. That's been the refrain of this match. Well, refrain from pushing pawns.
Okay, this is gross.
This is ugly.
Yeah, this is gross. I mean, I just got too many pawn weaknesses. This is not good.
Lost. White's lost. Strategically, white is lost. Jan trying to keep the Roman Empire from falling. Knight takes H5. No. Bishop takes D6. Queen takes D6, James, and the rook would have hung on A3.
Yeah. And he's just going to pressure the clock. I mean, even rook C4. I'm doubling the rooks. Hit the C pawn. A5 is weak. H5 is weak. Yeah, this is
he literally doesn't even care.
He literally doesn't care. Yeah, literally doesn't care.
You can take on demand. And I think Jan just forgot that bishop takes D6, queen takes D6, the rook hangs. He put the rook on the worst square possible.
Is this going to be a 3-0 lead? Hold on now. Okay, listen. 3-0 is a lot. It's getting that could start getting out of hand here, boys and girls. 3-0 potentially.
Yeah, this is very concerning in the early going for Jan. Now, less concerning than Min starting with a 3-0 deficit against Magnus, because there you know that someone like Magnus is just not going to give you any more chances. You want to believe that Jan will find his footing eventually.
Right.
But this game was a clunker. I mean, this was a very poorly played middle game by Jan, H4, H5, trying to impose his will on the position. But Nodirbek is completely in control here.
Yeah, it did.
And
just
rook
feel,
takes D4. Rook takes D4.
Ooh, that's a nasty tactic. There it is. And let's see the Jan reaction there.
It's over. No rook C1 takes and queen C4 wins the white rook on A3.
Boom. Woo. Head shake. Okay, with the game. All right. A3? Really? No, he didn't, bro. Come on, my guy. Danya, get your mans. What is he doing? He played A3?
He does this against me in Blitz sometimes, so it's not a troll thing. Well, it sort of is, but it's become popular. Nihal is doing it to win Title Tuesdays. Jan's not going to like it, let me tell you.
He's mad. I think that's really like, I'm going to be 3-0 and then play A3. I would be heated. And now, of course, you have to control your emotion here. Playing off the emotion is not going to be end well. But at the same time here, it's just hard to not feel that. Really, A3, bro, after 3-0, I'll be a little upset.
Yeah, and it's called the Anderson Opening, named after Adolf Anderson, a math teacher from Germany who was sort of undisputedly the second best player in the world. And he played A3 out of desperation in a match against Paul Morphy to take Morphy out of theory. And I've done some research into why he did that and what the reaction was from Morphy.
Of course you did. How do you even find this? How do you even find this stuff?
I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's out there, contemporary sources, and most of the people who were annotating the games immediately after they were played basically are like, this guy was on tilts, but the 1860s version of phrasing that. So A3, Morphy crushed him, and yet the opening still bears Anderson's name.
Yeah, A3. I mean, it does take people out of theory. You can also immediately, as you see, it just develop pieces. A3, you can turn it into many different openings, as we see with the inclusion of A3 here. So pretty solid start. Looks good. But also, I mean, from Jan's point of view, his pieces do look good. Things are developed. This is sort of a good game. In fact, probably the best he's had so far as it comes to positions. Well, the Najdorf game was pretty good too. But
well, it's almost like it's almost like I was going to say Anderson played A3. It's almost like Morphy played. It's almost like Nodirbek played A3.
Yeah, Nodirbek played A3, move 1. Interesting.
Famous game Nodirbek versus Morphy.
Oh, Bishop
Paris,
D4.
1875.
Bishop D4 here is quite interesting. Okay, I go Knight B3.
I'm just trying to find now the funny annotation to this move, but I'll find it during the break.
Okay.
This position is getting exciting. Bishop D4. Jan, very creative.
Yeah, creative for sure. So what's the answer on Knight B3? This is attacks the bishop. What are you going? Bishop B6, I assume?
I would assume Bishop B6 to set up some tactics potentially against. I still think Bishop B6.
Queen C2.
Let me tell you, White's position is totally fine here. White is totally fine.
Start seeing A3 LTB, guys. Don't try this at home. Or try this at home. Choice is yours.
You know what the issue is for Black is that White's pieces are going to kind of unfurl. It may look like White is passive, but the moment this pawn on D5 is undermined, the knight's coming out, bishop, Black's queen is going to have some problems finding a home. And would you go E5 here, James?
I love playing E5. I'm not going to lie. You know, we aggressive players, man. Just like E5, you know, they always say pawn on E5 signifies a kingside attack. But it's also difficult when a bishop is on G6, allowing, obviously, if you trade, you get the pawn structure, where it's really hard to break sometimes. I like the patience here, B4, but E5 was definitely on the radar. I mean, even F6 isn't going to look too good. I could play E6, really have a wedge pawn there, and try to use that pass pawn. Eval bar jump immediately. Bishop B2 just better. What? Engine is just out of his mind. Just better.
Wow. The engine is such a know-it-all. Yeah, so I found it.
Okay.
Morphy's friend Stanley was basically providing live commentary to the Morphy-Anderson match. The first time A3 was played, his comment is, indeed, an irregular style of opening and probably adopted with the hope of throwing Mr. Morphy, quote, off track. But Mr. Morphy wants no track. He could explore a wilderness without chart or compass.
Okay, I believe that. That's pretty good. Who wrote this?
Who wrote this? Charles Henry Stanley.
Okay.
Who just a few years after the Morphy match in the year 1859.
Nice.
Okay.
Wow.
What do we make of this endgame? The bishop is out of the game, but a lot of weak squares here that Jan is trying to chisel his way into with his knight.
It does look good, but also I do see that B6 can be played at some point, right? So this B6 move is going to be, it's going to break up that whole pawn chain that White has, right? So that's going to be, you know, quite annoying, I think, the B6 thing. B6 might be quite annoying. What do you think, though? Maybe knight C4 or E4 or something like that?
I think in the long run, White is better here. And the problem is when you're on tilt, endgames are incredibly hard to play because you lack the patience, and eventually you try to force matters. I guess the big question here is who benefits in the event of a trade of rooks. I would imagine it's White because it brings into stark relief how bad this bishop on A7 is, but I'm not so sure.
Knight E5 now. We have a trade once, and king gets to the center quickly. And again, B6 is going to be annoying. If we trade, we let the bishop out, but then A6 would be weak. Yeah, just see. I think it's equal. I mean, engine's correct. Obviously, all zeros, but I probably slight edge to White. I just feel like my pieces feel a little bit more active. Oh, Knight B8. Knight B8.
Yeah, C6, by the way, is a serious move you should consider trying to transform the advantage. But I'm emotionally attached to the prospect of keeping this bishop imprisoned. I'm evil like that.
Yeah, same, right? I would love to. B6, C6, but then B5, which is quite annoying for me. Was not a big fan of it. It does open it up. And I have to figure out how to navigate around that pawn. Maybe, now that the knight on E5, maybe a knight D7 or something comes into mind, because now we don't have to worry about much, but it takes. I don't know. Yeah, not the greatest. Rook C2 to D2, double up. I do got the passer.
You know, the tactics, it's crazy how quickly, it always mesmerizes me, how quickly the position can change from fairly symmetrical, understandable to completely chaotic. And
Yeah.
I think Nodirbek is calculating lines like these. I'm just going to quickly show what you were working through, James. Like, let's say white goes king f1, which is not unlikely, and Jan tries to break free with b6. Actually, knight d4 here has to be considered, but c6, b5.
Correct.
How do you even evaluate this position? Impossible to say. I was even looking at this move.
Oh, rook d7. Chill, Daniel. You got to chill,
I mean,
bro. This is a family channel. Thanks.
Eve Alpar doesn't hate it.
Yeah, that's a nice move, boy. Knight c6 is gross.
Bishop c6, black holds on. So anyways, he plays knight c4. Jan goes back to c6, implicit draw offer. And with 1 minute on the clock and a 3-point lead, maybe Nodirbek says, no reason for me to go crazy.
Yeah.
But then he wouldn't be Nodirbek.
Correct. He does usually look for those chances. I like this knight e3 maneuver. Knight d5 is going to be quite annoying. Ooh, knight d5, a4, b5. You hold on, big fella. a4, b5 is... We're just pushing them back, and you just hope for the best. Okay, king f7 was a brilliant move, actually. Let's get out of the checks.
Yeah, so far, I have to compliment Jan. Just avoiding the tilt and taking care of business thus far in this endgame, and maybe he'll get his chances. Maybe Nodirbek overpresses. We've seen him do that before. That is the dark side of being a fighter.
Yeah, dark side for sure. Bro, look at this bishop, my guy. You can't help but to notice how gross the bishop is. But if he does get it active, it will be one of the best pieces on the board.
Yeah, I remember in the 2015 U.S. Championship, my worst tournament ever against Alexander Onishuk. I had a bishop on a7. I had a bishop. Black bishop was on a8. He had a pawn on a6, and on c5, I had pawns on a7 and c6.
Oh,
if you can imagine that.
Jeez.
And Anish Giri tweeted, "I'm really happy I'm not Daniel Naroditsky's bishop today."
Thanks, Anish. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. My good friend Anish there. He'll let you know.
But James, he's finally gotten his bishop back into the game, but the b7 pawn is backward. I think white is still in the driver's seat here, but yeah, should not be sufficient to pose real problems to Jan. This should be a draw.
It definitely should be a draw, as we say, should be, because anything happens. But okay, he got the king in the center here. Like, it's gonna take what word are you using? You guys got the big words and the stuff. Herculean
task.
Herculean task to mess this one up, bro. Really, it's gonna be messed up. So it just should be a draw, though. To be honest, guys,
it'll be the 13th labor of Hercules, indeed. But you know what? This could get crazy, and I'm not just talking for white. Jan, he could advance his pawns on the king side, like h5, h4, g4, and suddenly black could make a run for it with his king. I think Nodirbek's being too casual here, and he needs to start thinking about, about bailing this out, maybe even go pawn a5 and stabilize the situation.
Yeah, you have that case of, what game is that? It's a study. Is that a Capablanca game where the king gets to h3 in an Endgame? Maybe that's not Kappa, but there's a game.
Oh, Rubinstein?
Yes, correct. King gets to h3 and you push the pawns all the way up. You obviously lock down the queen side. This is reminiscent of it with the king on e5, trying to get the king over to h2, but very difficult to do now with the king now on e6. Whoa, what? Hold on. What we got here? Devereski page what?
F4, okay. F4 and F3.
Ooh.
Breakthrough.
Yeah, that's Devereski in the beginning chapters. The breakthrough. F4.
Jan will lose this match if he doesn't see stuff like... He cannot miss stuff like this with a minute on his clock.
Dang.
It's too basic.
Yeah, that's tough. That's really tough. He did have the time, but he also, I guess, he's playing on Nodirbek's time, which makes sense. Nodirbek has no time. It's easy, especially for us being humans here, just trying to. You got 12 seconds. Hold on, bro. Just make a move. Like, he got a flag.
But this is very, very concerning for Jan, and I'm just going to show this in 3 seconds. F4. Why was this so great? Watch me be wrong and embarrass myself. No, F3. It's resigns immediately. It's a simple breakthrough, and no matter which way you slice it, black is going to promote either the H-pawn or the G-pawn. Nothing to calculate here even. F4 decided the game on the spot. At least he put a piece on the right square. It was just the wrong piece. Yeah. And black is still trying here, poking and prodding, and Nodirbek's not gonna give him a second chance.
Yeah, it's tough. That's very tough. You have to take those chances when you see him. But also, I guess, emotions are here. He's down 3 games. This is his first shot at a win here. I mean, he's definitely playing on. 5 seconds for Nodirbek is not a lot of time, obviously, here. But it is closer to a draw, especially if you keep this knight in the center here. Maybe dance around a little bit. king back to d3, up and back, d3, e2, shuffle.
If Jan gets tilted here, I've seen many times when, even with a 1 second increment, you think that you can make any old move and your opponent won't react to something unexpected. Let me tell you, Nodirbek will. So Jan should just bite the bullet, get on the board with a draw. Don't do something ridiculous just because Nodirbek has 5 seconds.
It'd be different if you didn't have increment. I mean, if you didn't have increment, like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna do something crazy somewhere. But yeah,
what do I mean by this? I mean, don't allow the knight to get to d6.
Right.
And don't blunder your bishop.
With a fork. And by the way, okay, there's no time edge anymore. So you are both in the range of crazy things can and will happen, as we say.
What is Jan hoping for here? He's declining the repetition.
Shuffle, bro. Let's get it out of the way.
Still not repeating. He's still trying to keep this game going, but not for long. I mean, this will be a repetition one way or the other.
Chess master, whatever that thing is. Draw. Okay. All right.
Draw.
Draw.
I should. 96.
I thought
I'm telling 96.
You. Yeah. And there he's okay. Now he's good. Wait, 96 takes king up. I'm about to say king over.
It's a pawn race.
C5.
Who's winning it?
Or
Nodirbek's gonna win.
Oh my goodness! Wait a second. C5. Take B5 push. Oh, he might be winning.
No, but
wait, what?
But James, I thought BC king C5 king E6. The black king would have been on a square B6. Jan's gonna flag.
Oh, he's out of time. He's out of time. You gotta
Black
move.
is winning. Black is winning in this position. I'm just gonna check the engine. B6. I was right, actually. I mean, right. I just guessed a random move. And here we're gonna show this in just a second. Let's catch Jan's reaction first. I have to show the two big moments in this game. James, this is wild. Nodirbek's up, what, 4-0?
Bro.
First of all, there was that moment where Jan could have won with F4, right? And there's nothing even to calculate here. F3, I mean, Nodirbek has to try G3, but this is completely lost.
Right.
You're also going to drop all of these pawns as well. But in the very end of the game, first of all, I thought that BC was the best attempt for white in king E6. Turns out that after B5, black promotes first, so this is a draw.
It's A5 or something too. No. Okay, takes.
Nodirbek flirting with disaster, and after B6, Jan wins the game because king C6, right?
Okay.
And believe it or not, black's king is in time to take one pawn and stop the other one. And the moment white approaches, black defends. That's a heartbreaker.
Definitely. That's a heartbreaker there. And now, if I'm Nodirbek, I'm just like, whew, breathe. I got away. I'm 4-0. Let's forget about that game and keep moving. I mean, wow, Jan put on a hoodie. I don't know if he's cold there, but I would be very hot after that one. So, wow, he just has to gather himself here and really stop the bleeding right now is what it takes, because this could really get out of hand here. 4-0. He had his chances, and it's tough to see. Nodirbek 4-0.
Wowza. That's absolutely crazy stuff. And Jan needs to reset mentally, right? Right now, it's a mental battle that he is waging. But he's got plenty of time to do it. We are going to go on a short break. But before we do, wanted to remind you that you should be subscribed on Twitch. And if you're not, you're missing out because your subscription makes our streams possible, but it also unlocks exclusive emotes specific to each event, plus access to exclusive break time content. You can even use your Amazon Prime to claim a free subscription. So without further ado, subscribe in chat now to level up. On that note, James, I think I've been permitted a break, and you were very, very gracious to hold the fort solo. I'm going to grab some lunch. I hope people will forgive me that. It's been some marathon days, and you will cover the rest of the 5-minute portion. I'll join after the 5-minute portion is complete. James, how does that sound?
Sounds good. I'm just going to chill with the chat. We're going to watch the games and have a good time. We'll wait for you to get back. What you having for lunch, bro?
I haven't even decided yet. I mean, my eyes are bigger than my stomach, but I'll be quick and I'll be rejoining all of you and helping you out, James, as soon as the 3-minute portion concludes. The SCC continues, and James Canty will cover all the big moments on the other side of this break.
Looking for some cool merch or a gift for that person who loves chess? We've got you covered in our all-new merch store, literally from head to toe. Whether it's a hot date or just hanging out, it's always chess time somewhere. Just ask Mittens. Okay, well, Mittens is just a stuffed toy, so maybe don't ask Mittens. But you can check it all out at chess.com/shop right now.
If you found yourself talking to your mouse, it's time to quit.
Oh, come on, mouse. Come on, wake up, you stupid mouse. Wake up.
Yeah, I've definitely never done that.
In this case, you can see that Nakamura was obviously upset about perhaps some blunder he made.
Sadly, I think I've seen this clip enough times to remember that this comes from a video where he was doing, I want to say Puzzle Rush, and he mouse-lipped while trying to set some sort of a record. You know, you can find clips of certain other GMs and streamers performing gymnastics with their mouse, but we're going to leave this out of this video.
And it does happen. Occasionally, you realize that you're blundering more often than usual, or you lose in time more frequently, and because you just forgot about the clock. Overall, it's natural for us to have a downtrend, and if you notice that, it's better to take a break or to even continue with playing chess for today and to recharge without waiting for your rating to drop to the very rock bottom.
Yeah, that's a good one. I get this a lot on my stream. People coming in and saying, I dropped 200 points today. I'm at rock bottom. Should I quit? And obviously people who are asking this question, I don't think are actually looking to quit. If you're not enjoying your chess experience, then you should take your talents elsewhere, obviously. But if you look at the rating graph, let's take the Chess.com Blitz rating graph of any top Blitz player, maybe with the exception of Hikaru, right? That is the one outlier because he's freaking Hikaru, and you shouldn't say, well, Hikaru stays at 3250. I dropped 200 points. What am I doing wrong? Well, none of us are Hikaru. In my case, fluctuations are very common. Sometimes I'm 3,000, sometimes I'm 3,200. In the case of other GMs, there's even bigger fluctuations. 300-400 points is not uncommon for that delta to be that large, because it all depends on your frame of mind, how much sleep you got that day, what your mood is. Do you have issues at work, or is it a Friday and you have nothing troubling coming the next day? So it's all very contingent on how your mind is functioning that particular day, and you shouldn't put too much stock into your performance on any given day. You also shouldn't fall into this trap of getting on tilt and then kind of wondering, well, why am I losing rating? Well, generally, you're losing rating or lots of rating if you're on tilt. And yes, the best thing is to stop, pause for the day, and then resume the next day. That's not always possible. We're all human. So I'm not going to pretend that I am able to do that, but definitely something to aspire to if you want to maximize your experience and your chances for success.
See the face of two determined players right there in the Speed Chess Championship as Nodirbek leads 4-0. That doesn't really tell the story here, of course, as Jan is trying to mount his comeback and get on the board here as games have already started. They are focused and locked in. That last game was a heartbreaker for Jan, as Jan was actually winning but flagged. So here we go. He's trying to get on the board here. This looks like some type of English what we have here. Maybe some type of Sicilian too with the C5 pawn. Like, what happened here? But with the bishop d3 to c2, very strange stuff here. But okay, chat, who do you think? And then we're going to put this up with you guys. What's up, chat? Who do you think is going to win this one? Is he going to get on the board here? Because Jan has to get on the board, or this is really going to get out of hand. This is the second half of the 5+1. So knight over to g4. He's going knight e5 with some ideas of knight G to E5. Jan better turn up. Yeah, Keith, exactly. Mr. Nepo, you're good. I see it. I see you guys in chat. I see it. Nepo looks tilted. Definitely looks a little tilted. I mean, oh, H5. Okay. Yeah, Nodirbek claim to play, guys. Woo, that's a brilliant. Is that two of them things? That is. That's brilliant. The idea here, guys, is obviously, as well, we pull up a analysis board here. What's going to happen here is H takes G. So if HG, HG, and you have ideas of queen over to H4. Ooh-wee. I mean, knight H2, let's just show this for people in chat that you can do this today, hopefully in your own games. This is called a fishing pole, right? Knight is hanging here. And, of course, you have a lot of problems with the mate. Now, obviously, let's just say if F3 could happen, of course, obviously, you would take the knight. But even here, you could go G3, which is even stronger than taking the knight because of the mating ideas there. So pretty strong stuff. Let's see what happened in the game. H5, and looks like he is still in the think tank. Oh, he played D4. He said, forget all of that. D4. Open up the center a little bit. Open up the center. That's nice. That's nice. What's going on? Hey, what's up, BJH? I see you. Yeah, shout out to the good energy in chat and the excellent mods. Excellent mods. They need a raise over there. Knight takes D4 and knight takes D4. It's a question mark move there. Takes. Probably queen takes is bishop C5. No, but I go queen G7. So that should be good. Should be good. I like white here, believe it or not. You don't have to take this knight, guys. Of course, the knight on G4 is a tempting piece, but you just don't have to take it at all. So queen takes D4. Question is, how do I develop? G7 is saying maybe bishop E7. I know it's crazy, but I can go bishop F6. Yeah, the queen's trapped there. That's crazy. Bishop E7 with the idea of bishop F6 is possible. But he won't take that pawn. Jan's not going to do that. Jan is not going to do that. I have rook H6 ideas. Oh, this is a fun game for both sides, I think. Bishop on C2 is not doing the greatest. But it's Nordirbek's move, so possibilities, I think bishop E7, rook H6, believe it or not, rook H6 is just insane. Right, rook takes, bishop takes, and knight takes H6 and try to do some stuff there, but no good. It's not necessary. I think just bishop E7 or rook C8 are real moves to play. Bishop E7 and rook C8. See what he does. Yeah, bishop E7 there, Keith. Not bishop G. Bishop E7. What's up, Keith? Good to see you in chat. Yeah, what's up, Wayne Thomas? Hello. Bishop E7, bishop F6. But he's in the think tank. He's thinking. Jan is too. Jan definitely needs to get on the board here. It's going to be annoying. Bishop E7, knight can take, but then bishop C5, maybe. I was thinking that, but then maybe queen G7. So there's some crazy stuff here. Bishop E7, take on G4, bishop F6. I mean, there is an attack for black, for sure. Bishop C5, he does take on G7, so really you don't want that fish around it. Because then we might have to go rook F8. It's not fun. Nordy's trying to find a move, though. He is trying to find a move. Queen H4, aggressive. Queen H4. So now bishop C5 is a possibility because F2 is very weak. Knight B5, that's the engine move. It's saying knight B5, going for knight C7. That's the idea. That's kind of hard to play. I like bishop F4 maybe, but then bishop C5. Yeah, okay. Knight B5, bishop C5. Let's play the game here. Knight B5, bishop C5, queen G7, knight F2, queen H8, king E7. There is a lot. Ooh-wee. Oh my goodness. Jan bopping his head. What is he listening to? He's turned up. There we go. That's the Jan we like to see. Jan's vibing. What are you listening to, chat? What are you listening to in his head? I have no idea, but he's locked in. That's what you like to see, and you kind of need that because he is down 4. You don't really want to get in your own head and really lean on your emotion on how you could feel being down 4 games in this match so far. He's thinking. Knight to B5. Nepo needs to capitalize. Yes, 100%. The question is how. It's easier said than done. Knight to B5 is a move, but I mean, that's hard. That's hard to play. I'm not going to lie. That's hard to play. Maybe a bishop E3. Idea is knight E3. We open up the F file. That's human-like. Bishop C5, then queen G7, bishop E3, king H1. Then castle queenside. Jesus, what is going on there? He plays knight B5. Let's go. Okay. Knight B5 finds the move. It's like, okay. And knight D6 is definitely listed in the ice spice. That would be hilarious. Oh my goodness. Bishop c5 played. He didn't want to go with queen g7. There might have been even a castle queen side there, and you just bring a rook to the g file, probably mate in 6. Queen to d2. Queen g5 idea is trying to get everything off the board. Everything off the board. Interesting. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Also knight c7 as well. Wow. Okay. Queen g5 is annoying. I don't want to trade queens. Nice from Jan. Very nice. That's a good move. That's a very good move. Knight c7 is also a threat. It's a dual threat. You're going to let knight c7 happen or queen g5? What are we doing? Queen g5 lets us trade. Knight c7 is obviously a fork. I guess you have to just maybe castle. No, I don't like that. Rook c8. Rook c8 hangs a7. Wow, Eval Bar likes white. And believe it or not, look at that. That's great. Yeah, I mean, knight a7. Like, I can go knight d6 too, but yeah, I understand. I understand. Rook c8 stops knight c7, but there's also a knight a7. He plays b4. Even stronger. And bishop goes where? Jan feeling it. Jan is feeling it. Jan is feeling it. Good to see. He's down 4. He's trying to come back. Knight d6, best move. That's hard to play when you can just snap on a7. But I guess rook c4 is the idea. Knight a7, rook c4 hits the pawn. Also b4 is hanging. Knight's kind of strange. Knight d6, though, it forces bishop d6. Rook d1 hits d7. Do we castle or bishop c6? Bishop c6, then there's knight a7. Rook c7, knight c6, dc. Or rook d8 as well. Rook d1 question mark. Time is getting low. Under a minute. Under a minute. Good night, Chess on Earth. Good to see you, bro. Under a minute for Nodirbek. Easier said than done here. d7's hanging, but also a7's hanging. I can't really attack him. I did stop queen g5, though, so I'm not too mad about that. Fiona said queen g4. Queen f4 was a reply. Yes. Oh, that's crazy. That's a crazy line. With knight c7 there, whew, that's vicious. That's just a lot of things going on there. Snap a7. I did like this too, Lemmy there, thin Lemmy. Knight a7. There might be just rook d8 though, or something. Knight a7, rook d8, or rook c7. Possible. But okay, we can't say one thing. Black has no attack, so whatever it's just nothing for Black. So it looks like Nepo is going to be in the driver's seat here. He just said, I don't want to take anything. So with knight d4, conservative approach. I'm also up time. I'm up a minute on time. Got a better position. And one thing you can really learn from this game is just because they have a piece out there, like on g4, doesn't mean you have to take it. It takes a lot of patience and, a lot of understanding to not take that knight right there on g4. Some people would just immediately take it, right? He didn't have to take it. He stayed there for so long, and he said, I'm not going to take that. What do you think this is, buddy? Rook d8, queen e2. Seems good. Covers c4. You could also go queen c3. He went queen e2, though. I like that, too, as well. Bishop f6 was quite annoying. Queen e2 defends c4. f4? I don't know. f4. He takes rook f3. Oh, bishop c3 is insane. What are you talking about? Or what does that even do? I guess it's for the knight f3 threat. Wow, Engine finds some crazy ideas. Yeah, bishop c3 is a move that I would not ever play, but Jan didn't play either. Bishop a4. Bishop c6 is now an idea. He plays it. There it is. With the pin on the knight, he's playing on the increment here, him meaning Nodirbek, under a minute here for Jan. Rook f1 is possible with the idea of f4. Maybe there's bishop c5, king h1. I'm pushing f4. You get f4 in. This could be GG. This could be GG. Plays g3, same idea with f4. Maybe king g2 now. King g2. Step out the way. King g2. Bishop b5. Eval bar moves. What is the problem? The queen f3. Okay. Yeah. Get out of there, right? Takes knight d4. Comes back. This is starting to change. He is a pawn, though, right? 3, 6, 3, 6. No, you got the pawn back. Okay. Knight d4. And it just says equal now. Yeah, I mean, it's tough. It's tough. It's definitely tough. He's under, oh my goodness. Now they're both at the same amount of time here. And that is a blunder. Jeez, man. He can't catch a break, bro. Can he catch a break? Dang, man. Okay, equal. Everything equal. Jeez, everybody breathe. Everybody breathe. F4. It's a blunder. I mean, not really. Question mark, I mean. F4, and black's probably slightly better. I mean, this bishop on b5 is pretty disgusting. That's why he went bishop a6 with the idea of bishop b7. I mean, brilliant move with rook d7, stopping your bishop. Tried to get to b7, not today. You know, like, look at the bishop on a6. It's not even a real piece. Bishop went back to b5, and a blunder there. Blunders everywhere. He's on 2 seconds. Head shake, h4. He's got to move. He's got to move. Bishop d5. Now we get bishop d5 in. We are consolidating. Takes, bring the bishop back. Don't flag, don't flag. He did his last game. Bro, move. Yo, what happened? Nepo won on time? Oh, there was a lag or something. Something happened. Oh, Nepo got on the board there. Something just happened. He's flagged. Okay, well, he flagged. I guess that game's over. That was weird. Very weird. Very weird. But Nepo with the win. I mean, Nepo with the winner. I got it. So now we have a King's, it looks like a King's Indian, but this is sort of a perk-ish type thing. Eval bar says everything's equal, take castles. Reminiscent of now a Dragon Sicilian by transposition. Very nice. Shout out to the Dragon players out there. Yeah, he just lost on time, guys. He flagged. Like, that was kind of crazy. Some type of glitch. Something happened. Internet gambit. Yeah, we saw it with Magnus earlier. Unfortunate. Right, unfortunate. Okay, so what's going on in the game? Knight to d7. All right, Nepo on the board here. I know he feels better, though. You know, even no matter how it happens, like, hey, listen, you're on the board. You can feel a little bit better about life. Okay, but the c5 move, they say nice on the rim are dim. Now b5 opens up, though. If we go knight back to c3, you can see something like the beef eater variations, where like they go bishop takes c3, give up the dark square bishop, which is the best piece on the board. Not recommended if you don't know what you're doing. If the knight comes back to c3, we could see a potential bishop takes c3. Bishop b7, I do like the double fianchetto here from Jan. Double fianchetto. What's he smiling about? That's always good. He vibing, bro. I don't know what Jan is vibing. Down some games. He just, you know, whatever he's vibing on, that's what you want, you know. You want to just feel like that. I'm down some games. I got a game, no matter how we get it, as long as we get it done. And he's just vibing, bro. He's just vibing. He's just vibing. Feels good. Feels good. Okay. But here for white, obviously, like a moves like f5, knight d4 is nice, but we can take and make sure this pawn is going to be gross on d4. Maybe he'll go with e5. I did like knight takes d4, ed, bishop f2, e5, f5. So we do have that case where the bishop becomes very bad. Now black has some real counterplay. This f5 move is quite strong. It is quite strong. Opens up. Yeah, that's strong. He vibing for real. f5 is a very strong move. Takes, take with the pawn. Correct. And now we could go e5 and f5, obviously. The bishops will open up. Very strong stuff. That looks really good. Makes it pull up an eval bar. So e5, stuff like this is coming. We obviously have this, right? You even have, in some cases, playing g5, right? Depends on what's going on, but you need to go e5 first. Get g5, there it is. e5's there. You have g5. I mean, look at this configuration. And then if you have here, you may be able to push and then play a rook e8. Rook e8 there. c5, what a move. c5. I said this is winning. The engine says winning. Oh, we go d5. Oh my goodness. You take and play d5, right? Yeah, if bishop takes, there might be a potential d5. And look at these pawns starting to roll down the board here. And the bishops are going to get very sharp. Jan might be onto something here, boys. Jan might be onto something at this point. Yeah, he might be onto something. Takes. Oh, he traded. Okay, he traded instead. Takes. d5. Pawns are rolling. This could push, but you got to be careful of this falling. Queen d3, you can't actually, take this pawn yet on d4. So where does the queen go? Is a question. But then that allows an e4. These pawns will be rolling. Nepo singing, right? Hey, bro, he's really vibing. He's really vibing right now. You love to see that type of thing. Listening to Taylor Swift. Chad is undefeated, bro. Listening to Taylor Swift. We heard a Ice Spice as well. What is Nepo listening to, guys? What is Nepo listening to, guys? That's great. Ice Spice and some other ones. It's pretty good. Nepo singing, yeah, Taylor Swift, right? Jan is vibing, bro. Look, he's feeling good. You got to feel good, man. I'm not gonna lie. You do have to feel good. You have to feel good regardless here. I mean, but he has a great position though. Pawns on d3, e4, and d5. These pawns will get rolling quite quickly. There's a g5, queen h4 ideas. With g3, go queen h3 or h3. How do I activate the rest of these pieces though? He does have a nice configuration with knight b5 and c6. Baby shark. Okay, that's ridiculous. Baby shark is crazy. That is nonsense. That is diabolical. Queen d7 and over to queen g4 is possible. There he goes. He goes queen d7 with queen g4. Queen g4 looks good. That's funny, chat. Chat is so funny, bro. Baby shark. No baby shark. Okay, so queen to g4 is an idea, guys. Rook c5, okay. d4, pushing the pawns. Pawns must be pushed. Past pawns must be pushed. My system. All right, okay, d2 and e3. Yeah, he's in the zone. Bro, he really is singing, though. Yeah, we got to ask him. Who are you listening to, man? What got you in the zone? I'm trying to read his lips here. I don't know what. Yeah, I don't know. It could be anything. It might be Baby Shark, though. It might be. I think I did see a mouth do. I think I did. I think I saw that. Wow. It's crazy. Baby Shark. Queen g4. All right, so after queen g4, rook f4 is the idea here. If g3, we go rook takes f4, obviously taking advantage of the pin. There. f5. Whoa, that's a desperado, seems like. I could just kind of take this pawn with pawn or rook. Which one is better? Probably pawn, so we can keep the rooks on the file. He plays queen f4 with the idea of if you take this pawn, queen f4, and that is GG. Jan is well on to winning this game right here. He's going to be in a striking distance, which is 2 games. The idea here is obviously if pawn takes, we have a back rank mate. Make sure you're doing your puzzle rushes, boys and girls. Very nice stuff. You also have queen e3, and you also have maybe even e3, e2. So there's just too many ideas here, and Nodirbek is going to most likely go down in this game. Let's see what happens, though. See what happens. Pretty crazy. Yeah, back ranker, get it, yeah. Probably Russian song. There's a lot going on. Listen to Kanye. Great job. Rook f1. Okay, so any tactics? Queen e3 is Avi. Now, what do we play next? Queen e2 is a nice threat. You know, you always like to make threats when you can. Make as many possible threats as you can. Queen e2 is a very strong move, and he does play it. Wow, an eval bar just jumps. Now, of course, I mean, as a human, Queen e2 looked absolutely beautiful. Apparently, eval bar jumped a little bit, but then recalibrated and said, never mind. Queen e2 is a good move. So Queen e2, rook goes where now? Rook g1 or rook c1? Yeah, he plays rook g1. Now, d2 is possible. e3, it's really a matter of how do you want to do this? What's the most accurate? We have ideas of e3, and then play something like, I don't know, d2, queen f2, queen g1, and then e2. Let me show you what that looks like, which is e3. And then, like, I don't know, like knight a7 maybe. Just show something here. d2 takes, right? Queen f2. I don't even care here. And then we go takes, and then takes, and then e2. This is the idea. Kind of cool there. Kind of cool just to show that, how the pawns. There's a famous game, Labordine, if you guys know who that is. It's a famous game in chess like that, where he sacrificed everything, had 3 pawns in like the second rank with the black pieces. Pretty nasty. But he can do kind of anything. Let's see what he does. See what he does. See what he does. Jan in the driver's seat, though, trying to figure out what he wants. Let's see what he goes for. Let's see what he goes for. Yeah, I mean, you just push the pawns, really. There it is. I mean, it's just very easy. d2, e3, correct? Okay, so he went queen e3, but now there's no queen d1. Now there's no queen d1. d3. Yeah, you can still sack the queen and play e3, e2, guys. I'm telling you, it's coming. There's also a bishop d4 as well. You could literally play queen takes at some point. Obviously, you have to watch out for queen g1. But even then, you can still push because this is a back rank problem. Literally, queen g1 is on the cards right now. But bishop d4 is also a move as well with the 4. With the Avi. The Avi moves there. So pretty strong. Pretty strong. Let's see what he has. Let's see what he has. So he plays takes. Okay. Queen h5. Is there a check? Oh, he has queen e8, maybe. No, that doesn't work. I mean, queen g1, bishop d4. Yeah, this is game over. 3 seconds for Nodirbek as well. Bishop d4. Whoa, eval bar jumped. How? What? Queen e2 is fine though. Man, this is crazy. I don't even care about that. Queen e2 just seems fine, especially with 3 seconds on the clock here. Queen e2, he plays it. Queen f5. Wait a second. Rook g8. Play quickly. He's still vibing. He feels good. Make a queen? How is this? What? You gotta be kidding me. Eval bar is like, yeah, this is fine. This is equal, I guess, because c8 queen? Oh my goodness. Has he botched this thing? Oh my goodness. He has. He has botched this. He has messed this up. You have to take a perpetual, I think. Okay, check king h3. What happens? Oh, you check again. And you just take a draw. Unbelievable. That is crazy. He got 2 seconds. You got to be kidding me. How did this happen? This is a draw. Unbelievable. Bishop g1. Wait a second. Oh, no, he has queen f6. Nothing. Yeah. Yeah, there's the head shake. Yep. There is the head shake. That's tough, man. That's hard. That's a hard game. Dang, he was clearly winning this game, but this is why you fight. You never give up. Wow. This was just over. I'm sure there was a queen g1 in there, as we looked at before. Just push the pawns through. And now he has to take a draw. He has to settle for a draw. There's nothing. There's nothing. Because c8, the queen is happening whether you like it or not. Yeah, there's another check. He has 3 seconds, too. Like, you can't even try anything. Yeah, that's going to be perpetual. That's going to be perpetual. Check. Tough game. That's tough. I think Nodirbek realizes it too. Sigh of relief. You see him, as you can see, body language there from Nodirbek says he knows as well. This is a draw. There may be some type of trick he might try, but then again, you know, there's 1 second increment. So you have to remember that 1 second increment is it's enough time to get you out of things. There it is. It's a draw. Yikes. Man, he's going back to check probably to see. I think he's looking at the game maybe slightly to see where he went wrong. And here we are. Flip of colors. Try again. G3, D4. Sort of a Catalan probably by transposition. Bishop G2. Correct. Castle, C4. All the regular stuff you would usually play. Dang, that's crazy. Nodirbek with the resourcefulness. Man, it's going to be hard to take that kid down. Well, he ain't a kid no more. But it's going to be hard to take him down when he's playing like that. That will leave a mark. Oh, man, Benjamin. Exactly. He draws it, right? Sheesh. That hurts? Of course it does. No more dancing. I mean, he's still vibing. Maybe the vibing worked, but maybe you have to like slow down. Like when you're vibing and then you got to lock in, right? Like vibe, then lock in. You can't just like vibe the whole time, I guess, right? Because that's crazy. That was just a clean one. He was winning. He was clearly winning. Where's Daniel? Daniel's on lunch. Daniel's grabbing some lunch. He's been streaming. What is it? He's been 16, I think 17 hours straight of commentary. So short break for the big dog. Was completely winning. He was. It happens. It's pretty tough. Pretty tough to see. He didn't lose, though, right? It's still a 3-point game. And I got white, so, you know, shake it off. Keep moving. Bishop A3 is a great move, by the way. Gets rid of that annoying piece. Maybe bishop takes, rook D1. Okay, bishop rook D1 first. Take. Rook D1 and double up. He's doing the same. B4, I like it. Queen C7. Maybe rook D3, rook D8, rook D1. Very logical. C5 instead. It keeps the D5 square open for the knight. You may see a reroute of the bishop over to the B1H7 diagonal at some point. What's up, Keith? I see it. We read into his chat, Steve Allen. We read to his chat. We read both, bro. Always. You know, we're not new to this, man. We've been streaming a long time. 16 hours a lot. Yeah, bro. He's done every SCC commentary so far. So he, you know, give him a break, man. Let him get some food. Can Danya eat or no? Can Danya eat or no? You know what I mean? Can he eat? Like, you know, he is half a human, right? Let him eat. Bishop E4, Bishop B1, Queen C2, and ideas like that. Rook D2 and double up. I mean, black has a fine position. It's just super equal. It's bishop versus knight. D4 is a weakness. D5 is also a weak square as well. White's trying to break through on the queen side, but not really much to do. Not really much to do. Yeah, Danya will be back for the 3+1 portion, and our favorite, everyone's favorite, is a 1+1. Danya deserves that burrito. That would be fire, bro. I'm not gonna lie, some Chipotle right now, burrito. Oh my goodness. You got any Chipotle fans in the chat? Any Chipotle fans in chat? That sounds great right now. E5, double the rooks. I mean, A4 would be hanging, but then E5's hanging. You gotta be careful though. Yeah, he does. Double the rooks. It seems correct. And then it's just going to be a massive trade. Massive trade. Take. Literally, ED, rook D4, rook D4, rook D4, queen D4, CB5, AB5, queen B5, queen D8, king H7, queen E7. So you got to be careful because the knight can hang on the back rank. The knight could hang. Very possible. There's some tricks here. There's some tricks because we are threatening DE right now. We are threatening DE. So he plays knight d5, but I take the pawn. I guess you take a4. And it's sort of the same. I might be able to throw e6 in there, but it's not really the best. Cava versus Chipotle. Okay, you're right. Actually, I ain't gonna lie. I have been to Cava once or twice. You're right. I'll go with that. I'll go with some Cava over Chipotle. But Chipotle slaps. Like, you can't lie, guys. Come on. Chipotle is OP. Come on, bro. Come on. Mo's is better in my opinion. I've never been there actually. Never been there. Bishop g4 hits the rook. That's a nice move. Rook e7. Now we take on e5 is maybe his idea. Maybe. Possible. Rook has to move though, right? He's just figuring out where he wants to move it. E7 or c7. E7 or c7. Mo slaps. I've never been. I'm in Michigan, so I don't know if we have that. So rook e7, I did see this, takes, and white's winning. Well, okay, slightly better in eval bar, right? But I was curious, what happens on queen a4 now? Queen a4 is an obvious move. Is it queen trapped or something? Rook a1. No, but queen b5, so I don't understand. What is the killer idea? He plays it. Now we got a Z. Eval bar likes white. It's bishop f3, putting pressure on the d5 knight. Wow, just winning. Maybe e6 is rook d4. Oh my goodness. But okay, queen a5. Yeah, I'm not all the way convinced. Rook d4, queen a5. Yeah, he didn't see it. It's understandable. It's not easy to find. It's not easy to find all the follow-ups there. It's a lot. That's a lot. I definitely like e6. It might just be too risky. He takes though. No risk involved with takes. No risk involved. So takes. And I get a passer. Okay. But okay, you can defend it. Queen d4, queen c6. I don't even have to. I could just trade too, though. Queen b7 hangs the rook. So got to do something about my rook. Rook c1, queen c6. Yeah, okay. Queen d4, we saw this. But maybe he'll trade. Probably draw there. Queen c6 we saw. So now maybe I could try to create something. Correct. Rook a1, a6, rook b1. Rook b1. So maybe rook d7. Yeah, maybe rook d7. Maybe. Rook c8. Fight fire with fire. You take, I take. Same. Rook a7, queen c5, queen g4 is possible. Probably too much, though. He might go for it. He takes. Yeah, trade. Okay. And draw. Draw. Same side. Everything seems the same here, boys. Looks like we're going to have a quiet game. Peaceful result, it looks like. Peaceful result. What do you prefer? Oh, we got a poll in chat. Let me see. Okay. Taco Bell. Come on. I make my own burritos and Chipotle. I don't ever make my own. I'm going to have to go with Chipotle. Sorry. Got to go with Chipotle there. Just because of the options. All right, guys. We got a poll in chat. Let's get involved. Get involved, chat. What do you prefer? F4. King up. Yep. And wait a second. I'm winning. There might have been an F5. But even here, because of my activity of my king, if I get the king to F6, yeah, this could be problematic. King F5, king G6, E6 would be winning on the spot. So it is up to Nodirbek to figure out what to do here. Maybe he has to give up the D pawn. Possible, guys. Maybe he has to give up the D pawn. Nodirbek in the think tank. Yeah, he's going to have to go passive. What is the move? He's going to have to go passive. King F5 to F6 is coming. All right, so what about... Nope, that doesn't work either. Oh, my goodness. I I need some help here now. Let me check the engine. This is actually not easy, bro. You could lose this so fast, guys, because of the activity of the rook and the king. King activity is very important in every endgame, especially with the rook on the 7th rank. I get my king to f6, I'm clearly winning. You can try to win the f-pawn, but I have f5. King on f6 defends that with our threats of e6, and then checking and taking and queening on the e-pawn. Very classic Devereski, page 157 in the rook in games. King f5, king g7, you have e6. So there's a lot of problems. So you try to figure out, as you see, he's under a minute. It's not easy at all. Nepo vibing right now because he understands this. It's tough. This is very tough. 30 seconds here for Nodirbek. Trying to find a move that is not passive. I don't know what it is either. I don't know. Maybe rook check. Maybe rook check. What does that even do? Rook check, king f5 goes to the square that I want to go to anyway. He plays rook d3. Okay, plays h4. Now you need another move. You need another move. You need another move. Plays rook up, king f5. Here we go. Here we go. The plan we just talked about. That's a nice move, but it gives up the pawn. You see what I'm saying? So this is the tough part. You had to give a pawn up. So he found it. Ooh, that was so nice. He had to give the pawn up, but you see how hard that is to do, guys? You have to give up the pawn just to stop the king from going to f6, hence the move rook f1. And then when you play king f5 or rook takes d3, you play rook e1, right? So you're just stopping the e6 push as well, which is really strong, really strong. So he might be holding here. Obviously, white has the extra pawn. Yeah, rook e3 stops e6 at all moments. Now we can play e6. Rook takes h5, king g4. He plays it. You have to go for it if you're going to have any chance. King g4 or e4. That's a good question. King f6. What a move, big dog. You swinging like that? Nodirbek, you got to chill, bro. With 5 seconds on the clock. Whoa, big dog, you got to chill, man. You got to relax. That was brilliant. How was that great move? That was brilliant. As a practicality. Oh my goodness, that was cold defense. King f6 was sick. Okay, so yeah, that's double pawns, and we holding the draw. And you see the pause there from Jan. Okay, light vibing, but he realizes this is a draw. Okay, it was already a draw anyway. That was sweet though. I think it was incredible defense there with the king f6 move there. King g4, you automatically think you got to move the rook somewhere, but he said, hold on. King f6, try again. We about to draw this one, my guy. We about to draw this one. That was fire. And 0 on the clock. He's going to end this one out, obviously, on top. 5 and 2. Whoo, Nordy with a hold. That was a nice hold. Hopefully you learned something from the end games there, boys. That was cold, as Nodirbek is up still in the format. It's 5-2 now. So really strong stuff. And he's going to have to mount a comeback. 5+1 portion is officially over, as we're going to be joined with Danya right after this in the 3+1. As you see, 5+1 portion goes to Nodirbek of Dusatoro. Yana Pamiyashi with 2. Total score 5-2 there going into the 3+1. Stuff is going to be a lot faster. And I will be joined by the man, the myth, the legend, my twin brother who looks just like Danya. And we'll be back in a few minutes, guys. So don't go anywhere. And hold on to your, what do you say? Fasten your speed belts, right? So we'll be right back in a few minutes with Danya and finishing out for the 3+1.
We just got started, so I'll let you know.
And the rebound to Richardson. Still an opportunity with a minute to play.
We're here in Casablanca for this special tournament. You'll be playing games from interesting positions from historical games. So this is a challenge. We want to give you the players to see if you know your classics and also more modern games. And as you see, we have switched the normal pieces out with checkers pieces. It's the 5th position. Black won the game.
Okay, no chance. I need a hint.
Okay, so the last move was pawn takes e3.
Okay, so this, obviously it's a pawn, obviously it's a rook, obviously it's a rook, and white resigned here.
Okay, this is my game with Vladdy.
Correct. Very good. Remember?
Game 5.
Yeah, this is Kramnik Anand from the World Championship match in 2008.
Correct. Very good.
Yeah, I just have no idea. No idea on this one.
Okay, so this is Kramnik Anand, 2008 match.
Oh, from the match. Ah, okay. It was a Slav game. Okay, cool.
Black won this game as well after his last move.
Those C pawns and the A pawn over there, I'm thinking of that famous game where the triple. Yeah, there's no triples.
No, it's not my game with Topolov. That would be embarrassing. No.
I'll need a hint. No idea at all. Let's start.
You can either get Black's last move, or you can know the position of White's king, or the placement of the White king.
Well, I'm assuming the king is here or here, so I'm not sure that helps a lot.
Okay, so the White king is on h4.
Okay, did not expect that.
I never considered that. I just assumed king was on g2 and that's a rook on h4 because it couldn't be a knight and it couldn't be a thing.
Well, the king is actually on h4.
Oh, so then it's Krasenko Nakamura.
Correct. And you know the year?
2008?
Close, 2007.
Seven.
Barcelona. Okay, very good. It's Krasenko Nakamura from 2007.
Anyway, let's see if Hikaru finds it.
I mean, it's obviously my game, but I'm trying to remember where the pieces are, so I can at least give you the right move. Yeah, this is my game against Krasenko from the Barcelona Casino tournament in 2007.
But you had everything correct.
Yeah,
that was
okay.
impressive.
Okay, it was a bishop move at the end.
Very good.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah. No, because I was gonna say I thought the king was here, so I assumed it was some Kasparov game or something against Karpov, that style. But yeah, once you say king on h4, it's
For once, it was a good hint.
Yeah. And we are back at the Chess Championship. I'm here. The party's over, James. But in all seriousness, you did a fantastic job. I really, really appreciate the break. I feel refreshed and ready to take on the rest of the match. But the real question is, Jan Nepomniachtchi ready to continue his comeback against Nodirbek Abdusattorov? What did I miss, James? Give us the TLDR.
Oh, man. Yeah,
my
eating
fruit
a
and
burrito.
vegetables.
Well, first in the chat, we were talking about Chipotle over kind of some other ones, right? And Chipotle was fire, basically. But also, Nepo had some chances to come back. He actually had one game where he was completely winning. He was vibing. We was trying to figure out what he was listening to. He's been vibing a lot. We have Baby Shark in the chat. Maybe he was like, oh, he's listening to Baby Shark. Whatever he was vibing to was kind of working. He had a position where he was winning, but he basically bungled it. It was a draw there, and then the last game ended in a draw as well. So Nodirbek still on top there, finding some very critical resources and some critical positions.
Now, I think that Jan kind of achieved step one, which was he had to survive that initial knockout punch. I mean, it was a knockout punch in the first couple of games. We started getting scared after Jan gave away the third game that this is going to be a blowout, but he's kept it within, reasonable range.
Right.
And 3+1 is a completely different animal, James, than 5+1. And hopefully we get a completely different Jan as well.
Yeah, it's going to take a completely different Jan. And also you're going to have to speed up here. And this is the time where 3+1, obviously, you don't have that 2-minute padding anymore. It's going to take it off. You're also used to this if you play Title Tuesday, which they both do. So they're kind of used to this, but you are going to have to, mount a comeback here and get on the board right now as quickly as possible. So that's Nepo's job here. Nodirbek, on the other hand, is just trying to increase the lead and not let Nepo back in the game at all.
Indeed. And just for the record, Kava is better. I do like Chipotle, but Kava is better.
Kava is better.
Kava all the way. Charlotte's big on Kava. Lots of Kavas here. But Jan Nepomniachtchi, he has a pretty impeccable chess resume. Obviously, no world champion title on that resume, but he's got just about everything else. Great performance just now at the latest CCT tournament, which concluded the day before yesterday. He's been a phenomenal Blitz player, James, for a very long time. And, he's just been around for so long.
Yeah, of course. I mean, as you see, 2024 World Blitz runner-up, 2-time FIDE candidates winner. I mean, how many times was that actually done by who, in fact, right? So, and he's still vibing. He is in the zone. It's something picked up when you left for lunch. He just started vibing. We turned it on, and we had chat to figure out what was he listening to. We had Ice Spice in there. Somebody said Baby Shark. Somebody said Taylor Swift. Whatever it is, he is vibing. He's feeling it. He's singing, got the tea sipping. I mean, this is the type of Jan you love to see, but it's just not showing yet on the board. But he's trying to mount that comeback now.
I've really never said this before. Both players are in a good mood.
Yeah, it's rare. Very rare, right? I'm losing, but I'm feeling good. And I mean, hey, how can you lose really? I mean, you are obviously in the match, but how can you lose when you're in a great mood like this? It does actually start with having a great mood, and the rest can try to, it tries to happen on the board. You try to emulate that on the board as well.
I mean, I think Jan understands that his destiny right now is in his hands, that if he plays better than he did, he's going to have his chances. I mean, Nodirbek is a fighter. He's a greedy player, but, he does give you some chances in these back and forth games. Jan is, I wouldn't say a regular on Chess.com 3+0. He'll come in and play occasionally. He'll play most of the Title Tuesdays, which are 3+1. So in terms of who's the more experienced online Blitz player, James, neither one of them plays all that regularly, and yet they're both incredibly good.
Absolutely. I mean, a lot of times you'll see they'll play on alternate accounts or even, just training somewhere else with obviously the team members and et cetera from their training and working on their classical chess, right? So when they come and play, you see that a lot too with the younger players. You just can't find their accounts. You're like, whose account? Where's your Chess.com account? Oh, they have one, but they don't tell you type thing, right? So, of course, these players are very strong, but it's going to be way more of a match here, especially when we get to the bullet portion. Stuff starts to speed up. Then we get to see who really has been working on their bullet chess at all. Do you know who is better out of those two, Danya and Bullet?
I'm just trying to look up what Jan Nepomniachtchi's favorite type of music is really quickly. But it's hard to say. I have to find an interview. Who is the better bullet player? I'd have to go with Jan by a hair. I mean, Jan's played a bullet championship before, but 1+1 is such a different kettle of fish from 1+0.
Mm-hmm.
And it all depends on the circumstance. They're rattling off another Najdorf, and we've seen a similar situation before with this fight for the D5 square.
And yeah, the last one where Jan actually had his winning chances there. This is the game where he flagged, in fact. He had a great position, everything. He found out what to do. They rattled off the moves very quickly, as you should hear. Jan at 3 minutes and Nodirbek right under. This is the 1 second increment here. Try to get that D5 push in as quickly as possible. And we're able to do that because we've played B5 to break up the C4 pawn, do something with that, then push with D5. But first, bringing a rook to the file on rook to C8.
Yeah. Rook C6, black kind of building up the queenside pressure here, doubling on the C file. I'm always biased in black's favor because we've already established we're both Najdorf players.
Yeah.
And it's just easier sometimes to play with a space disadvantage because when you have a space advantage, you also have more weaknesses, more liabilities, and it's very, very easy to lose control. Like allow bishop takes D2, which is a pretty serious positional threat here.
In fact, I love the maneuver he used. I mean, he just did everything out of the Najdorf handbook. Like he's just, put a pressure on the d file, obviously, or trying to push a d5. He played b5 in Najdorf move. And this maneuver, bishop d8 to a5, is one that a lot of people don't even know exists, but it's very common in the Najdorf period. You bring the bishop around, you try to trade off the knight, and then we push d5. Boy, there is some fireworks popping off here. a4. a4.
Wow. Classic Nodirbek trying to solve his problems tactically. I'm all for it.
Same. ba4 is best from computer.
Oh, there's an evil idea. I mean, other than ba4, what else are you going to do? b4, I'm not even going to talk about it. Let's just pretend that move doesn't exist. That's how ugly it looks. The only other feasible move, I guess, is rook b8. But here, white actually is supposed to play queen takes b5, which is an important subtlety. If you play a takes b5, black has this intermezzo, rook c3. Thank you, Stockfish. Queen takes b5, queen takes b5, a b5, rook b5. Everything is fine, right? Nope. Knight c4.
Boom.
Get out of there. And then white's rook infiltrates a8. And when these positions get tactical, you're always one misstep away from just being completely lost. He does take. And it's all out pandemonium, James.
In between move, knight to c4. Here we go. And now we're looking for counter tactics as well. He just says no. Bounce back to c7. And we'll maybe attack b3. Rook a4 is going to make us do something. He takes with the a pawn, b pawn. Double up. Double up on the bubble up here. What happens? a5. Oh, b6 is quite weak. And that's a passer.
Fantastic play. Fantastic play. But Nodirbek is ignoring the source of danger. But bishop takes b6. I thought that was rushed.
Yeah, definitely.
Knight b6 were rushed. And he's going to lose it back.
Wow. So fast. He was moving quickly here. But hey, that's what happens. Is we don't have that extra 2 minutes on the clock. You have to make that transition very quickly, going from 5-1 to 3-1, and then from 3-1 to 1-1. Right. So making that transition here sometimes comes with obviously bigger inaccuracies, as we saw here.
I mean, I don't know why Jan keeps flirting with disaster here. Just get rid of that pawn, for goodness sake. And let me rewind really quickly. Let me just show why was knight b6 so hasty. If Nodirbek had gone with the blue arrow move, which is always a safe bet, it's not, the queen isn't trapped. That's not the point. The point is, after something like queen c8, now white plays knight b6, and this is a completely different story because you get a pawn on b6. If the queen goes to c6, you go rook dc1, then you go knight b6. White wins on the spot. This is not some sort of complex tactic. Nodirbek got too excited here, and Jan lives to fight another day.
And he's feeling good. Rook on a5 defends e5. Knight comes around to maybe g6 or e6. Probably the better square, e6. Moving the king out to h7 and just having a great endgame here. This could likely be a draw here, but we are going to play on for more. Also, white has a weak back rank unless he plays h3, obviously. Well, we're going to try to create some chances.
Are we going to see a queen trade? And if so, who will initiate it?
Maybe rook or queen b2, right? Same idea with the idea of rook a2 or a1.
Yeah. The only way this isn't a draw is if, I think if one side wins, it probably is going to be black because, you're always biased in favor of the knight in really any time scramble situation. But the bishop is fully capable of controlling all of the business squares. Okay, next game, guys. Let's wrap this thing up. Let's sign the peace agreement.
Right.
Let's, pause the negotiations and just get on with it.
Yeah, of course. Right. That's how we feel here. Definitely 100%. But these guys always like to play it out to the very end, especially when time gets lower. As you see, crazy things have happened. Where at one game, even the Najdorf game itself, where the first Najdorf, where there were chances when time got much lower for both.
That's the thing. Okay, the fact that Jan is refusing the queen trade tells me that he believes he's got chances here. And I think that's pretty admirable, and I think he's right. Rook d3. But we've seen him, get a little bit too frisky before, and you can always overpress, right? You can lose any position if you get too ambitious.
That is correct. Even, you see, was that the worst play? I always say the worst place to be online is, no increment, king rook versus king rook. And that's the worst place to be. Somebody's going to hang that rook, most likely. It's usually what happens.
I mean,
it's the worst.
Do you know anybody who plays who goes that low and that ungentlemanly to play out rook versus rook? And I mean, how low this new generation stoops to win a game of chess?
Yeah, right. As we've seen Danya do that 3 nights this week, guys. So, 3 nights at least.
That's right.
This week he's done it. So it happens, and it is very possible.
I haven't done it at all since yesterday.
Since yesterday, right, guys? Yeah. So I actually like this for black, right? Of course, because we have the better looking piece here. So this one is looking a little bit better for black, slightly though, slightly.
Yeah, black is a little bit better, but the position is equal. As Henry Ford said, you can have my Model T in any color as long as it's black. Black is symbolically better.
Okay. All right. So what do we have? King comes up. Maybe some G5 in there, something like that.
Maybe white blunders the bishop.
See? Nope. Dang. That was his only
Jan's
shot.
trying. He's going hither and thither, and trying to knife his way. Shall I say, knight his way into white's position? But one thing that can be blundered here is like bishop c5, bishop f8 at the right moment. Again, if you lose your sense of danger, you can lose anything. I think Nodirbek should just bail out here.
Yeah, he got rid of that
Now
boy.
can we?
Can you shuffle, guys? What you want to do here? Draw by agreement or no?
They're going to repeat moves.
There
Nope.
it is.
Nodirbek's playing for the win. I think he's stalling. He's milking some clock, and it's totally reasonable.
That's very reasonable. And Jan's like, "Come on, bro." When Jan was just trying to win too.
Jan ain't amused.
Jan's like, "Come on, bro," but then Jan was just trying to win, which is understandable. Like that's just how it goes, back and forth. Oh, don't pre-move not crazy, right? Oh man, this is the fun part. Well, guys.
Yeah, even without time pressure, the amount of people who just start randomly pre-moving, why? Don't do that.
Don't do it.
If you're watching this and you want to learn dirty flagging skills.
101 from one of the greatest, Danya. Of course, I do it too as well in 30 seconds. We play like 130 games every night in our arenas, but yeah, we do some dirty tricks. But hey, the best of the best, Danya. All right.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I'm just going to reaffirm what Levy and I discussed yesterday, which is that this is one of those scenarios where, Nodirbek's stalling, trying to get a couple more minutes off the match clock. Is it pretty? No. Do I love him in this moment? No. Is he doing something completely reasonable to try to maximize his chances of winning the match? Yes.
100%.
So should we be angry at him for it? No.
Not at all. Not at all, guys. Right. This is totally normal and totally part of it. But don't try this at home, okay? Just don't try this at home, all right? Keep your hands and legs and arms inside of the vehicle at all times, okay? All right, here we go.
Um, 113 moves, and I think no, not yet. Still no repetition. The way Nodirbek is finding ways to avoid repetition here is actually pretty crazy. And 3 hours later.
3 hours later.
James, I think it's time to head to the airport for our flight to Paris.
Oh, cool.
They're still playing.
All right, bro, I'm out. Let me see. I can catch my Uber right now. Let me get the Uber up. Okay, got the Uber app.
Actually, the daily flight takes off in an hour. Gotta get to
back
it.
and see what happens. And it was a trade of pawns. Yeah, we're going to be here a long time, boys and girls. We're going to be here a long time. So I guess we talked to chat. Hit going yes on us. Yes. There's a draw. I remember I had a draw in 1987 versus Bobby Fischer himself.
And then we got into a fight after the game because Efim Geller, who was watching our game,
I remember
whispering to Bobby Fischer, and provoking him into continuing the game.
Yes, I remember, Jen. Yes, nice
man. What a legend, and what a legendary draw! The most interesting game of all time, sadly, has concluded. I know everyone's wiping away the tears, but another French. I'm all for it. French basically guarantees, unless white plays the exchange French, and anybody who does that is banned from the Speed Chess Championship, you basically guarantee some sort of unbalanced position.
Yeah, exchange French was never fun either. But in these type of situations, I mean, I'm always just like, when you play the French, it's just, I remember the best, Bobby himself actually liked to play, the KIA, King's Indian Attack, which really actually still scores 60%, guys. If you go check the database, it's like 60%. against the French. But you just have to know what you're doing. Obviously, there he has some great games with that. But I mean, you gotta attack them, the French. That's you. Generally speaking, it's probably the best idea to attack them. Easier said than done.
Yeah, this type of structure also resembles the Botvinnik Karl's variation of the Caro-Kann, where e4, c6, d4, d5,
Yes.
e5, and then black plays c5. So it's kind of closely related. And I mean, it's pretty stereotypical French action here. You know, black is trying to find the right moment to play f6. White is trying to overprotect this pawn to make sure that, you know, you don't lose it. And okay, the queen on h5 makes me a little bit uneasy.
Exactly. I was thinking king h1, g4, bro, and then bishop h7, knight g5. But there might be a queen h3 there. And then rook g1, rook g3. I mean, you are in some trouble there, buddy.
f6, I think Nodirbek senses it. He might not have another chance, but the problem is if you just start willy-nilly pushing your pawns, that ain't going to work out. e5 is always met with knight takes e5. Super annoying idea. And now Jan grabs control of this square. Now Nodirbek has to move his knight back, and you will never be able to play e5. At least
there is this idea, though, rook f3, knight e5. I've seen this a lot in these weird Frenches where they sacrifice on f3 and then follow up with knight e5.
Maybe there was BC there. Definitely Nodirbek thought about it.
Wow.
Now he's down 40 seconds. I would have gone knight e5. Rook a4.
Whoa.
This is what we're used to from Jan. This is more like the Jan that we know and love.
Here it comes. Rook h4 for the score, baby. Oh yeah, there's a lot of ideas here. Bishop d6 first, maybe. With rook f7, rook h4, queen trap.
Yep. Now trying to be perfect, but in Blitz, the perfect is, how does the expression go? The enemy of the good. And I think just easy does it. Go rook h4, bishop e5, make the simple moves first, and then think later.
Oh, is that just an exchange, sir? I think you have to sacrifice, and he does. It's the only move.
But you know, the G file does not favor black. It favors white.
This is how you beat the French in many ways. You just got to attack them, bro. What happened? Out of 3 moves, he just a4, rook lift, bishop on d3, and e5. This is a common French idea. Easier said than done. Obviously, one of the greatest games ever was, what was it, Polgar versus who? Who was that French game? Was it rook h7 idea? Rook h7. I know you know the game. Rook h7, queen h2, h6, say rook h1. The mate idea. I don't remember who she played. It was a very classic.
You'd be surprised. I have some gaps in my say, cultural chess knowledge. Okay, bishop b1, but Jan keeping the bishop on the board. He's trying to checkmate black with queen c2. Totally reasonable move if it works out, but you're putting all your eggs in one basket. He also could have just traded both bishops, James, maybe gone queen d4. And that might have been curtains. Nodirbek is such a tricky player. He's not just resilient. He's resilient in like an annoying way. Like even when he's losing, he's playing for a win in a certain sense.
I could still go queen. Oh, I could have still went queen c2 there. 95 takes, rook e5 with bishop g6. If 95. But also maybe he goes bishop e5 instead. No, but then I had bishop g6. Yeah. That was before bishop f6. Nice idea.
But now, has he frittered away a lot of his advantage? Because queen h7, king f8, queen h8.
Done.
Black will block with queen g8. And I think a lot of people need to realize just because the queens are off the board doesn't mean that you're winning just because you have an extra exchange.
Right.
Black's pawn structure is much sounder.
Okay, so bishop g6 maybe.
Queen g8, and again I'm forcing you into a queen trade.
Gross, not a fan.
Jan messed up.
Activated? Dang, I can't bring the other rook over either. He has bishop a6. Unbelievable. Wow.
I would almost argue that, practically speaking, black is not worse. And maybe I'm jumping the gun here. Looks like Jan does have a way to at least retain some of the advantage. But these types of endgames are very easy to lose with white.
Oh, there it is. Polgar Berkes. Thank you. Slow sax hitter. Polgar Berkes.
Oh, Berkes.
Yeah. It's a famous French game. One of my favorite
I'll
ways
take
to
a look
play
at it. I haven't seen it.
It's a nasty game. Just rode the French off the board. Okay.
Now, what do we make of this? White's probably still very much in the driver's seat. I mean, you do have a rook against a knight. I don't want to pretend like an extra exchange is not good. It is. But the knight is about as good as knights get.
Yeah, this is obviously harder, easier said than done. Okay, you do want to have the rook here. Obviously, do not hang a fork. It's just hard to create anything. I don't have any good pawn breaks. Maybe just go try to, yeah, he's trying to eat up the G and H pawns. H4 is coming, yeah, and probably draw,
you can
right?
use Zugzwang, right? The way that you win these positions sometimes is you put, like, let's say the rook on b6, and you're like, okay, what do? The king can't move, the knight can't move, and black will run out of pawn moves eventually. I think Jan realizes this, and he's pressing all the right buttons so far.
Yeah, he plays H4, and we bring the king up. Oh, he plays rook. Okay, that's nice. King E7. Now, sides the king D3. Don't go E3, guys.
Involved.
There we go. There we go.
Don't push pawns, right? Anytime you push pawn in the endgame, especially if you're down an exchange like this, your defenses are eventually going to get overstretched.
There it is. As you called it immediately. It's happening.
Okay, still not over.
Maybe a rook b8. F3.
Check. You can always miss a fork in any situation. Now, knight c5, Nodirbek trying to play keep away with white's king. But the problem is white's rook is just going to start mowing down these isolated pawns. There goes one.
There goes
that
one.
That might be the beginning of the end. Or the end of the end.
Ooh. Thank you for the gumdrop. And keep moving. Let's go search for some more.
Yep, there he goes again.
It's a nice configuration.
Very skillful rook play by Jan here. But how does he make that final step? He needs to win one more pawn.
How do we do that? Yeah, that's a good question.
Rook is attacked.
It's so cool to see how the engine wins these, because like C4?
No, DC and then rook G5, knight H3 was a fork, right?
Yeah.
That's what always happens against Hikaru. Now, rook takes G5 there, James, was a big threat. I don't know about this. This is going to be close, actually. Yeah, maybe you win just by pushing away black's pieces bit by bit.
Checking king up.
Check on A5.
There it is.
And bring it up.
King up.
Yeah.
Classic.
God, Nodirbek just still fighting.
Yeah, he's not giving up.
Still fighting. Check. Okay, rook G6 is game over.
Searching. Okay. All good.
Still on. Takes him. King F7 traps the knight. King F3, and Nodirbek is not in time. He's not in time to get this H-pawn.
Check. There
James,
it is.
Tempo for tempo. This was close.
Heat. Nepo swinging back. Very nice.
Wow. Great game. It was not perfect. There was a moment when I was worried the tables would turn, but he made all the money decisions, and then great endgame conversion by Jan.
Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, he's warmed up, to say the least, obviously. Nicely warmed up, took some hits, but now back in the game. Like this early F3, F4 became an English attack, but then a F4 variation of Nodirbek here, where Jan responded accordingly with Queen C7, Bishop C4. Very clean stuff here. It's pretty nice. I actually beat Short in a Blitz game in this opening with black, with the F4 line. He likes to play F4.
I'm grateful that Jan is avoiding the Petrov. I think he just thought of all the fans watching.
Yes, thank you, Jan. Thank you, bro.
Considerate move by Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I mean, he's a Nodirbek player, and there was a time, we say AD and BCE. There was a time, BP, before the Petrov, when Jan mostly played the Nodirbek.
Yeah, I remember those days. Or actually just looking, not necessarily the days, but his games, just looking through games, and etc. F3, F4, F5, wild. Yeah, it's a line now, Suji. It is possible to play it. Very possible.
Now, white by traditional chess understanding, white's got the space advantage and potentially this juicy square on d5. I feel like the battle has revolved around that square in a lot of their Nodirbek games, even though the circumstances have been different.
Now we have h6. Whoa, Eval Barjan. What? Knight d5
Why is he rushing? Nodirbek has done this a few times where he rushes into a square. James, if he had gone instead knight c4, he would have gotten a much juicier version of a position where he's still better. But look at this. d5, knight b6 is a fork. Otherwise, white just swings the knight away. Show this to a Russian schoolboy.
That's gross. That's going to be a bad day in the Nidorf office for sure. Yeah.
It's still a bad day in the Nidorf office, though.
Okay. I mean, yes, correct. But also, we always like the fact that d5 is plugged. So, okay, we don't have to worry about, anything going to d5. But then again, we don't have much counterplay ourselves unless we're able to break. G6 is going to be f6. Yeah, I mean, black's just sort of cramped, slightly worse. h4 was nice, though, stopping expansion of g4. I still could play it, though, but it opens up the rook file.
Now what? Now what do you do, right? It's the same situation Nepo was in last game with white. Now the shoe's on the other foot. Nodirbek has to find some way forward. b4 maybe, start using your pawns. Carve out some squares. Easier said than done, as you like to say.
Easier said than done. Yeah, but that bishop, there we go. It's rerouting, but where are we going? As I like to say, bishop about to be hidden air. That boy is doing nothing. Even, where's the best place to put it? On d4? But even then, you just don't do anything on d4. It just looks great. It's a great piece that does nothing. What do you say? Useful, active, or something? I forgot. Jeremy Silman had something about it. Like a bishop is very active, but not useful in a way. Something like that.
Or my coach had a quote, other than do not push pawns, there are no bad bishops, there are only bad players. Savage truth.
Oh, man. Bad players. Okay. A5. Oof. Okay, but lockdown, right?
Jan is trying to set up a fortress, but, there's the famous meme about Magnus not believing in fortresses. What that really means is that even in a fortress, there will almost always be a weak spot, and there will almost always be a way to at least continue the game. It's rare that you have a totally locked up position where the side with the advantage has not even an attempt at keeping the game going. Like if you go g5 here, white will go f6. If you don't do anything, white will take on g6. So we're not even close to talking about a fortress here. This is like the worst fortress of all time. It's got like 600 holes.
Yeah, a lot of holes here. Rook g8 was definitely a good move here, as we just want to open up this file. G2 is behind it, and we can have our own type of ideas. Now g5. Now hold on. G5, f6, g4 is almost mate. Like what is that? G5, g4 being mate is a crazy idea, but f6 just holds everything.
But didn't you read the new rules of chess? Now you can go from the 6th rank to the 4th rank.
Oh,
I thought
one
the pawn
move
could make a move 2 squares one time at a game. So
you're
G6,
right.
G4 mate?
Oh my goodness, that's mate, Chad. Let's see if he sees it. Chad.
Of course, for newer players, that rule only applies if a pawn is on its initial square.
They some newer players are like, what? I can't. What? So confusing.
Mind blown.
So confusing. Yeah.
So black is just busted here. I mean, Jan is just falling apart at the seams. Maybe a5 was, what really did him in at the end. This is not making the Nidorf look good, and I don't like that.
Right, Sam, on the same boat. Like, oh man, Nidorf players are not happy here. Yikes! Look at this bishop. We got one move with the bishop. Oh man, guys, this is tough. But okay, if you can't do nothing, you can't break through. I mean, it ain't that bad, but it is bad. But it's not bad, but it is bad.
Knight's going to go somewhere. Knight e3, knight f5. It's going to try out various outposts and see what sticks. Now, rook trade favors white. I think that's important. If the rooks are swapped, then the h-pawn is going to fall. And it might fall anyway, honestly.
Yeah.
But if you take it here, black will take back, and then you get a rook endgame. And that's the best way to squander the advantage if you're Nodirbek. Keep the knight on the board.
So we just need some good shuffling moves here. You got to be a good dancer. So let's see. He's bobbing his head and vibing. So let's see if he's a good dancer today. He's going to have to dance around the board as he's doing. Bishop g5. Yeah, knight c4 is quite annoying. Bishop d8 played back. Not much we can do about that.
Knight back again. Now you have to start getting careful about, potential unintentional repetition. But the knight, a third outpost, right? It's parked on f5, then it reparked to c4. Now it's on e4. He keeps trying to find the perfect arrangement, but so far he's making zero progress.
Everything's defended too. Very nice. I mean, this could be, I mean, obviously, yeah, okay, there's still holes here. He's tried to bounce around. He's defended everything nicely, though. What's the right configuration? Maybe a d4 break, but then what does that even do? If we trade once, yeah, that doesn't really do much. I don't see any progress after that.
And you can't force the rook trade either. Bad bishops defend good pawns. In this case, the bad bishop is defending a bad pawn, but the bishop is doing what it has to do, right? This isn't about looking pretty. It's just about holding all the entry points.
And holding very well. Oh, rook f2 it was a miss. Interesting.
This knight is just, it's got restless legs. It's just like moving from side to side, side to side, and it just cannot decide which side it wants to be on.
Which side to side on. Which side to side with.
Yeah, it's going from one side to the other. That knight is... Okay, finally, some threats have been created. King d7, I think Jan has to play.
A4 is hanging, you're right.
And he's breached the fortress. And that's a free piece.
Oh, and a bang of the table. And that's it.
Jan's like, thank you for taking that bishop and putting it out of its misery.
Yeah,
he's not actually saying that.
He's not happy.
Saying that.
Head shake. He had it all under control, at least he thought. If he get that last pawn, yeah, that's not happening.
G6. Even G6. Can't do that. Such a Nodirbek. Oh no, G6 rook f5. That messed it up. You have to go rook f7. Ha! G6 was fancy and terrible.
Oh yeah, there it is. Can I push? Not enough time.
Nothing to do. G7 coming. And Jan loses a big game, which he defended like a hero. But you know those situations, you keep trying, and in a blitz format, eventually you're going to let your opponent penetrate. It's just like impossible to be perfect forever.
That's the tough part about it. This is why, as the Magnus says, Magnus does not believe in fortresses type thing, right? It's crazy because when you're playing a human, like something's going to happen somewhere practically, and practical chances do help when you keep, prying and probing and trying to get something out of the position, as Nodirbek was able to do.
Well, it's time for a break. Hopefully that will give Jan some time to reset. Before we go on break, another reminder that tickets for this year's Speed Chess Championship Finals live in Paris are officially on sale. You don't have to be in Paris to buy the tickets, though. For the first time ever, you are invited to join the SCC's 4 finalists as they compete in person for the crowd in early September. All tickets will get you in the room with our live commentary team, plus perks like streamer boosts and raffles, and you can level up your ticket tier to unlock the VIP lounge, player meet and greets, and more. Early bird pricing lasts only until the end of the month, so head on over to go.chess.com/SCC tickets or use !TIX in chat to book your seat at the historic finals. It'll be a fun event. Trust me, I've done these live events before. It's a really good time if you like chess and you want to see these players in the flesh. And we will see more action from the SCC when it returns, with more Jan versus Nodirbek in just a few minutes.
How often do you think about the Roman Empire? This July, you can think about it every day while you battle some of the ancient world's greatest and most fearsome leaders. Augustus, Hadrian, Cleopatra, Caligula, and of course, Julius Caesar. Play them all on Chess.com.
Introducing Chess Events by Chess.com, the brand new app that helps you stay up to date with the latest tournaments and results of the most important games. Get breaking news, tournament updates, live stream coverage, results of your favorite players, or a specific matchup you're excited for. Never again miss a tournament's final outcome, a critical moment, or news recaps by the world's top chess journalists. Chess Events makes it easier than ever to bring the chess world to you. Download the app today.
I'm super happy now to announce the Create Your Own course for 2024, where we encourage everyone from the Chessable community to participate, to write their own course, and maybe become the next winner. And winner chicken dinner, that's what you wanna be. Of course, there is a lot of joy in creating a course, but even sweeter is when you are standing on the podium, because winner $5,000, and also second and third will get $3,000 and $2,000 respectively. So this is looking like an ultimate deal as far as I'm concerned, and you can tell I'm super excited to get through those courses to pick out the winner, which I am going to present very, very proudly. So what's there? What do you need to know in order to get started? First of all, you need to have a Chessable Pro membership. Kind of goes without saying that Chessable Pro membership has a lot of perks already. I am sure that many of you already are Chessable Pro members, but if you are not, here is now another reason for you to upgrade your membership to access all the many perks of Chessable. Be mindful of the fact that there is a deadline associated with this Create Your Own course contest, and that deadline is the 19th of October. So you definitely would like to get the ball rolling. Go to chessable.com/create, and I can't wait to collaborate with you.
Have a friend or family member who loves chess? Gift them a Chess.com membership today and see them take their game to the next level. You can choose a gold, platinum, or diamond membership for 1 month or 1 year. Want your gift to arrive on your friend's birthday or on a holiday? Gifts can be scheduled to arrive up to 90 days in the future. All premium plans include an ad-free experience, unlimited puzzles and lessons, and unlock all bots. Go platinum to add unlimited game review, or diamond to unlock insights and coach explanations. Give the gift of chess today.
Are watching the second match of today's back-to-back in the Speed Chess Championship 2024. It's only the second day of the SCC, and Jan Nepomniachtchi has some work to do because he trails Nodirbek Abdusattorov by a couple of points. The current score is 6.5, 3.5, with just about 20 minutes and change left in the 3+1 segment. James Canty and Daniel Naroditsky covering the match for you, and the next game gets underway. I think Jan might have to be banned from the Speed Chess Championship. I might have to stick to my word here.
Yeah, especially if you see exchange French, there is an automatic ill. Just a gross decision, obviously, from the white side. Black's definitely hyped there, but I do like he's taking an approach of playing c5 and maybe trying to create something here. But exchange French, not for everyone.
Now, we made this point earlier, right? How certain openings, I think I discussed this with Levy, can traditionally are known as drawing weapons, but recently have started to be played for a win, such as the exchange Slav. And the exchange French is another one of those that gets memed on, but this does not look like an exchange French. And this does not look like Jan wants to make a draw with white down 3 points in the match.
Especially when he opened with c4, c5. He's playing on the queen side too. Queen b3, now d5's weak. You got the rooks open. It got pressure on the queen side. Pretty nice, actually. From an exchange French, you wouldn't think that this would be an exchange French, actually.
Now the pawn hangs, right? So Black has to make an immediate decision. That's a tricky move by Nodirbek. You couldn't take the pawn because of knight takes c3, and then e2 would fall with check. Obviously, That's elementary school tactics for Jan, and he drops his queen back. And a big problem here is that you cannot maintain this knight, James. I think bishop f5, bishop d3. Unless I'm missing something.
What?
Oh my gosh, there was a sick tactic. It
That
still
was
exists. Bishop takes c7 here.
And knight d5.
And the blue arrow deserves the credit, not me. Bishop takes c7. Will he spot it for the second time?
He's looking. Calculating. Man.
Let me just put it on the board. It's so much easier when you already know about it, right? It's the paradox of tactics. You can't unsee it. Well, obviously, I deflect the queen, take the pawn, and the queen simply cannot protect the knight. But here, James, you also shouldn't play bishop e4, because if queen takes d5, you should take here first. Only then you recover the knight with 2 extra pawns. Man, these guys suck. Such an easy tactic they're missing here. And he has it again!
He might spot it this time. Bishop c7.
Third time's the charm.
Because he hasn't played it, means he's just probably not going to see it. He is taking some time here. It's possible. But he looks like he's focusing on f3.
Also, knight takes c4 looks plenty good, which he just played. Nodirbek is just opening himself up completely here in the center.
So he might take on d4, which he does. Queen c4 played.
Ugh.
Got 2 bishops out.
What is Black doing here? I mean, the knight is under fire. It's going to be picked off. b7 is hanging. Bishop e3. I mean, Nodirbek better play some tactical wizardry here.
Exchange French is like this. That's hitting hard. Rook e8. Apparently, it's just what equal. I double the rooks. Is there something we're missing? Maybe a rook e4, and then knight f3-ish. Some type of something. Right? Double the rooks. Rook e4 after that. I don't know. Rook d8 instead.
Yeah. Now the only way I think for Nodirbek to tactically extricate this knight is to go rook e8, sack on e4, temporary sack, and knight f3 check. That's the French for you, right? Super tact. It's like the King's Indian. There's always going to be some trick. You always have to be on alert. And James, if you move the king away with white, which would be my instinct, maybe Black can already think about sticking a queen on h3. By the way, I was being sarcastic when I said that they are not good at chess, just beating any YouTube comments to the punch here. Because sometimes I'm surprised that people take those statements seriously. The guy who's never even sniffed 2650. Yeah.
Oh, it might be 1500 max. Anything. Not to say, sorry guys. For 1500s and below, you guys are awesome, and you come to my stream every night. So, but we're just making a point. Okay, Queen h3 did happen actually, by the way, and Bishop g3. But I mean, that was the instinctive move of Bishop g3, but something seems wrong with that. Is there a back rank issue? Knight f3?
For both players, really. But the problem there was rook takes d4. I wasn't indicating Black would play queen f1 there, but Black would first swap everything on d4, and that would pave the way for queen f1 mate. How did Jan... It seemed like he was on the cusp of being winning, and suddenly Nodirbek has some very serious play. That queen is so annoying.
Yeah.
Still can't take on d4 for the same reason. And
well, you know what? French
Black
ideas. Oh, he played h5. I was thinking g5 too as well, though. But I guess that's coming.
Okay, but now Black can trade, and finally the knight is home free. It's a jailbreak after queen takes f1.
Take.
Yep.
Knight b5. He's out.
Jan doesn't care. He's vibing and bopping no matter what's happening on the board. But what's happening on the board, let me tell you, is not worth vibing about.
He's been vibing since, he's been vibing a while here. We got to ask him about that playlist. Bro, what were you vibing to? Can we get that playlist? We just want to hear what you was listening to.
Yeah, his tastes are pretty universal. I actually did look it up. And
oh, nice.
He likes, obviously, rap music, Russian music as well. I'd be curious as well. But unfortunately, we'd only get that chance if he wins this match.
That is correct.
That's looking increasingly unlikely unless he turns it around in these next 15 minutes.
And the bullet portion is always up in the air, depending on where you are going into the bullet. Going into the bullet, what is going to happen? Rook to d7. I like it. b7 is a little loose.
So it's pretty obvious to me that if you don't take on c7, you're going to not just let white keep the bishop pair, but you might end up losing the pawn on b7. Ooh, Nodirbek playing with fire. And we're going to get a time scramble here. Jan down to 10 seconds. He's had some problems with the clock.
Yeah, he lost one game on time there where he was winning.
Right.
Bishop d3, bishop d6, b7. How do you even stop that? You don't, in fact. So knight b4.
Also, stay alert to these mate threats also. Rook e1 and knight f4. But Nodirbek goes the other way. He's going to lose b7, though, and it's anybody's game.
Oh, g6 was nice. Whoa, what? How did Eval Bar tripping? That's crazy.
And f5. Oh, f5 traps the bishop. Bishop has nowhere to go.
I think he's going to spot it. f5, f5,
Bishop
f5.
e1, rook e1. He missed it.
Oh, man, he missed it. Sheesh, this is crazy. The tension is real.
Chess is a draw. Rook a8 does not work. Black stops the pawn, wins the game. Nodirbek's still pushing here for sure. With this clunker of a pawn structure.
Low on time, both of them. Takes. You want to draw, bro?
No thanks.
What? No, draw.
Now maybe Black's going to be begging pretty soon after Bishop a2.
Get rid of that. Yeah, you got to take that now. Okay. And it's going to be a peaceful one, boys.
But not until every drop of juice is squeezed from the match clock by Nodirbek.
Oh, yeah, he did this last time. This is bounce around, guys, but there's no pawn moves to make, so no good ones. Oh, we got to be careful, sir. Yeah, just shuffle the knight around. Don't do anything drastic.
That king on e5, it worries me a little bit because it looks good, but it's susceptible to forks. Not the way that Jan is playing it, though. He's following the knight to the edge of the earth, making sure that there are no nasty checks. You could even sack on f5 and force a draw, but why?
Oh, look at that. Yeah, why? Not necessary. Gotta be careful where you put the knight so it's not trapped anywhere, but that's far-fetched. There it is. Check, right? Repeat.
No, still finding a way to keep this game going somehow. Is Nodirbek Abdusatorov?
Oh, yeah, it is Nodirbek. We got to remember that.
And Jan, he can't autopilot this. Like, he had to be careful about where he's putting the bishop. Finally, it's a draw. Another 2 minutes were taken off the match clock. And Nodirbek kind of maintaining the 3-point lead on cruise control. It's not a safe lead at all. 3 points is we're not even in blowout territory. I mean, 2 wins is nothing. And then it's a 1-point match.
That's all it takes. And bullet, anything is possible here.
Yeah.
And now we have a different type of Sicilian here. This was like a Taimanov or some type of...
It was a Taimanov with bishop f4.
Yeah.
Very uncommon guest at the top level. But it's Nodirbek. He likes those, weird cagey lines.
Definitely strange. F4 is tempting. Oh, man, it's so tempting.
Oh, yeah.
I love playing that move. I just got to do it. Like, who cares, Put the pressure on him. F4, F5 is coming. Plays knight F3 instead.
Right. You get the structure in a Tarrasch French, and sometimes the idea is if black castles, white suddenly closes the center and then quickly runs the H-pawn up the board. I think that's why Jan makes sure that the H-pawn is now a G-pawn. So the knight on G6 is stable. Whoa.
D4?
What in the world?
Hold on.
That was a mouse.
What is that?
It was a mouse. Yeah,
okay.
for sure.
Okay.
He meant to play DE or DC. There's no way that he just gave away his center pawn like that.
Dang.
Now, it's not a tragedy, right? His position's still okay.
Yeah, his bishop on the long diagonal, bring a rook to the D file, and play F5. I don't know. Yeah, because white has a nice defense around with G3, G2, F2. I mean, the pawns are very strong there. I can't even do anything with the knight. There's a nice chessable book. I forgot what it is. It's Peter Hein Nielsen has a good book with just basically going over ideas that he worked with Anand and Carlsen. One of them was actually restricting the knight, which is actually what the pawn on G3 does. So when you see knights on the edge here, usually on G3 or G6, generally speaking, playing G3 or G6 is an awesome way to restrict that knight. And that's what's going on here, as the knight just doesn't have any good squares. And he gave up that pawn, mouse slip or not. I mean, it really hurts to give up that central pawn like that.
Now, one common type of mistakes is you don't always want to go b4 here because that gives black an easy target to work with. If you keep these pawns on c5 and a5, they're pretty attackable. Like you can go knight d2, knight b3 at the right moment. I'm a bit surprised at e5 because that exposes the diagonal. No, but takes bishop f3.
You know, you said
Jan
a pawn is
pounces
unattackable. Did you hear that
instantly.
song they made on you? Did you hear that song, bro? This pawn is
On me?
unattackable. Yeah, there's a song that is taking this pawn is unattackable. You can't attack it. And that as soon as
I
you
feel like
said
I've
that,
heard it.
it's the first thing
Was
I
it
heard.
recent?
Chat. No, it's on YouTube, chat. You can find it. It's a Daniel Nedirsky song, and it's a banger. It's someone made it, but it's really, as soon as you said attackable, immediately I thought about the song. This pawn is unattackable. You can't attack it. You can't attack it.
Interesting.
It's fire. It's fire, and it's just taking. It's you and you. It's just you saying that over and over. But
Sounds like a banger. I mean, that's all you need. It's like Caruana Unana. You know, it's like better than the original.
Oh man, that was great. He said it, and I was like, oh man, I heard the song now. As soon as I heard that from the Unattackable song, yeah, Key, you know that song. We played that on stream a few times. That was fire. It's a fire song, chat. YouTube it. It's a Danya. I forgot who made it. Some guy that makes beats. It was sweet song. Go check it out.
Guy with
yeah, they
too
made a
much
song
time
about
on his
that.
hands.
Oh man, it was great. It was a great song. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, G6, and what are we thinking? Maybe White has some chances with the extra pawn B4, something like that.
Yeah, now of course I think B4 is the only realistic hope, but B4 would be a blunder, I think, because at the right moment Black can trade on F3, which is why Nodirbek brought his bishop back. Bishop A4, tempting, but this is a 3-result game. Suddenly Jan senses, wait a second, after I play H4, Black has full-fledged compensation for the pawn. Now, H4, I mean, Nodirbek is really playing with fire here, as he always does, usually successfully.
Right. Yeah, definitely. H4.
Maybe not.
G4, knight E2, and what do you do? Oh my goodness, this is about to stay.
Knight, Queen D2 is coming. Jan's gonna win.
Look at the vibe. Look at the nod here. Yeah, with the king. Okay, good shit. Good chances.
James, that knight was on G6. Let me just make it clear. Where the journey around the Earth in 80 days, more like in 5 moves.
F5 and we lie. Wait a second. Okay, where's the puzzle rush, Danya? I just hit 50 in 3 minutes too, bro. By the way, and puzzle rush online. So hyped,
50 and 3 minute. Okay.
I just hit first time 50, so I'm hyped. I'm very hyped about that. Knight check, King F3, G5, and what?
Bishop C2 apparently, and Black is.
Oh, dang.
Black is out of checks there. He takes on E6, allowing the knight again to reshuffle. That knight, it paused at a motel for a couple hours. Now it's back on the road.
Back on the road.
Bishop C2, Queen takes C2, James, or Knight D4 check is the problem.
Beautiful. We're looking for mating ideas now.
Just help yourself to the pawns. Queen B7.
Oh yeah,
but it's still
winning. yeah, quick one, very fast. We see the time here. Jan is gonna make this a 2-pointer. Has he ever made it that close?
It's been a while. I mean, he's totally winning here. Look at that knight on F4. Complete domination over White's king. Queen H1 is on Queen B1 and Queen H1 is mate. That's a beautiful mating sequence.
Ooh.
Queen B1 and Queen H1.
H1. Hit the button.
Woo!
That's the resign button. Hit the resi button, sir. He let the time run out, which is nice. Song is a banger. Chad is finding it, bro. Yes. I told you, Chad, that song is a banger, bro. Here comes the queen. Like they took all of Danya's words. And
I'll have to. I know what I'm doing right after the show
slapper,
ends.
Bro, it's a slapper. It is a banger. We played it so many times on stream. It's a banger, bro. It's a banger. Go ahead, listen to it, chat. Yeah, do you think? Okay, that's the Queen's Indian on knight 65. Right?
Now 2-point game, and I feel like Nodirbek, he's gotten a little bit complacent. I think he felt like he had the initiative in the match. Everything's under control. Again, Jan is one win away from making this a 1-point game. He could conceivably tie this before the bullet if he gets on a roll.
He's also locked in. He's very close to the screen. That's usually like the locked in look. I think every player that is plays a serious chess, especially online, when you get that close to the computer screen, you are in the zone. You just get locked in. You don't want to miss anything. And it seems like that's what's going on here now. He knows what he has to do. And it's 5 minutes left, so maybe this may be the last game, or they may have one more in between. But before we go into the blue portion, so if he makes it off, 6 to 7, we really have ourselves a game. I mean, we do already, or match at least. So we'll see what happens.
He's not vibing. He's not dancing. He's letting the pieces do the dancing. That knight did enough dancing to last him several songs. He goes D5. Now this is a move. If it works out, it looks beautiful. If White can go C4 and drive that wedge into the position. You know, everything's copacetic, but the blue arrow is showing us c4. Black can beat him to the punch. Then the knight has the c5 square, and just as easily, white's construction can totally fall apart. Can and probably will, unfortunately, for Jan. Although these bishops, they're like, give me a couple moves. These bishops, if the diagonals open up, white's attack comes really fast here.
These bishops looking real good. And after ED, E5. E5 is
Absolutely.
the idea. 100%. Don't open up nothing. We play E5. Don't even think twice about it. Knight comes to F5. Queen over to H5. Woof. Here we go. You smell the tactics here.
Takes. But Nodirbek, he's ready to take on C3. And if he opens up that queen side, white just won't have the resources.
I think we have Rook D2. Oh, here's Bishop A6, no? Idea was just Rook D3 to G3, but...
So Rook D2 also... Oh, yeah, Rook D2, Queen C3, Rook D3.
Right. But maybe Bishop A6 after Rook D2 or no.
E6, logical.
Logical.
Although, I mean, it doesn't really... I mean, I guess it does threaten E takes F7 and Knight E6, but that's a pretty easy threat to deal with, Bishop F6. Great move by Nodirbek. I think the situation is quieting down a little bit, much to Nodirbek's relief.
Yeah, definitely. And have the bishops. Yeah, he's fine. Totally fine.
Queen G6. Perhaps trying to swap the queens. Rook E8 also good.
Okay, doubling. Oh, that's nice. That's a great move.
After Rook C3.
Oh my goodness! There it is. He played it. No, after he was so cool. Oh, but he could take with rookie 4 and then rookie 8. Oh,
but Nepo missed it. Nepo missed it, but as usual, these 2700s always get lucky with some counter resource.
Yikes.
Queen takes D4 and Rook E8.
Oh, same idea.
Count your lucky stars if you're Jan, and it's still not out of the woods, by the way. Black is pushing.
Rook C3 was diabolical. That was fire.
Okay, now the question, no, you don't go into the Rook endgame because Black would have simply lost the A7 pawn. White should hold this. I think you probably share this sentiment. White should hold unless he blunders something big.
Yeah, 100%. Opposite color bishops. But, I mean, obviously, it's not always a draw there. There are always still chances. And, yeah, okay, I'm up the pawn. We know Nodirbek is going to play this out for a million moves, being up a pawn here. So this is going to be a long one still. We have no desires of a draw anytime soon here, guys. This is going to be a long fault draw. And Jan's going to have to earn it.
Yeah, and as I've said before, the endgame is where a lot of Nodirbek's bread is buttered. And I've hyped it up. Now, of course, he's got to walk the walk. Now, for Jan, he's got this pawn majority, and he has to use it. Push your pawns up as far as they go so that when things become tactical, you're already prepared to create kingside counterplay. Now, this pawn is hanging. Maybe you just give it away.
Yeah, Rook D5.
I don't think you do.
Bishop B4. I was definitely liking that. Ooh, Rook's locked in there. You're going to have to give up a pawn, right, to get this boy out of there. You're going to have to play A5.
I'm jinxing him.
Yeah. All right, chat going crazy over this song. Hey, Keith, send me the link. Keith, send me the link on Discord, bro, so I can add it back to the playlist. Because, I mean, chat is just like, they're so hyped. Chat is so hyped over this song.
Now we know what Nepo was listening to.
Oh, he was vibing. I get it. And that makes sense now. Yeah, Keith, send me the link on Discord, bro, so I can add it later. I'll add it before the stream tonight. That's funny.
Okay, repetition is on the table. Nodirbek, again, that's not in his vocabulary. He doesn't care what the trend of the game is. He will play for a win.
Always. He's always going to play on here. Yeah, H5. I mean, I definitely like how he configured. He got that rook trapped in there like that. He's gonna have to. So maybe just shuffle around along the 5th rank there to allow. Obviously, we can take the bishop, or if you move the bishop, then king takes on D3.
No, Black is not playing for a win here. I don't understand Nodirbek's decision. Jan is up 50 seconds on the clock. This will be the last game, unless there's a blunder in the next 53 seconds. Which there might be. He's pushing that king around.
Check king. King F4. Oh, king E5. We can show G4, and then F4 mate. But there's a rook takes. Now there's a possible, mating idea somehow in there. Okay, wait, is white doing better now?
Crunch.
What? That's another pawn.
Crunch. Rook takes a5 has to be evaluated, though. Rook takes a5 is maybe winning for white because of the presence of these disjointed passers.
Wow,
okay, good stuff by Nepo.
Check first. You want to check again? And then snatch
James,
the pawn.
the wheels are coming off here completely by Nodirbek. He could get checkmated. Like bishop c3,
can.
bishop e7, and g4.
Yeah, sometimes mating that. Bishop e7.
He's trying to set something up. Takes king d4 and g4. That's mate.
It's crazy. Seconds.
Nodirbek trying to escape this sudden trap that he finds his king in.
Okay. Bishop c1 was a miss, but that's okay. 3 seconds here.
King takes pawn. Nepo should win this.
Locked in and make it and that's it. The time is up, guys. Whatever happens, happens.
Why are you leaving that pawn on the board? The longer you leave it on the board, eventually it's going to come back to bite you in the you-know-where.
Yeah. And Danya in the corner, like, bro, take the pawn, bro. Take the pawn. Oh, my bad.
Take that pawn, girl. Now, f4, f5 is also good here. Okay, he's got this under control, I think, does Jan? And f5 is going to slice off that bishop. Boom.
And take the pawn. Take the pawn, bro.
At this point, I think he can probably win by just pushing f5. f6.
Yeah, it looks like he's doing that. g5, even more precise. Maybe.
Black will lose all of his pieces except this pawn. That pawn will survive until the end of the game, something tells me.
Nodirbek makes a move with 1 second, and he made that with 0.3.
Yes.
Head shake.
He's done it.
There's the pawn. Finally. And Nodirbek definitely distraught there. Totally understandable. And Nepo very locked in.
Yeah, he wins on time, but it's hopeless.
Wow.
Pomnishi has done exactly what he's needed to do. He's won 2 in a row. He's reduced this lead to a measly 1 point. James, what a turnaround just in the last 15 minutes or so of this match.
It was a 4-point lead starting out for Nodirbek here, and now Jan is in within 1. Not only is momentum on his side, but he feels good. He's the worst thing to do is losing right before going into the next round there or the next format. I mean, Nodirbek is really going to have to pick it up here. Hopefully he's been playing bullet or whatever happens here because, Jan is hot right now. He's ready to play.
Jan is hot, and, the big thing for Jan is he needs confidence, right? When he feels confident, he starts playing better. He starts seeing the tactics. It wasn't always pretty, but he got the job done with some really nice gritty play, turning around some dubious positions. The game I think that really turned the momentum was a game in which Jan mouse slipped in the opening. And simply went pawn down for no compensation. Let's do a quick game review here. Jan has the black pieces here. And in this position, pretty regular Taimanov. He acts, I assume this is a mouse slip. He simply gives up the pawn with d4. He's much worse. But then he quickly turns things around. Nodirbek probably should have gone c5 himself. So first, Jan activates his bishop. Then he brings his pieces into the center, kind of stabilizing the situation. Prevents Nodirbek from playing b4. Nodirbek opens up the diagonal, and Jan just outplays him down a pawn. This transformation is positive for black as well, as the knight sinks its teeth into this super juicy outpost. Now the position is approximately equal, but Jan proceeds to turn it around even further. Nodirbek could have traded queens a couple of times. He should have done that, but he just didn't sense the danger. Didn't realize that he could be worse, and yet after h4, he went g4, panic, knight e2, and Jan is all over him with queen d2. White is collapsing, falling apart on all seams. There was a chance for Nodirbek to turn the tables in his favor with bishop c2, but he took on e6 first, allowing Jan's knight to jump to the rescue. Bishop c2 now runs into queen takes c2, and there were no more chances given to Nodirbek. The knight returned to f4, and the cherry on top was a beautiful mate, queen b1 and queen h1, showcasing the power of the queen-knight tandem. The power of Jan Nepomniachtchi on full display as he has reduced this lead, whittled it down. It was 4 at its peak. It is now at 1. This is anyone's match, James. Nobody's surprised, but the way the match has gone itself is pretty surprising.
Absolutely. I mean, it had a lot of momentum swings and emotion swings in that as well, especially if I'm up 4 and then you start losing 3-4 in a row. You're like, you just get frustrated with yourself. And the last thing you want is to be frustrated in a match going into the next format with your opponent having some momentum. So hopefully Nodirbek is able to calm himself down and, try to bring his best in this last format.
Nobody would bat an eye if I told you it's a 1-point match going to the bullet, but man, it's been one guy, then the other guy. Kudos to Jan Nepomniachtchi, but Nodirbek, the break comes at a good time. Both players need to reset. We are in for nonstop entertainment. 25 minutes of bullet separate one player from the quarterfinals. We will find out which one it is when the Speed Chess Championship returns to conclude its doubleheader after this short break.
So generally, I'm a big fan of Eric Rosen in general. I recommend him heartily for his content, which is both really fun and really educational. I think he has a great presentation style, and he's actually opened my eyes to quite a few gambits and variations that I was not aware of. Treat Every Blunder as a gambit is, I think, good at building the kind of mentality that I would approve of. Because if, let's say your opponent hangs a piece, and already I'm saying hangs a piece, that's not the right way to put it. A piece leaves a piece hanging, and you're trying to figure out, is there some hidden nefarious design behind this move, or is it just a straight up blunder? It's very important not to go too extreme into either side. You should not just assume that it isn't a blunder because your opponent is rated X and you're rated Y. And I've kind of was impacted by this as a lower rated player. When I faced someone higher rated, I would just kind of assume that they saw everything, and that if they made a move I thought was a mistake or a blunder, that there was absolutely no way that I could be seeing more than them. And that went out the window with experience, because I realized everyone's human, everyone makes blunders. Even GMs leave pieces hanging. It's not common in longer form OTB chess, but in Blitz and Bullet, you'll see it happen all the time. And when I do it on stream, people are often so surprised, like, oh my God, he hung a rook. Oh no, my rook. But it's actually quite common. I mean, there's nothing about me or any other GM that inherently keeps us away from blundering pieces. So I really like this piece of advice. I think it tells you to treat your opponent's moves with respect. So don't just automatically laugh at your opponent and assume that a hanging piece can be captured. You should double check that there is no hidden intention behind it. At the same time, you shouldn't give your opponent too much respect. And if you don't see a reason that a piece should not be captured, you should always trust yourself. At the end of the day, if you trust yourself and your opponent ends up fighting you in the you-know-where, listen, then that was a great experience, a great learning experience. And then you can ask yourself, okay, what did I miss, right? What can I pay attention to next time the situation occurs that'll make me a better chess player? That's the great thing about chess, is that no matter what happens, in the end, you do benefit. But this mentality of always double checking and not making automatic moves, even when you get really excited about a potential blunder, I'm all for that mentality, and big fan of Eric Rosen in general. So definitely a good piece of advice to put into your general toolbox.
James and I are back to cover the home stretch of today's SCC doubleheader as Nodirbek Abdusattorov trying to stop the tailspin that has caused him to be only 1 point up. And we say only because he's been 3 points up, 4 points up throughout this entire match against two-time world champion contender Jan Nepomniachtchi. Nodirbek's frustration pretty evident. He needs to stop the bleeding, and he's got 25 minutes of bullet, 1+1, to decide this match. James, as we look at Nodirbek's resume, it's been a very up and down match. He's shown himself at his best. There's been a few moments of Nodirbek at his worst, and that's what you get with a player who demonstrates fighting spirit, right? You don't always get their best version. Nodirbek is definitely a beast.
I mean, absolutely. As you see, 2021 World Rapid Champion, that was one of the biggest feats for him, especially when he started to hop on a radar there. Team Uzbekistan board 1, Tata still 4th place, right? The man is an absolute beast here, but he also is going up against another beast who won the candidates 2 times in a row here. He's up a point, says a lot about Nodirbek's strength. He was up 4 points, but now it's only up 1 here, and he is probably not shaking, but a little bit nervous. It's like, oh man, will the lead go away? Is it going to slip away? What's going to happen in this bullet portion? Too much thinking can definitely, mess you up here if he's not able to get that under control.
Now, I wish I could give you a prediction, but again, I'm not too familiar with these players' 1+1 resumes. I think this can go either way. One thing I will say from my commentating experience is that often there's this over adjustment where you play 5+1 and 3+1. You tell yourself, I have to play much faster. And then both players end the game with 57 seconds on their clock. That's not the case. I mean, 1+1 is a pretty extensive time control. You can spend 15, 20 seconds in critical moments. Once again, this bishop f4 line of the Taimanov, that seems to be where the battle has shifted. Something tells me Jan won't mouse slip this time.
Yeah, he's not going to mouse slip this time either. And then blitzing the moves out 1 second increment, that does matter here there. But not as much, especially when you get lower on time and you start noticing, wait, I got to move 1 second, right? So got to move as fast as you can here. Queen G4, he's going for it. King F8, sort of a French-esque to it.
Yeah, but this type of position must be preferable for white, especially in bullet. I mean, the king is hidden behind a pretty impressive chain of pawns. But I never like these positions with black. They just look nasty, but the top guys know how to play them.
Man, Donnie, I mean, he knight G5, you know how we like to attack. This is like Puzzle Rush City here. You can just feel it coming. Bishop F6 or like rook lifts are everywhere. He's on him, though.
Yeah, he dropped back. He definitely wants to lift the rook up to G3. Now, you can't abandon what happens sometimes is white's attack fails on the king side, and then you've got these targets on the queen side. So it's not a one-sided battle, and I think Jan is doing the right thing by slowing down a little bit here because it's so easy to allow, as you said, like bishop f6 actually now becomes a serious possibility.
Man, there's nothing.
Dicey.
That's crazy.
Not yet.
That's crazy. He probably wants king h2, f4, 5. I mean, I'm just getting out the way and I'm pushing that pawn.
Man, if white gets control of that a file, then the enemies are at your door. There's like queen b4 ideas potentially to deflect black's queen. Rook a1 was... Man, that was begging to be played.
Yeah, that was a diabolical move there. Bishop, I mean, you got to sack those.
Jan.
94, he's on him. Whoa, sack. Think first. Sack first, thing later. I mean, whatever.
But that was out of necessity.
Yes. Okay, king h2, f4.
Rook d6. Take the pawn, queen d4. Now, black needs to get the queens off the board. Stat. And even if he does, I'm not sure that white is worse. And what is happening in this? It's such a weird position. Hard to figure out what the plans are for both sides. Jan seems to be consolidating. He's making more progress. But watch out. There's a check on f6, which
Very
doesn't do
annoying
anything.
Yeah, check on f6. King h7.
King h7.
And rook d6.
Got to go rook d6. And he does. King away. First player to blunder loses. This is all about who can avoid blundering.
And white has a nice practical attack. In this time control, h4 is really strong. Trade them boys
Bishop
off.
B5.
I'm telling you, bishop
Bishop
b5.
b5?
And we live. Come
game.
on, right? We was setting it up.
Nodirbek
the whole
with 30
time.
seconds, James. He had the time to figure it out. He takes on g5, and that gives Jan the tempo he needs to kick away the queen, evict it. Still very bad for black, I think, practically speaking.
Practically
No,
correct.
no way
Bishop
Jan
h4
holds this in a
there.
bullet game.
Yeah, it's just too difficult.
I would think.
Move.
Nodirbek is.
Oh my goodness, he's gonna hold.
Oh,
he's gonna
F4,
hold.
go.
He's gonna hold. Yeah.
Maybe not just hold. Maybe more than hold.
He said, "Draw what, buddy? Draw what? This is an art class, my guy." Wow. Rook D6.
Yeah, he's painting a very different picture.
Right.
I jinxed him as usual. The moment I say that it's the bygone conclusion, nope, that's when he messes up. But F4, I mean, black could still lose this. The king is not safe. Anything but. King is pretty safe.
Yeah. Yeah. Was there king B7, obviously rook C7, and then playing queen E4 for rook H7. But okay, he wants to trade.
Now, Jan will tie the match if he can win this game. He knows this is a huge chance for him to set the tone in the bullet. Queen D8 threatening mate. And again, it's anybody's game. And again, black is at risk of losing, James. Blacks can so easily blunder either the rook or the queen here. Oh my God. That king has been literally all around the world. He's got to move. He's at a flag. What is he doing?
Oh, that's it. Oh, whoa. And Nodirbek wins on time. What, did he notice? So, did he move? Oh, he must be. Oh, that must be disconnection. His camera. Yeah, that's a camera thing or something.
Oh my gosh. It's been a bad day for internet today.
Wow.
First it was Magnus that didn't cost him, but Jan at the worst possible moment.
Wow. Internet gambit again.
Oh no. That's bad. And Jan is usually pretty reliable. Like, I don't remember him. He seems to be at home. Usually he doesn't have problems with internet, but it can happen any day, in any country, at any point.
That's internet. Well,
goodbye.
Sip your coffee and wait, guys. Well, all right. Well, all right.
I wish I took had the foresight to refill my coffee cup.
Yep.
But I didn't.
Yeah, I had to go refill mine. So, well, guys, hope your internet's working at home, chat. If it's not, let's reset it. What's up, Nifan? See you in chat. What's going on? Yep. Internet gambit, guys. Internet gambit. Internet gambit. Once again.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I mean, Nepo's internet is out. You got to reset, the router, and then you're sitting, and then you're chilled. Why is the router not reset?
I paid for this internet.
Why is that green light not blinking? Why is that red light not blinking? James, do you think you can talk about the bracket for 20 seconds as I refill my coffee?
Absolutely, bro.
Can I abandon you yet again?
Okay.
All right. Take it away. I'll be right
back.
back.
Here we go on the bracket. So you see Carlsen is going to face up against Arjun. Guys, who do you have on that matchup there? That's going to be tough, obviously. Carlsen's obviously the favorite here. So, of course, we got Duda and Arjun. Arjun won that one. MVL, Hans Niemann, that one's going to be absolutely fire. Wesley So, Lazovic. Okay, that's going to be fun too as well. Ooh, that's going to be big. I'm going to go with Wesley So there. Let's get some predictions in chat. On the other side, you see Nakamura did his thing there. Jose definitely made that a much better match than what most people would think it would be. So shout out to Nakamura too as well. Nepo Abdul Satura. That's where we are right now, trying to figure this one out with the internet gambit, of course. Firouzja and Grishik. Whew, we got Grishik in there. I haven't seen him play in a while. That's going to be fire. But he is up against very strong Firouzja there, as he even wins in the losers bracket, beating I think MVL twice or something like that. MVL just won the last one though. Caruana versus Serrana. Serrana Caruana. Who's going to win that one? That one's going to be up for grabs too as well. I'd probably give a favorite to Caruana though. So to Fabi, pretty fun. Guys, place your bets. Let's go.
Is Jan playing from his phone or something? Like, how is he? He's just like, I'm not doing this camera stuff anymore.
Yes.
I mean, is it even Jan?
Wait, where is he actually? In fact, he is not on the camera there.
Okay, the camera is getting reinstalled here. Glad the internet is back. And Jan is back in business now. That was a really tilting way to lose.
Oh, there he is. Okay.
Ooh. I liked that view, but okay, yeah, we got to see the front view here. And Jan's up a pawn again in this exchange French, but Nodirbek has a vice-like grip on the d5 square.
97, Queen C2. Oh yeah, I actually forgot that this was bullet as well. So I was like, oh yeah, let's look for some moves. You don't have time to be looking around for moves. Okay.
Okay. Hard to make progress for white here. I mean, b5, he's doing whatever he can to chip away, create some pawn weaknesses. Maybe even b6 was deserved attention. Okay, Jan is not tilting. That's good. He's playing pretty measured chess. If he loses this one, though, James, that might do him in, psychologically speaking.
Yeah, 6-8 here. I mean, that kind of sucks because he was on the brink. I mean, anything could have happened. And then the internet gambit, boy. When your internet is against you, yikes.
Yeah, it's enough to play Nodirbek. No, you need another enemy.
Your internet, and you pay for that. That's crazy. H5, G4. Yeah, that's a powerful
nuclear
move,
option.
Powerful.
Okay, now rook takes d5 is terrifying, but I think black is okay. Black survives. There's no discovery. Okay, queen c3 will happen. King g6, and we'll get liquidation. I like black here, actually.
Yeah, especially after queen takes. Yeah, 95. Where do you go? King h6, I guess.
Yeah, black is sort of hinting at g4.
Exactly.
Jan is hinting at checkmate.
Queen h8, big dog. Okay, f6. Knight g7.
Yeah, white was threatening 95 check, by the way, so that's why he put his knight on g7, f6. Nice defensive move.
Mm-hmm.
Draw likely, but not guaranteed.
Queen e8. Yeah, very nice. And wow, I guess I take on h5. He does. Do I take g5 too? That's too much. Way too much.
Now suddenly, yeah, again, I think Jan has to be careful. Maybe h4. Get some counterplay going. Good move.
There it is.
Queen trade in the cards, potentially. No.
He didn't go for it. h5. Now we bring the queen around. Oh, there is some counterplay.
Nodirbek is just a glutton for punishment. He's got to defend this position.
Knight d4. g4.
Hitting the pawn. Knight h2. Forced. Ha. Repetition of moves. Jan is probably going to keep playing here.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, got the extra pawn.
Okay.
Steps away. No checks. He's in the clear somehow. I was knight f1, knight
Nodirbek
g3,
doing
right?
what Jan did in that 3+1 game. Suddenly the tables are turning.
Oh.
Queen d1. Uh-oh. Discovered check. Where did this come from? Oh, no. Queen c2.
Oh, yikes. He didn't have a move. Maybe he did, like queen e4.
God.
Oh, that probably was his only move. Oh, my goodness. Maybe queen e4 worked. Yikes.
Queen e3. You should try queen e3.
That is the strangest stalemate ever.
Oh, no. This will be a hard absolute. But it's not over, James. I don't see the obvious win here because white's threatening mate, right? Queen h8 mate is threatened.
And there's no mate yet because the queen defends e2.
Okay, you have to move your king back or something like that, but it's again anybody's game.
Checks into oblivion. Checks.
Here we go with this again. Here we go with this again.
Check. You want to draw, bro? You want to draw? Probably.
Queen f2 and queen c5 potentially. Queen c5. Queen c5.
Oh, that's a sick move. Finds it. Oh, take, check. Ugh. Wait, now he has to get the pawns off.
Yeah, still some technique left to demonstrate.
H6? No, it doesn't work. Close.
Nodirbek's going to win. Oh, king f7 and knight g3 could have been mate.
Beautiful.
Okay, come on, Nodirbek. Get down to business here. Enough with the dancing. Leave that to Jan. Oh, careful. This is almost repetition. I mean, this is... There we go. F5, he's trying to play... No, this is winning.
H6 is coming. Nope, he's good. He got it under control, boys.
He got the knight to the target square, about 30 moves. It's like delivery expected, 2 weeks from now. He got it in there, and now he's going to win.
What a game. And that was a lot of clock as well. So a lot of time off the clock there. 14 minutes left, 3-point lead.
Okay, Jan should resign this. He's wasting time. Knight h8. There we go.
Beautiful.
14 minutes, James. We know how long these games take. He basically needs to be perfect at this point.
Oh, got an Alekai in here. Okay. You be playing this every day.
Yeah, but I'm afraid it's more like the Tiltakine.
Tiltakine.
You know, it's a new variation of the Alekai that's gotten pretty fashionable recently.
I didn't even know that one.
But okay, he could have played h3. Okay, now he plays it, but the bishop has gotten out of the pawn chain, and I think Jan is happy here.
C1, castles, b4. There we go.
Ace, knight c4. Get those knights, these knights into the action.
Take.
Knight takes d4.
Oh, that's bishop h7. Take.
I'm telling you, they're playing this like it's a 5-second game, like it's hyper bullet or ultra bullet.
Yeah, we play a lot of hyper bullet every night too. What's your where are you at now? What's your rate at 31, 32? You back?
So, yeah, I'm back and forth. I mean, Bullet Brawl is your rating sync.
Brawl. Yeah.
So you played the latest 7-year-old GM, like
yeah,
crushed out of the opening.
Yeah, I take time to grind here and there. I just got back to 27, so I'm happy about that. I'm just chilling now.
Okay,
I'm just chilling, bro.
James, they're 27 moves in. We got out of theory on move 2, literally, and they almost have their entire complement of time on the
time. Right, just chilling. What do I do? F4 looked great. I did not like it. F5 is obvious move. How do you even stop it? Like, I'm going to play F5, whether you like it or not, buddy.
Dream move.
Yeah, F5 is
maybe you play F5 yourself. It's the tried and true method. But then on Poseidon, and Black's position falls apart, and it's going to fall apart anyway.
There it is. Take. Rook takes. No. Yeah, I don't want to take with the queen. And then Rook H5. Play G6, though. Okay, all being played. Rook H6, Bishop F8. Jeez. Moves flying in.
Trying to reshuffle to G4. And if you... Okay, knight takes B4, hitting the queen.
That's a good one.
Where does the queen go? F3, maybe?
Yeah.
Knight C2 is a move, by the way. Double attack. No,
yeah,
bad.
5 was... Oh, Bishop
bad,
G...
bad,
no,
bad, bad.
Yeah, how does this win? How do we win? Bishop G5, Bishop
Knight
F6,
D7.
Bishop G7. Oh, Knight D7.
Bishop E7, Knight F6, I think. Bishop E7 here.
Ooh-wee. Heat, boy.
Or this.
He cooking here. Let him rook, chat. Let him rook. Let him breathe. Let him rook.
Wow. Jan's on tilt. I mean, he had chances there all throughout. Knight C2 at the end, James. That was threatening knight E1 fork. Now it just seems like Nodirbek is close to winning this with some check. I don't think there's forced mate, though. Is he going to repeat?
Yeah, where's the knockout
knight takes pawn?
Yeah,
knight takes pawn.
Knight takes pawn, very simple. I liked rook H7 too, but I didn't have a real big follow-up. I guess knight D7.
Whoa!
He tricked him.
Did you see what he thought that Nepo was going to take on D4? Nepo took on E5, which lost on the spot. To D takes E5, but he had been hovering over that square.
Dang, guys.
Oh my God. Why? He's got over 20 seconds.
Yeah, it was a dirty trick, but it just... Yikes. Yeah, there you go. Dang, let him back in a game like that. That could be it. That simple. 7-9.
This is a huge chance. There's a huge chance for Nepo, if he can drive this one home, which is not a given, by the way.
Right.
It's still a game, but he brings it down to 2. He gets out of the tilt, and there's plenty of time left.
He just pushes the pawns through. Wow. What a heartbreaker there. This could have been a 4-point lead. Might be a 2 now. And 10 minutes left on the clock. There's tons of time to catch up.
Oh, mate.
Ooh.
If you told me this game was going to end in mate 15 moves ago, who would have predicted
saw that.
white gets mated?
Never, ever would have thought of that one.
Wowza.
Jan with the win. Woof! That was crazy. Nodirbek didn't like that one. And he bounced back. Will it be a 1-point game? Let's see.
Okay. Jan still needs to be perfect. I mean, 10 minutes left on the match clock.
Wow.
2 points that he needs to make up. Knight takes pawn. Very positional opening, surprisingly. Jan has been staying away from 1e4 for the second half of this match. Okay, kind of a Dutch Queen's Indian mix sort of thing played by Nodirbek here.
Oh, I like this setup. Actually, you can play D5, stuff like that, and G5, G4.
D5 might have to be played here, but that's not usually a move Black wants to play.
Sort of Stonewall stuff.
Okay. E4, pandemonium in the center. F4.
Wait, take? I was about to say F4. I mean, it's possible, but it is risky. I mean, I would take and maybe play knight F1 or F3. Something like that.
Okay, complete chaos in the center, but it feels like Jan is playing with a lot more confidence after that win. You got to take what you can get. F takes C6. No, this looks terrible for Nodirbek. And the Nodar comeback is underway by Jan. I thought he could have taken with the rook on D6 maybe, but this is also good.
Funny. Queen F5 is nice.
Knight D4.
Oh, I guess not, though. Engine doesn't like it. Rook takes Queen D5. Queen D5 anyway. Okay, take. And now, Rook E6. Might have something. Push the pawns. Bishop E4.
Hard position to convert. Rook is coming to C2 here potentially with a fork.
Yeah, that's annoying.
This rook is vulnerable.
F4?
You need a good move here. F4, G4 maybe. Yeah, just push.
Right, exactly. There's a crazy mate like F4, G4, F4, Rook C2, G4, Rook check, King F5, G6 mate.
It would be consistent with the previous game.
Yeah.
Rook E2? Rook E2 would have cut off the black king.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bring the king up.
Now, do you start chomping away? Do you save the pawn? I mean, how do you even make these decisions in a rook endgame with 20 seconds left?
Okay, now White's looking good. Push him.
Uh-oh. Looks like White's pawns are faster.
I might be able to bring the king up too in time.
Take rook B4.
Yeah, rook B4.
Back to home base, and now king F5 or H6. Too many enemies at the gates here for black.
Very nice.
Takes? Maybe just take. Yeah, very nicely done by Nepo. And barring a total disaster, he's going to bring this to 1 point, James. Unreal.
Yeah, it was
this
just
could have been at 4.
Exactly. And from going from 4 to 1 it hurts. It's a lot of psych there too as well. 7 minutes, you start to glance, you look at the clock, you got to breathe, stretch, stand up, whatever you got to do. Splash your face with water. Throw you got the water next to you, throw it on your face. Get ready.
Yeah.
Smack yourself a few times. Lock in.
This is like a Lucina position, but with additional training wheels. It's like a tricycle. Oh, rook F2.
Oh, that's
dirty.
Dirty, yeah.
Jan's disgust. He's like, yeah, give me more of that.
Woo, 1 point game, and he's going with the knight C6 ones. Okay, got a specie or not. Oh, okay. What is this? What is this one? 4 knights or something? I forgot what it's called. It's interesting.
Okay. Another weird. Okay, this is kind of transitioned in a roundabout fashion to some sort of Schwenningen. Queen isn't usually here. It's usually one step back on D2. Knight takes C6. Now, Nodirbek has to put things in perspective here. This was a 1 point match going into the bullet. It's still a 1 point match. All things considered, that's okay for him. Jan exchanging the B pawn for the E pawn. Who's playing for the initiative here? I think it's black.
Definitely 3, 4, 5. Though I do got these 2 pawns on the like a C5. No, I do got these 2 pawns. I am a fan of the past pawns must be pushed.
Yeah, they have been playing with lightning speed in the bullet. But again, at some point you have to pause and start thinking. Nodirbek has to be careful here. He is walking into all sorts of shenanigans on the queen side. There comes the other rook. Whew.
Okay, rook A2, rook D2.
Rook D2.
All right.
Cold-blooded.
Good. 5 minutes left
Wait a
on the
second.
clock here. What you got?
Queen takes B5 he had. He had queen takes B5. He still has it.
Oh,
Queen takes B5. Queen takes F6, to be fair.
F6, yeah.
But this is still bad. Bishop takes F6, James, is a terrible endgame. And Bishop C3. And Bishop C2. And Bishop B2.
Oh, my goodness. He is
And
mounting
D4,
a
D3.
comeback, boys. Ooh, that's a nice move. B6 with the in-between. B7.
Take it. Take the rook on D1.
B7.
This is... Jan is just like, there's no reason to be rushing in this situation. Take the rook on D1 and then play rook B8 and you're winning. Now you're losing.
Oh, shoot. Dang. Okay, takes. He doesn't go for it, though. Bishop B5, rook C8, repeat once. Bishop D7, rook C3. That's not a move. Yikes.
Nodirbek. He will
He
set
just
Jan
lost in
back a
exchange.
lot if he can win this game. Still, Jan will have a chance. There will be time for 2 more games, most likely. But this isn't over yet. I mean, Jan... bishop c6, but now bishop takes b3 or even d4. Oh, d4 is lovely.
D4 is really strong. It just blocks everything. Maybe you may try bishop g5, throw it in there, but that's nothing.
Jan's like, hold your horses, everybody. He finds the impossible move at the right moment.
Yeah, that's a good move. Bishop d2, rook b6, bishop a5, d2 is nice. He goes for it. Maybe.
b7, still very complicated. Bishop f4. Ugh. Does he have bishop f4?
Maybe e5 and d2, but not anymore. Okay. Maybe.
The rook's coming to 8. What do you do? 5 seconds for Nepo.
Nope, not a move. Rook d8. E5 played. D2.
And it's a draw. It's a draw. D2, D1, and
There it
Nepo
is.
by the skin of his teeth will save this game.
Breathe. And breathe. Oh, man.
Of course, the likeliest result, James, given what we had there, was a draw.
This might
But
be like
let me
one
tell
game
you-
left. He's going to run the clock down.
Yeah, he'll run it down, but he won't be able to run it down to 0. He'll be able to run it down to close to 0, and Jan will have to win the next game to tie the match and force overtime.
For us, the Armageddon chat. Are y'all ready for this? Are you ready for the Armageddon? It's possible.
Wait, are you sure? You know what the crazy thing is? If White had additional pawn moves, he would have had a chance to run this all the way down to 0 because you would make 50 moves, then make a pawn move, then make another 50 moves. So Jan is lucky that the pawns are locked up.
Yeah, he's lucky. 19 seconds. Just shuffle around. There's nothing you can do about it. 50 moves. Man, that is very close. 2 minutes here. 2.5.
Yeah,
That's very close, buddy. Very close.
Yeah, Nodirbek will keep an eye on the move counter. Okay, draw by repetition. And the next game will likely be Jan's last chance.
Here we go, Chad. Lock
Must
in.
win.
Everybody hold your breath. Okay, don't do that. But here we go.
Here we go with this again. This was what they started with. This was the opening in game 1.
Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, we've seen this. This is all normal stuff.
Yeah, I like White here. I'm pretty skeptical, especially in bullet. Black is very cramped. You need to find the right moment to play f6. John's not touching this pawn, by the way, because it would open up
everything,
some territory for Black.
Take. Queen d2, rook d1, knight d4.
White is much better. Good knight against bad bishop. h4 is a move Jan likes to play in these types of positions.
Played?
Yeah, Nodirbek's like, wait. I'm also... I want to join the party too, and instead he's just weakened more squares. It's a great chance for Jan to win this.
Oh, yeah, rook e3, knight h4, rook g3. Oh, knight b5 is beautiful, by the way. Yeah, it's a beautiful move. But there he's going for the rook e3 plan, which I totally understand. You just go for mate, bro. One of the fastest things in French. You just mate them. Easier said than done.
Okay.
Knight b5.
Nodirbek's the kind of guy he'll play d4 at some point to get active. Jan sticks a knight there just to make sure it doesn't happen. Black is in huge trouble. I mean, look at these knights. The rook coming in.
Yeah,
is Jan going to tie this match? Is he going to force overtime?
Rook takes that. Queen takes that for anything. You pick a piece. Queen takes.
Unreal. Black is just falling apart here.
This is disgusting, guys. This is not the French that you want. Oh my goodness.
Rook g6.
Oh, rook g6. Spotted instantly.
King g8.
Almost.
Still in the game. If you're Jan, do not rush. You got 50 seconds. Pause at the right moment. He's not going to do that.
Rook e1, rook e3, rook f3. Jesus. Get every piece into play. Oh my goodness. It's about to get nasty. And there it is. There's a resi.
One more game. They have time for one more game.
Here it is.
One more game.
They got to start it. There it is. Last game, chat. Hold on. Breathe.
Unreal, James. This is coming down to the wire. This is what we all predicted, right? We said it was going to be close. It didn't look like it was going to be close, but it's going to be close. And the first Petrov comes at the very last moment. Jan trusting what he knows when the moment is at its most important.
Yeah, this is it. This is his bread and butter, in fact. I mean, he uses this so much. I just I can never play this, but he's not playing it the draw type of way, though. This is definitely...
Okay, but he's down a pawn.
Yeah,
he
that's
gave
not
up a
fun.
pawn. Yeah, I get it. He's got some good pieces, but I'm a little bit skeptical here to say. I don't think he's still in his prep. I think he might have confused something. Nodirbek's got really nice chances here out of the opening.
Definitely. I've got that weird double pawn structure in the center, but I do have 2 pawns. I have an extra one. You don't.
Watch out
Bishop
for a sack.
H3?
Now, folks, decisive game. The winner takes the match. If they draw, we go into overtime. But this is a regulation game. Jan is calculating it. He's thinking about it. He goes against it.
Yeah, I think there was
Queen
Bishop
activate.
H7 in there, like some crazy losing the queen type stuff. It's ridiculous.
B5 now. Nodirbek says, nope.
Not today. Rook D8. He wants D5. I don't know.
Jan is.
What you got?
Wait, D6. He missed D6.
Oh, that was strong. Yeah, that was strong. It's
The tactical
still there,
oversights in the bullet. Bishop takes A6. There's just been one blunder on top of another, and it's just like nerves from both players. They're just hands are shaking.
but it's the last
Neither
game.
player seeing anything here. D6 is. I'm shocked. D6.
Yeah. You're talking about, chat breathe. No, they need to breathe, right? But it's easier, easier said than done once again.
Oh yeah,
It's
you're
his last
sitting there,
game.
butterflies in your stomach.
Last game,
It's so easy from the side to point out all the blunders. It's so hard when you're actually playing. Bishop takes A6 for the millionth time.
Yeah. Rook E2, doubling
Oh
boys
my
up.
gosh.
Here comes G5 though. G5 is, I'm telling you, that boy is on the way. G5, G4. Yeah, okay, he's stopping it now. Take. Oh, that was sweet.
But this is scary now. This
Here
is
it comes.
scary.
Here it comes.
I'm worried for
G4.
Jan.
Queen G6. Shuffle? You want to draw, bro? You want Armageddon?
I think Nodirbek goes for it. Although now Black has the D5 square under control. Nodirbek's thinking about it and he goes for it. And will this backfire? Jan can make a draw. Nodirbek can make a draw. And he doesn't. He goes for it again. He wants to decide this here and now.
Right now, I want it all. I want to get this dub and advance. Winner
Wow.
takes all, chat. Winner takes all.
Another repetition. Another chance to draw. He declines it again. Jan's just going knight d5, knight f6. I don't care anything that's going on. I'm going to go knight d5, but not here.
Knight f6, knight d5.
Okay. Bishop c7, maybe hinting at some queen infiltration to h2. Wait a second, that pawn, it's gone. It's gone. Uh-oh. Here comes Nodirbek's queen. Jan defends.
Ooh,
Queen
no
takes
tactics.
b7 is possible, but knight e4, watch out.
Yeah, bishop c3 too. Takes.
The distinct feeling this is heading toward a draw for some reason.
Yeah. Yep. We might have Armageddon, chat. It's looking like that. Queen d2, and like the rook's not active on f8.
Okay, wait a second. Queen e7. Nodirbek still thinks he's better because he's got this pressure on f7. So an endgame is going to be kind of hard for Jan to defend. I like that Jan is keeping the queens on the board. Okay,
Rook
good.
e8 though now.
Activating the
Yeah,
rook.
he activate the rook. Yeah, there we go.
Now we're going to get a trade.
Oh, here we go.
Not a draw. Not guaranteed at all. White is playing for a win here. Black is in trouble. I'm telling you, Black is in some trouble. Jan has to defend super accurately here.
Precisely. Push the pawns up.
Uh-oh.
Knight, king, very active. Knight, no targets.
Knight b5, knight b1, trying his best, creating counterplay, blundering a pawn. Nodirbek's close to winning this. King h5.
That's the pawn. King g6 is coming. That's it.
Still holding on is Jan.
Knight c3, a4 at some point.
I think you keep a pair of pawns. Nodirbek's bishop is like all over. Oh, king f5, knight g3 is a fork. Oh my gosh. This is knight d3 is coming in.
Knight d3 played. King f5, king up. White's winning.
Oh my god. White's winning now. h5. b4 maybe.
Yeah, b4
Takes
is
it.
nice. Takes. Cool. Still holding. Take.
Oh.
Oh no, this is over. Well, okay.
Oh, knight d3. White's got time. What is he doing? He's got to pause there for a second. Nepo's going to hold the game.
Gotta pause.
Or is he?
No time. Oh,
White's got
man.
20 seconds. There's no reason for Nodirbek to rush. Oh my gosh. Jan
Anything
is.
can happen, chat. This is crazy. Knight
It's a
h7,
fortress, I think.
Knight f6, g5. He pushes and we trade and win. You see the head, the eyebrows there from Jan. What a gay draw. That's what he says. Knight g8.
But okay, knight has to have squares. Knight has just enough squares, James. Just enough squares. You cannot restrict it completely.
That's it. If G5, we take, and then knight H7, and knight F8. If you push to G6, we take and sacrifice the knight for the pawn. Wow, we got Armageddon, boys. We got Armageddon. That is crazy. Well, it's common. It's bullet. It's bullet. We see this all the time. But yeah, this is Armageddon. Especially after that.
F5 is a frustration move. I mean, it's not a real winning attempt because the knight is never going to abandon its control over the F6 square ever. Or now the king.
Now you just pre-move. Okay, maybe not. Let's not do that. Be careful with your pre-moves here. That's crazy. 4 games of 1+1, guys. Color swap each game as you see right under us. And if it's tied, 5-minute Armageddon. Wow. We got Arma. We got Arma, boys.
Unreal, honestly. Unreal. And that's it. I mean, Nodirbek just had to cross the last T and dot the last I. He was that close. But they have just been... I mean, it's been such an up and down match. There's been so many chances for both sides. And you just see that in the bullet, when you have the combination of low time and nerves, you just your brain shuts off sometimes, no matter what your rating is.
Yeah.
We've got 4 games of 1+1 to be played to decide the format. If all of those are drawn, if it's 2-2, then we play an Armageddon game.
That's insane. 4 games of 1+1. At least you can breathe. Okay, breathe and chill. It was tie break, not necessarily Armageddon, guys, but 4 games of 1-1. That's all we got left. And if that's tie, then we have 5-minute Armageddon. Color swap each game, which is natural. It's natural stuff. Boardnick, thanks for the raid. Boardnick, what's up, big dog?
Thank you for the raid. Yeah, I think Sasha probably assumed that this match was going to be over, but not at all. This match is just getting started.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a reset in a way. You just breathe. Okay, got to get through this. I got 4 games. That's it. First to 2.5.
Yeah, I mean, who do people think is going to win?
What you got?
I really have no prediction because every one of these last couple of games has gone back and forth so many times that, it's just I mean, I think that's why a draw is the likeliest result.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a happy medium.
Especially if maybe we see some switch up of openings here too as well. I mean, anything can happen here. I saw Nodirbek thought he was going to win it there, especially in the end. A lot of them nerves, but okay, maybe not as nerve-wracking anymore if we can get those under control. Get ready for this 4-game mini-match, get some water, stretch, do what I got to do, get ready. I got to hop back in the ring for another 4 games.
Yeah. All right. I think we're ready to go. Seatbelts fastened. Let's get this show on the road. And obviously, if one of the players hits 2.5 points or more after 3 games, then the overtime is over. And another French, which I have to say, Nodirbek has been struggling to get out of the gates here. Here, he modifies the system with F6. I saw this in the women's candidates. Lagno versus Leiting J, I think, had this interesting line. Yeah, Castle's queenside.
Ooh, okay, this is gonna get spicy. There's some okay, well, he just took it. A lot of times you can actually sack even with a pawn on A6. You could go knight B5. I've seen some ideas like that.
Looks great for Jan. F4 is coming. B3, just chipping away at Black's pawn construction, and you really want to try to get this pawn into F5.
King H1, there might be H5, H4, H3. That pawn's just about to run down the board so fast. Yeah, this is double edged. Whoever gets the king first. Yep, H5, H4,
Suddenly, oh, look at those bishops. They're going to get massacred by the pawns.
These bishops, not looking too good.
G4 takes. Queen
and Rook
G7.
G8. Oh, Queen G7, yeah, Queen G7. Good.
But G4 is unstoppable. That's crazy.
Wait a second. Yeah, right. Queen D1. Hold on, buddy. Dang. G4 was sick.
Queen G7.
Oh, man. I'm just losing a piece. What? That is crazy.
Yeah, you don't see... you see the bishop on G3 get trapped sometimes. The bishop on H3 to get trapped like this. And also, this doesn't do anything. Queen A7, King C7 is just end of the attack before it even began.
That is crazy. Rook F7.
Rook E7.
Might as well. Resign? Sheesh.
Can't move your bishop. You get mated this way.
Oof, this was disgusting.
Bad start for Nepo.
Yeah, this was nasty. This was not good at all. Maybe rook A to F1 and hope for the best. I mean, look how much time Nodirbek. Like, I didn't use any time this game. He definitely saved the best for last. That man came with some diabolical prep there.
Oh, I knew he was going to bishop c5. Unstoppable mate.
Oh, man. Hey, man, it's a family channel. Boy, that's disgusting. That boy doing tactics.
Queen a4.
He doing too many tactics. Whoa. He doing too many. Hey, man, you got to chill, bro. That was sick.
That was awesome. That game was incredibly turned around by Nodirbek. I guess the French is proven justified once again. And once again, they go into a Najdorf. Jan, not a must-win game. But if he loses this one, then he will need a miracle.
Yeah, that was diabolical. And then he hit him with something different here. Okay, queen d5, taking over the d5 square. Looks good.
I like this for Nodirbek in a bullet game. It's just very easy to play. Maybe f4.
Oh, f4 was nice. F4 was really nice shot there. Bishop b6 is good too. Double the rooks. I mean, or at least d5, correct?
Bishop b3, bishop g5 repetition.
Bishop draw, bro?
I'm only half joking.
Okay, now you have f4 though. Again, like you mentioned before, f4 was a really nice move. I like it. It's very, very good. In fact, f4, bishop h6, and then what is the question? Maybe bishop c1.
Even bishop c5 is a possibility. But given the match situation, I mean, Nodirbek, yeah, he needs 2.5 points, but he believes that why not? Why not go for the win in this game? And I think it's a reasonable choice. I mean, he's got great compensation on the light squares. Knight to e7. Can't take, obviously. The rook hangs. d5 maybe at some point. Jesus. Impossible to predict this one was going to go.
Look at these bishops the other way. Like, now they're on the other side of the board.
Bishop a4. Knight c6. Bishop a4, knight c6 is very important.
Okay. c5, no good. Rook e1, bishop e4.
f5. Jan is taking over this game.
No.
Which means exactly nothing in
Yeah.
this game.
That's true. That's true. Especially in this format. f4 is looking good. Bishop b2. There we go. Take. Gotta take those, no? Queen h6, maybe?
It's looking grim.
Queen g5.
Okay, but knight somewhere? Maybe f6. Maybe just be solid, protect everything, and then move your knight away and start initiating the trades. I would just go f6. Goes knight f6.
Yeah. Bishop. No, doesn't work. He went back to f3. Totally normal. Good speed. Bishop back around to c4. That's going to be strong. That's going to create some problems. It's going to be strong.
How many of these games have we seen where it's like winning, and then suddenly Nodirbek gets active, and boom, there's a tactic, and tables are turned.
Many games like this, queen g3, queen b8, ideas. h4 maybe coming, a4 to stop b5.
Yeah, trying to get his bishop to c4, at least some iota of activity. Maybe the other bishop to f4, and...
There it is, and h4. Just go for the king. Okay, he stopped that. Nice move, queen e7.
Oh, that traps the bishop.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I was like, talk about unusual bishop traps. Yeah.
Nice. That's
crazy. What about this one?
Man.
Bishop on c4, the strongest piece on the board. Nope, it's trapped.
Can you try bishop g5?
Good try by Nodirbek. Rook d3 maybe is the most clinical.
Very nice. Rook d3 is on the board.
Yeah, this is over. Even by the standards of this match, I hesitate to say that, but this is just a slam dunk.
They going back and forth. Blow for blow, boys and girls. We have ourselves a real match here. They definitely reset. This
is why the SEC is so fun. You just don't know what kind of match you're going to. You don't know if you're going to get a positional match or lots of draws, and you don't know if you're going to get a nail biter like this one. You get a little bit of everything, which is what makes it so fun. You just don't know what the character of the match is going to be.
Blow for blow, check, and I run for the heel.
Okay, yeah, it works.
He out of there.
Nodirbek is like the monster. They've chopped off his head, and he's just still trying. He's still kicking. Still fighting.
Right.
There's got to be a way to run out of the checks, though.
Yeah, that should be good. anything. Block with something. Queen d7. And last few checks.
e3. Shut it down, boys.
Good job. Wow. Amazing. Amazing.
11-11.
Two games left. This is a critical game here. Going back to that French. Yeah, this is the line I like to play. Without 95, but this is the line. And then castle queen side somewhere in there. He tried this before. He had a bad position here.
He took on d6, and we kind of were cold on that decision. That gave black a nice, healthy pawn structure. I think this time Jan should just keep the knight on c4. If black plays b5, then maybe you take on d6. But for the time being, there's no reason to... Okay, now you have to decide. You can't leave the knight on c4 any longer.
And castles. Yeah, and black was kind of fine here. He was active, connecting the rooks. This takes a lot. Yeah, I mean, you can try to aim c3, bishop d3, and just, go for mate, the usual stuff. b3 I like, c4 ideas.
Okay, but Jan has managed to do exactly what he's needed to do. Remember, in the last game, black was the one who clamped down on the light squares. Here, white is able to at least restrict some of black's mobility. Bishop f2 threatening d5. Watch out.
Steps.
Threatening the queen.
e1. Make sure you don't pre-move there, boys. Queen d2, rook c1 and d1. b1, okay.
Jan's in control. Jan has a great position here.
He also controls those pawn breaks and two bishops. Looks great.
c5 threatened. Queen has nowhere to go. Black is tender. e5 maybe. Oh no, then d5 again traps the bishop. Like almost.
Yeah, bishop a4. Now it traps the bishop, right? Almost.
Wait, James, white could have gone d5 and trapped the bishop. On the previous move? Again.
Again, bro. With the bishop. And it's trapped. It's trapped. What is up with the bishop traps today, man? Wow.
Okay, knight takes c5. Still in the game, though, is Nodirbek because 2 pawns for the piece. Oh, dirty little move, knight b3.
Chess universe, guys. I hope you trap a lot of bishops today in your own games, guys.
Ooh.
That's a nice move, huh? Nifty. Queen e4.
Something tells me we're in for some adventures in this game. I just have a feeling this isn't going to be clear cut.
There's queen b. Wait, is there bishop b4? No. Rook b3? No, nothing. Close. Queen g4 steps out the way.
On a mission is that queen to get out of the danger zone.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it is going to be clear cut because you can't take c6, bishop e5, forks the rook, and then mate threat. 12 seconds for Nodirbek. He doesn't see even a source of counterplay here. Oh.
f6.
Queen d7 even.
Goes for it. You want to trade? Maybe
I would take. Just play it safe. Bishop d. Taking bishop d1.
Beautiful. Taking bishop d1. Very clean. Very clean. Played. Rook check.
Bishop f2 maybe.
As well. Bishop f2. Rook check looks good. Rook c1 defend. Didn't really defend. These bishops look great.
Oh yeah. Still a game. I mean, Nodirbek has some pawns. He's got 5 of them on the king side to be exact.
Maybe 4 now.
And king e2, rook c2. Yeah, it's hard for white to mess this up. Rook c8 and bishop c2 even might seal the deal.
Might be GG. Yeah, that might be GG. Okay. And there's one game left. Yeah, he has to hold. He has to try to hold. Bishop e4. Yeah.
Bishop e4 was end, but okay, this is still over. Bishop takes e3.
Yeah, takes. Ooh, Nodirbek. You can see in his face there. This is the last game. He's got to win.
He's got to win. The shoe's on the other foot. Jan was in this situation. Now Nodirbek is, and if Nodirbek wins, we go to an Armageddon. But we'll talk about that if we get there. Another Petrov. Jan repeating this line. He's got to get it right this time, though, because he was worse the first time he played this, which was the last game of the regulation.
This is it, guys. He has to win. Who has it? You think? What do we think here, guys? What do we think?
This again. Same exact piece imbalance. The bishop pair, Jan's queen coming in.
He has to
Never
win.
mind. Not
Must
anymore.
Win situation. Yes, queen b7 and bishop going around to f3. He can still take it, which he does. Queen d3.
Okay, white is a little better here. Bishop pair and
Definitely.
a4 at some point, can needle the queen side. Maybe not.
I like a d5.
Yeah. Can't take it. d5, c4 looks a little smelly for white. Also bishop h2. What is he doing? Jan
Lean
is
back.
like,
oh my goodness. So with the sip of the coffee, flex
sip
real
that
hard,
tea,
pinky
man.
up. Wow. Pinky up as I sip my tea.
Oh, he's gonna keep going. He's like, I'm not resigning. What you thought this was unplanned? Oh, this is
dang it. That way to go out there, boys. Even the best.
I don't know if that was a mouse slip, but now let's wait for this game to finish because I have seen literally everything. And Jan can draw, right? Jan doesn't need a win. He needs just to draw this game up a full queen.
Dang,
bro. Bishop d5? Wait a second.
Give us some chances here, right? Yeah.
Okay, rook c5, rook c1, and a queen c6. Or other way around. Jan is just like, get me out of here.
Yeah. Jan looked too like, wait, what? Did I do this? Oh, I'm good. Wow, guys. I mean, wow. That was very uncharacteristic here. You can see this is the last moments of Nodirbek in the SSC.
It's too late to start thinking now. I mean, the match is over. You're down a queen.
Wow.
DC, man. Okay, white makes a mate threat. Maybe try rook d7. Hoping for a disconnect, I think, is Nodirbek here.
Hoping for the disconnect. Yeah, that's a tough one, man. Dang, he plays so well. He plays so well, guys. And Jan Nepomniachtchi makes it through.
Wow. And just like Arjun yesterday, it's like he's down the whole match. Nodirbek's in control. And bit by bit, it didn't happen in one big spurt. It happened with a series of momentum-building wins. Then he had that disconnection, went back down by 3, won it all back, almost lost the last regulation game, and then comes through clutch in the overtime. What else can we want, James, from an SCC match? This one is a classic. 13-11. Jan wins in improbable fashion.
I mean, a nail biter all the way through. In fact, I mean, we saw Nodirbek, as Smarter Chess Prediction, had him at 51-49, and then he came out swinging. Nodirbek was like, yeah, I'm fighting. It's 4-0. I'm feeling good. And, Nepo was able to bounce back, make it within one, take it to the tie breaks, and win. That was crazy. Very, very fun stuff. But, wow, no biter all the way through for sure.
Well, as the oft-repeated platitude goes, good players are always lucky, and it is true. Right? It's not a coincidence that the same guys always seem to be on the winning end of these nail biters. That means one more entry into our bracket, one more chapter has been written in yet another epic SCC. Let's take a look at the bracket because we've got some juicy matchups teed up here in the quarterfinals between Carlsen and Arjun on the left and Hikaru, who takes on Jan Nepomniachtchi on the right. Jan does not have a lot of time to celebrate because not only is he facing Hikaru, but he's going to have to bring his A++ game, the game that he brought these last few games of the overtime. That kind of Jan will have to be present the entire time against Hikaru. And so many more matches to look forward to in the first stage, James. This is what we get in the SCC. This is why everybody loves this tournament. And wow, just everybody should take a deep breath.
Everybody breathe.
Get their hearts looked at.
Breathe, everybody. Okay, that was crazy and insane. As now we have more matchups to come, man. He got to face Hikaru in the next one. So definitely going to have to be on his A game there. But that was crazy. Very entertaining match. An impressive comeback from Jan.
And before you hit the clubs on Friday night, stay tuned because we will still have an interview with Jan. We'll offer our concluding thoughts. Jan will share his. And we'll be back with an interview with the winner, Jan Nepomniachtchi, on the other end of this short break.
Looking for new ways to enjoy chess? Check out our schedule of Chess.com community events today. Mondays, play Rapid Opening Roulette and expand your opening repertoire with a new opening each month. Tuesdays, compete against other Untitled players in Untitled Tuesday. Battle your way to the top in Arena Kings on Wednesdays. And finish the week off each Saturday with the blistering Community Bullet Brawl. All happening in the Community Club on Chess.com.
There's a shortcut for sizing up any chess position.
Chess structures is how we understand chess quickly. And how can you evaluate a complicated position in a second or two?
And giving you the tools to come up with a winning plan.
What I see here is not a weak pawn on d4. One can feel tremendous energy from the white side. Well, we have rooks in open files. My knights have great squares where they can jump to. Even this one can maybe jump further. My bishop maybe on b3, maybe on d3. You will not see just 12 pawns on a chessboard. No, you will start to see that this is a landscape. And it's a landscape where you can sort of see the hills, or rather the flow of energy.
In any opening you play.
Welcome to the chapter about the isoland. Caro-Kann formation, the Slav formation, Carlsbad structure, Stonewall structure, King's Indian structure type 1, type 2, the hedgehog structure, the Roxy structure.
And you can learn it all before your beard grows too long. Grandmaster Peter Heine-Nielsen presents Chess Structures, a Grandmaster Guide. Try it for free on Chessable at chessable.com/structures.
Back at the SCC in a marathon doubleheader, which was just concluded, and Jan Nepomniachtchi in a nail-biter, ultimate nail-biter, takes down Nodirbek Busatorov in overtime to advance to his match with Hikaru Nakamura. Jan, congratulations. I'll keep this short. You must be exhausted. Can you share your overall thoughts on this crazy match? What's going through your head right now?
Yeah, thank you. Well, not much going through my head. I think it was sort of like, eventually deserved punishment for the guy, like, for first of all, like, going these like European games, playing it like, I don't know, like wasting 2 or 3 minutes. I don't think that's like that's the strategy you have to stick to. I mean, since you consider yourself a good player. I know Hikaru does this sometimes, but okay, this is anyway disgusting. And then, I mean, like, secondly, okay, he started like playing A3. All right, such a cool guy, but okay, these two things combined, they just. I mean, it happened to me that I felt like super motivated at some point. I mean, obviously, I was far from my best. Otherwise, there would be no 4 points handicap at some point. But yeah, I guess like at some point, he just started like falling apart. So he scored some wins, but yeah, I guess it was like 2 crucial moments. The first one, it was like a break after 4-0. So it was like quite nice to wash my face a little bit, and like come on, what's going on? And the second thing was then I due to the disconnect I lost on time, and it turned out to be like plus. I think he won 2 bullet games in a row, and it was like +3 at some point for him. But since anyway, I consider myself like a much better Blitz player, and overall, like let's say I don't want to be humble at the moment. I really was like sort of. Really annoyed of myself how the match started, and it was unbelievable what was going on. But all well that ends well.
That's right. You're facing Hikaru Nakamura, who defeated Jose in an interesting match yesterday. Were you watching that match, and do you feel like there are any vulnerable spots that you will try to exploit in your match against Hikaru?
Well, I didn't really follow, to be honest. I only saw like this sort of draw offer after misclick, I guess.
Yep.
It was probably commendable, though. I'm quite curious if Hikaru would do the same in a similar situation, but this is sort of a rhetoric question. I don't know like what to say, so I actually expected Hikaru to win easily, and maybe it was a little bit more fighting than it happened, but like the next match is like in 2 weeks or something. Yeah, it's like I'm not sure about the schedule, but again now like the quarterfinals will be played in quite some time, so I'll surely have some time to prepare and maybe to have a proper warm up, unlike today.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know some potential victims that might be waiting for you on Chess.com. 2 very quick chat questions before we let you go. First, what type of music songs a lot of the chat were wondering were you listening to get yourself in the mood during the match?
Well, first it was some Russian rap. I had to wake up. Like, I have no idea what was going on. I had to wake up. And then after some Russian rap, it was some, I think, like Imagine Dragons, then Muse, and then some rock music, and then somehow I forgot to switch it on for their final 4 games match. Maybe it also helped me eventually. Yeah, so like I was more focused. But anyway, it helps me quite a bit, I think. But I think it was a lot of extra motivation from what my opponent was doing.
Good choices. Finally, from Van Pelt 100, which sports are you looking forward to watch in the Olympics? I just found out there was going to be an Olympics. Just kidding. Are you going to be following the Olympics at all? And if so, any sports that you're looking forward to?
Yeah. Sadly, Russia is not really introduced as it could have been, at the Olympics. So that's why I think that's not such huge interest here, for the Olympics as it could be. But surely there are some of our sportsmen, and I'll try to follow them, and surely we have some hopes for some gold medals. But besides that, I only heard about the scandal in the match between Argentina and Morocco, when it was 2-hour break, and then after 2 hours the match was paused, which is because of some of the football fans ran into the pitch, and eventually after 2 hours the VAR decided to deny a goal which was scored by Argentina. So it's sort of a massive news, but I think if you're following any sports, this news would cross would appear somewhere on the feed. Yeah, but I guess we have quite some hopes, but let's see. At least a few golden medals for us.
Well, it'll be interesting. Jan, congratulations. It was a really entertaining match all around. Get some rest. Good luck against Hikaru, and thanks again for joining us for the interview.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. And there's the bracket. One more chapter written. Jan has moved on to face the ultimate SCC Lord, the 2 Lords, Carlsen and Nakamura. They're the guys to beat. And Arjun and Jan will have to demonstrate their A-game all around the match because it's going to be a tough one. More interesting matches, James, to come on Monday. There's a weekend off, and then Wesley versus Lazovic. In the morning, though, Firouzja versus Grisha. More unmissable action, and another doubleheader coming your way after the weekend.
Ooh, that's going to be hype to watch. I mean, Grishik, a how many time Blitz champion there, of course, and you have Alireza Firouzja. That one is a heavy hitter. I cannot wait to see those matches. Wesley So and Lazovic. I mean, Lazovic made it to the Champions Chess Tour finals, facing the big dogs, and also getting some wins too as well. So these are matches, guys, that we just can't miss. I'm going to be watching all of the action here. Danya, are you still covering these other matches too as well?
Just one on Monday. I think I'm doing the morning match with Danny, but the second match will be in very, very good hands with Aman and Danny taking the call on that one. I'm glad the weekend is commentary free though, because it's been a long week and it's been a really fun week. I love the SCC. These hours go by so quickly, and you will not have long to wait until the next match is on our doorstep. James, always a pleasure commentating with you. I think this one was really a nail biter. Back to you for one final concluding thought.
Oh, definitely, guys. Don't go anywhere, chat. Of course, make sure you are locked in. Okay, take off work if you have to. Tell your boss, hey, it's paid leave. Of course, right? You got to hear from Chess.com, but don't quote us on that. But at the same time, have a good day, everyone. And it was also awesome commentating with you as always, Danya. So pretty good stuff as always.
2 double headers in the books. The next one coming your way on Monday. Thank you, James. Thank you to our amazing producing team who wake up even earlier than we do and make sure everything runs seamlessly. To the players and, of course, to the chat on Twitch, YouTube, and other platforms for supporting your favorite players. We hope to see you on Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern for more SCC action. But for now, James Canty and Daniel Naroditsky wishing you a pleasant evening from the Speed Chess Championship 2024. So long.